Good morning and welcome to Sri Lanka's first 12-hour Go-Kart and Endurance Championship 2024. We are here at the Speedbay karting circuit at Bandaragama.
This event is promoted by Speedbay, organized by the Motor Racing Association of Sri Lanka, joined with the Ceylon Motorsports Club. The event is sponsored by MRF Tyres, Pearl Bay, Totachi and Max & Mesh, partnered by the Recovery Room. For today's endurance race, we have 12 teams in total, starting with Team Totachi, Match 1 Racing, RHC Racing, Cisco Labs, Flash Squad, Octane Racing, Cartman, Team Max & Mesh, Team Spark Racing, Iron Maidens, LME Racing, and St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia, starting at pole position.
There will be 12 teams participating in the championship, and each team consists of 6 drivers. The 6-hour karting endurance championship was held on July 10, 2024. This is the 12th hour karting endurance championship.
The race will be utilizing the 1216 meter racing track with alternating layouts today at Bandaragama. Quite a sunny day today, this Saturday, 19th of October. Everybody's having fun.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the most anticipated moment of today's challenge, the 12-hour endurance challenge. So as you can see here, we have all our drivers lined up, and they're ready to battle for a very long and anticipated moment of today's match. So as you can see, we have everyone and all the mechanics lined up, waiting. For a wonderful day basically, and we should come over here. So I guess the race is about to start, guys, and we have about 2 drivers and about 4 mechanics on standby, so that in any case there's a bit of issues on the track, anything can be sorted out. But for the time being, we just enjoy the match. And also another thing to be noted down is that the drivers, have been working very hard up to this moment. And it's a good thing to see that everyone's enjoying the moment here at the Speedbay at Bandaragama karting track. So as you can see, the race has begun. I think we're off to a good start, St. Thomas's College here. We have our good driver Ryan Gunawardana representing the STC karting club. So we are over here at the Speedbay. As you can see, everyone here is just working towards the moment here. We're just eagerly waiting for an anticipated moment to happen. All right, now we will hand over to Akane and Suhaswin over to the commentary box.
The games have started.
green flag is up and the race has started.
We see all the drivers from 12 teams. They're all ready to start.
They are just soothing on the track. The race has officially started.
All the drivers going extremely fast, quite an exciting event. St. Thomas's College leading. Each and every driver in hot pursuit of each other.
The drivers are going head to head. There is a much chaos still.
St. Thomas's College still in the lead. Everybody's going neck to neck with each other.
It seems like all the drivers are talking with each other.
Hopefully everybody's having a good time.
This championship is not only about the race, it's about having fun, making new friends.
As well as making new memories. This certainly is a memorable experience for each and every one of the drivers here.
Everybody is moving around.
Driving for St. Thomas's College is Ryan Gunawadana. He's been racing since he was 9 years old, and he's been racing for St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia for 6 to 7 years. This is his second endurance race. Speed is picking up.
The Comian driver is still in the pole position.
Ryan Gunawadana started when he was 9 years old, racing for total for 6 to 7 years. This is his second endurance race. His first time racing in this championship, this 12-hour championship.
3 corners out. The tension is heating up at the track.
It's visible that
The
the competition has just started now.
The spectators are having fun, cheering their teams. And right off the track, the Thomian driver is leading.
Everybody's in hot pursuit of each other, trying to one-up each other.
All the drivers have been defending their position for this time. We'll see what happens.
We can hear every one of the spectators cheering for their teams. Sure way to motivate each and every one of the drivers racing here today.
The third and fourth position drivers are neck to neck. And
Second to Ryan Gunawardena seems to be catching up.
but the Thomian driver isn't going to give his lead position.
It's a thrill to watch all these drivers neck to neck, trying to best each other.
Three drivers going neck to neck.
Everything is a blur. All the carts are that fast. St. Thomas is still in the lead.
The drivers are defending themselves very well.
Now this is a true race.
The Thomian driver is trying to keep his lead, but the second place has been closing up.
Now this is an exciting sight to
This race is neck to neck. Everyone is trying to secure their position.
Number 3 is closing in on number 5. Second to Rangu Nivadan is Tinuka Vijay Ratna. Seems to be catching up.
Morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Sorry, I'm in the middle of running a 12-hour endurance. We've run a 6-hour before. We've run an 8-hour before. The drivers are super excited for this event. They practiced quite some time. Most importantly, the weather is holding up for us, and we wish everybody all the very best.
What do you think is as a racer, what do you think is the hardest part of driving for so long?
I think concentration, number one. Secondly, you've got to be super fit and hydrated in these very humid conditions. That, I think, is the start. And most importantly, you have to have a lot of luck.
That's very true. Now, karting isn't just an individual sport, right? There's a team associated with it. How does that come into play when you look into a 12-hour race like this?
So you've got to have a heavy driver who's got to do a minimum of 4 stints, as well as we've got the lighter ones who will be doing a longer stints. So you've got to have a minimum number of drivers, and it's teamwork to understand who has to drive where in relation to their fitness, in relation to their skill, and also there's a mechanics because they've got to change tires if need be. They've got to refuel the car. So it's a lot of planning. It's a lot of planning. Yeah.
Now, that being said, sir, what is it like being the president of the Ceylon Motorsports Club?
Stressful. You can see we've got to have officials. I was here at 6 o'clock in the morning, and most probably we'll knock off only at about midnight today after we wrap up. It's a long day for most of our officials, and I have to really thank them for being here. We've got a shift system today because after every 4 hours we are going to change our officials because they can't stand for 12 hours. Some of them have come in here very much earlier, left home at 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, it's a long day for them as well, and a long day for all the competitors as well. You can see what's happening here.
What goes into planning an event like this?
Experience. We do this all the time, so we know what to expect and what to do. So we've got flow charts, we've got timelines, we've got a lot of manpower and skills that people who are experienced to do this. I think that's the secret here.
What does it mean for Sri Lanka now that we started a 12-hour endurance race? What does it mean for motorsports in Sri Lanka?
Well, ideally, karting is the birthplace of any kind of motorsport. And from the activity you see here at Bandaragama, the safety, the restaurant, we've got the water park on the other side. It's an amazing facility for anybody. When we were kids, we didn't have anything like this. So running a 12-hour means that we've moved away from the 1 hour, the 3 hour, the 6 hour, the 8 hour to 12 hours. Means we are progressing, obviously. And this is grassroots level motorsport. As you can see, the numbers, we had a maximum of 12 teams. All 12 teams are there. Thank you. I need to run.
Okay, amazing. Over to our commentary box now. Over to Akian and Suhaswin. Thank you.
Not even a 1 second gap between the leader and the second position.
Flash squad is closing in on St. Thomas's College. Quite a thrilling match. Oh, Flash squad is so close.
The top two
Quite a
drivers.
fight, quite a fight. Flash squad has his eye on St. Thomas's College. Each and every driver is obsessed in their individual fight against each other, not losing that competitive nature. It looks like St. Thomas's College is almost trying to ward off Flash Squad. Oh, they're neck to neck now. And Flash Squad is leading.
St.
Tinuka
Thomas,
Vijay Ratna is leading.
St. Thomas has lost their pole position.
Each and every driver is scattered across the track, all in on their individual fights.
Flash Squad are defending themselves.
St. Thomas's College is trying very hard to retrieve their Flash Squad won't let them have it. Flash Squad isn't letting them have the easy way out.
The leaders are about to get one lap ahead.
Flash Squad isn't letting them have the easy way out, but neither is St. Thomas's College. It's almost like they're cat and mouse. Tinuka Vijay Ratna holding his own against Rangunavadana.
And the leaders have passed the 12th position.
First we have Flash Squad. In second place we have St. Thomas's College. Third place RHC Racing. Fourth place Park Racing.
12 laps have ended in the 12-hour go-karting endurance championship 2024.
Fifth, Max and Mesh.
And Ryan Gunawardena has taken his position back again.
Sixth, Octane Racing. Seventh, Totachi Racing. Eighth, Cartman. Ninth, Mach 1 Racing. 9th, 10th, Team LME. 11th, Cisco Labs. And 12th, Iron Maidens. St. Thomas's College has received their position. They are first against Flash Squad. But Flash Squad is right behind them. Worthy competition. we can sense some heated rivalry between Ryan Gunawardena and Tinuka Vijayaratne. All in the name of sport.
The two drivers have been going head to head for the whole time of the race.
Flash Squad is still behind St. Thomas's College. They're not letting them off easy. Spectators are eager to watch, eager to see who would acquire first place. Nobody's tiring out when they have this amazing opportunity. Tinuka Vijayaratne, first place against Ryan Gunawardena of St. Thomas's College. We are just as excited as the spectators, eagerly watching Tinuka Vijayaratne beat Ryan Gunawardena. All eyes on them. All of the drivers are scattered throughout the racing circuit.
And not only that, but there have been quite a few battles going around all throughout the circuit. And along with that as well, Octane Racing have gained quite a bit of places. And there goes on the inside Ryan with a great move towards turn 1. And into turn 3, it's a close battle, but it's a long race indeed. But Octane have made quite a few places, starting from 10th, and Max and Mesh as well, and Totaki Racing. And RHC is quite frankly holding on to their position at the moment.
It's a steady fight. Tinuka Vijayaratne has lost his position.
We are almost halfway throughout the first hour, and so far St. Thomas's is leading. Flash Squad is second. RHC has been maintaining the position with Kavin Rajapaksha, which is the lightest driver for Octane Racing, has been gaining quite a few places, but as I mentioned before, it's a long race. And Totaki Racing has also made positions along with Max and Mesh as well.
Cartman is 7th.
And that would be just Ryan getting ahead of a lapped car, which is Cisco Labs. Yeah. Yeah, so there are no blue flags in this race, so thereby the lap cars do not have to get out of the way just to make way for the first place or second place guys. So they could defend, but by the looks of it, he seems that, yeah, the Cisco Labs driver just seemed to know that it's a long race and plenty of opportunities ahead.
Cisco Labs is holding their own.
And Ryan's pulling away with that basic blockade. As many of you know, these drivers have, and these teams are made of 4 to 6 drivers, which are the rules and regulations, and thereby also having an average weight of 70 kg, which plays quite a big part when it comes to making the team, as well as strategy, and in terms of how they would manage to put the drivers in and play the strategy accordingly. But half an hour in, 31 laps in, and thereby these guys have been going so well without any incidents on track.
Everybody. RHC Racing in third.
Yeah, there are all kinds of drivers. So the youngest over here have been 13 years of age, and oldest coming up to 44, which shows experience as well as eagerness. And we could probably see that on track as well, along with Ryan being around 18 years of age, and thereby also with Shakti Racing for Flash Squad Racing. And we could probably see a few experienced drivers making some experienced moves towards the mid part of the race.
Irrespective of age and experience, you can simply sense how much this competition means to each and every one of the drivers.
And along with it being the first ever 12-hour endurance race in Sri Lanka, it's been going so well for now, but there's a lot that can happen because it's a long race, and we just started at 9 and it'll go all the way until 9 p.m.
Sure. Of course. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the first ever Speedbay Endurance Championship, and we're coming to you live from Speedbay Pearl Bay. Right now we're watching the leading battle. St. Thomas's College, Ryan Gunawanda battling Team Cartmen with Tinaka Wicharatna following very closely. But you can see that they're not trying to fight too much right now. They're at the start. They're both on the leading lap. They're both in the first two positions. But they're also mindful that this is the very definition of a marathon, not a sprint. So you can see that they're not engaging too closely in battles. As we have also many other teams taking part. We have a total of 12 teams taking part today. with Kaveen Rajapaksa currently running for Octane Racing in third place, and Saurika Livindu for RHC Racing, Ayush Bandara racing for Max and Mesh, and that's your top 5 so far. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you are just coming to us, track limits for turn 3 will not be monitored during this race, so the drivers are allowed to take it a little bit wider, and that will be advantageous for them if they're looking to save their tires. And because basically what you're doing is you're putting less stress on the tires, and of course pit stops are going to play a massive part in this race as well. We're currently about half an hour into a 12-hour race, so we have lots more looking forward to. So we expect the first pits to sort of start in around the 40-minute mark to the 1 hour 20-minute mark. So once that happens, there will be a lot of shuffling in the pits, and of course the pit stops are also going to be very key to success in this race. And that's why I think a lot of the teams right now, we're only focusing on the top 2 right now. If we can maybe look at some of the other teams as well, that would be great. But yeah, we're just following the leading 2 so far, and they're pretty backing up, and you can see now that they're coming up to some of the back markers, so they'll be here to lap the I believe they're coming up to 10th place right now, which is Team LME driven by Senadira. So but there are no blue flags in this race, so if you're coming to us from Formula 1, if you have a Formula 1 background, you'll know that back markers are usually obligated to get out of the way with a blue flag. Not so in endurance racing, at least in this endurance race that we have here today. It will be up to the teams to decide whether to get out of the way or not, whether to be a bit of an obstruction if they want to be. Of course, all the teams have to be racing cleanly, but they won't be mandated to just jump out of the way within 3 laps like what you get in Formula 1. There are no blue flags right now. So as you can see, St. Thomas's College bearing down to lap Team LME. It's going to be interesting to see how this might play into the hands of Team Cartman. Thinuka right behind in second place. Now Ryan needs to pick his moment. He needs to know that there are no blue flags. He needs to make this a very clean overtake. Senra also needs to make sure that he jumps out of the way, because it makes no sense for him to be holding up the leading 2. So hopefully on this main straight, yes, Ryan pulls out to the right, and Thinuka trying to stay with him as close as possible, but not quite in the slipstream. As you can see, Senra just waving them by. He understands the drill. He understands that he's not in this race, at least for the leading 2. And yeah, so I'll hand you. So Melon.
Senora just seems to be hanging on towards the front 2 and just carrying on with his race, along with trying to save his tires, because it's indeed a long race, and most of the drivers would want a bit of tire left towards the end of the race just to end on a strong note. And coming along with that, Ryan is catching up to a few more back markers, going along with it, and Thinuka seems to be just hanging on along with it, as well as trying to save his tires without making any risky moves, it seems like.
It's visible that all of the drivers here are extremely talented in their own right.
Yeah, and we are handing over the mic to Udita Tenwaru.
Speedbay ඇය 12ක endurance ශූරතාවලිය. බොහොම අපූර්වට ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙනවා බණ්ඩාරගම Speedbay ධාවන පතේ. පැය 12ක් එක දිගට ධාවනයේ යෙදිය යුතුයි. ඔබට මේ රූපදසුන් දැක ගන්නට පුළුවන්. බොහොම ආස්වාදනීය තරඟ රටාවක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට නවක ධාවකයන් යොමු කරන මුහු කරන තරඟ රිද්මයක් තමයි මේ කාටින් තරඟ රටාව තුළ දැකන්න ලැබෙන්නේ. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවෙන් ලෝකීය නම ගෙනියන ශ්‍රී ලංකීය නාමය ගෙනියන ධාවකයන් අද දවසේදී අපිට හඳුනා ගැනීමට හැකියාව ලැබෙයි. මතකිනවා ජයන්ත රත්නායක මත අධ්‍යක්ෂතුමන් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් සමාගමේ එතුමන්ලාගේ දායකත්වය තමයි මේ ක්‍රියාන්විතය ක්‍රියාකාරකම අපූර්වට සිදු කරන්නට මඟ පාදා දෙන්නේ. ජයන්ත රත්නායක මහත්තයා පැය 12ක් එක දිගට ධාවනයේ යෙදිය යුතුයි. අපූර්ව අත්දැකීමක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට.
ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් මේක ලොකුම අත්දැකීමක්. විශේෂයෙන් මම මේ ගැන කියා ගන්න ඕනේ. මොකද හේතුව මේ සමාගමේ අධිපති ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මැතිතුමාගේ සංකල්පයක් මත බිහි කරපු මෙම කාටින් මහා තරඟාවලි ස්ථානයේ නැත්නම් අපි කියන කාටින් සර්කිට් එක බණ්ඩාරගම ඇත්තටම අද තරුණ ලංකාවේ තරුණ අයගේ තරුණ හැකියාව නැත්නම් ක්‍රීඩා කටයුතු ඉහළ නැංවීමට සඳහා ජාත්‍යන්තරව තරඟ කරුවන් නැත්නම් රියදුරන් සහ තරඟෙන් මුහුණ දෙන තරුණ පරම්පරාව ගොඩනැගීම සඳහා මේ බණ්ඩාරගම කාඩි සර්කිට් එක ක්‍රියාත්මක වීම සම්බන්ධව මම හිතන්නේ අපි හරිම ආඩම්බර වෙන සමාගමක් විදියට ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් සමූහ ව්‍යාපාරි විදියට මේ වගේ රටාවක් ලංකාව තුළ බිහි කරලා ජාති අන්දර තරඟකරුවන් බිහි කිරීමට අපිටත් අවස්ථාවක් ලැබීම සම්බන්ධව විශේෂයෙන්ම අපි මේ හම්බෙන්නේ මම හිතන්නේ මේ අවුරුදු දෙවෙනි වතාවට ඔයගොල්ලෝ මතක ඇති ඊය ජූලි මාසයේ අපි දැන් පැය 6ක මේ වගේ වටයක් පැවැත්වුවා. ඉතා සාර්ථක විදියට සාර්ථක වුණා. අද ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පේනවා ඇති එදාට වඩා වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයකට පැය 12ක් උදේ 9ට පටන් ගත්තම රෑ 9 වෙනකන් තාමත් ආශ්චර්ය විදියට අද තරඟකරුවන් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා. ඔයාලට පේනද තරඟ විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් අද මේ ඉන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ හරිම සතුටින් ඉන්නේ. මොකද පැය 12ක මම හිතන ඊළඟට ඒගොල්ලෝ බලන්න ඇත්තට පැය 24ක අවද්ද වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඒකත් අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන වැඩි කාලෙ යන්න ඉස්සර පැය 24ක් දුවන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රමයක් අපිට අද කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් මේ කාටින් එක තුලින් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩා කරුවන්ට නැත්නම් කරායට දෙන්න පුළුවන් උපරිම මේක අපිට මේ සමාගම විසින් ලබා දෙන්න. විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ සම්බන්ධව මේ කාටින් සම්බන්ධව මේ කාටින් සමාගමට සම්බන්ධ නිලධාරීන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ පේනවා ඇති සෙනසුරාදා ඉරිදාදා පොයිද නිවාඩු බලන්නේ නැත. කැපවීමක් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ කැපවීමෙන් වැඩ කරනවා. ඒ හේතුව මේ ඔක්කොම සමාගමේ නිලධාරීන් ඒගොල්ලොන්ට ඕනේ මෙන්න මේ තරුණ අය යොමු කරන්න ජාත්‍යන්තර තලයට. ඒක තමයි මේ සමාගමේ අරමුණ. මම හිතන්නේ අපි යම් විදියකින් දේශීය සමාගමක් විදියට ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් සමූහ ව්‍යාපාරය අද රටේ ජාත්‍යන්තර තලයට දෙන්න පුළුවන් දායකත්වය මේ තුලින් ලබා දීලා තියෙනවා කියන එක මම සතුටින් කියන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම අද දින මම අවසාන වශයෙන්ම අද දින මෙම තරඟාවලිය සඳහා ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්න සීලම තරඟකරුවන්ට සුබවතනවා. හැබැයි අද සමහරක් වෙලා ජයග්‍රහණය කරයි. හැබැයි ජය නොකර ඉන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි මතක තියාගන්න තව මේ වගේ තරඟාවලිය තියෙන නැවත පුහුණු වෙන්න නැවත එන්න අද ගියාට කමක් නැහැ. නැවත වෙලා පුහුණු වෙලා ඉතුරු පැය 24 ඊළඟට එන පැය 24 තරඟාවලියට සූදානම් වෙන්න කියලා ඉස්සෙන බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
එහෙම යන්න දෙන්න බෑ. පළවෙනි ප්‍රශ්නෙම පැනලා යන්න හැදුවේ. එහෙම දෙන්න බෑ යන්න. දැන් ජයන්තනායක අධ්‍යක්ෂතුමනි බොහොම අපූර්ව සුන්දර පරිසරයක් අපිට දැක් ගන්න ලැබෙනවා. මනරම් පරිසරයක්. ආශ්වාදජනක හැඟීමක් මතුවෙනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම තමන්ගේ මනස විඩාව නිවා ගන්නට මේ ස්ථානයේ බොහොම අපූර්ව තෝතැන්නක්. බොහොම ලස්සනට පරිසරයක් සකස් කර තිබෙනවා. බොහොම අපූර්ව ධාවන පතයක් සකස් කර තිබෙනවා. නවක ධාවකයන්ට තමන්ගේ රිද්මයට රියදුරු එහෙම නැත්නම් ධාවකෙක් විදියට තමන්ගේ සමය පෙන්වන්නට බොහොම අපූර්ව තැනක් බවට පත් වෙනවා. දැන් ලංකාව පුරාම සිටිනා වූ ධාවකයන් මෝටර් රථ ධාවන තරගයන් සඳහා සුදුසුකම් ලබන සූදානම් වන ධාවකයන් මේ ආයතනයත් එක්ක ඔබ ආයතනයත් එක්ක මේ ධාවන පතයත් එක්ක අත්වල් බෙදගෙන නේද ඉන්නේ?
ඇත්තෙන්ම මොකද හේතුව ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා ඇති ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් සමූහ ව්‍යාපාරයේ රටට යමක් දෙන්නේ ඉතාමත් හොඳට ගුණත්වය ගැන බලලා නැත්නම් ක්වොලිටිය ගැන නැත්නම් විකිණීම් පසු සේවා සම්බන්ධව අපි සෑම දෙයක් ගැනම සැලකිලිමත් වෙනවා. විශේෂයෙන් අපේ බජාජ් මෝටර් සයිකල්, සෝලා, ස්පෙයා පාර්ට්ස් සහ අනිකුත් වාහන සම්බන්ධ අපි හැම දෙයක් කරත් අපි හරි දෙයට ක්වොලිටි එක නැත්නම් හරිවැරේම ආප්ලිකේෂන් සර්විස් එක විකිණීම් පසු සේවා ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන ආයතනයක්. ඒ වගේම මේ කාටින් පරිපතේ හදලා තියෙන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැක්ක සුන්දර පරිසරයක. මොකද හේතුව මම හිතන්නේ රියදුරන් දහවණය කරන්න ගියාම රියදුරන්ට තියෙනවා විශේෂයෙන්ම රියදුරන් දහවණය කරන්න ගියාම ඔයගොල්ලෝට දකින්න ඇති රියදුරන්ට අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා හැම දෙයක්ම සම්බන්ධ පරිසරයත් එක්ක ලැඳෙන්න. එතන පරිසරයත් එක්ක ලැඳෙන්න ඕන විදිහට තමයි සමහරක් වෙලාවට අපි ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන්නේ. ඒ පරිසරයත් එක්කම කරන වෙදී මේ පරිසරයට අනුරූප විදිහට තමයි මෙම ස්ථාන හදලා තියෙන්නේ. මොකද මේ කාටින් එක මම හිතන්නේ ලෝකයේ තියෙන හොඳම ප්‍රොමිතීන් වලට නැත්නම් ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් වලට යොමු කරලා තමයි මේ කාර්ය සර්කිට් එක හදලා තියෙන්නේ. මොකද මම දන්නවා මිස්ටර් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මගේ චෙයාර්මන් ප්‍රෙසිඩන්ට් සහ මේ ආයතනයේ සභාපති රෝහන් නිසානායක මහතා සහ සියලුම අධ්‍යක්ෂ මණ්ඩල හැම වෙලෙම කතා කරන්නේ ක්වොලිටි එක නැත්නම් ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක. එන ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් මේන්ටේන් කරන්න තමයි අපි මේ ආයතනයේ මේ ස්ථානය පවත්වන්නේ. පරිසරය පවා ආරක්ෂා කර පරිසරයට හානියක් නොකර හොඳ දහවැකියන්ට මනසෙන් සතුටු වෙලා කරන්න පුළුවන් පරිපතයක් තමයි ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් නැත්තම් සම්මතයන්ට අනුකූල තමයි මේක මේක තමයි ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්නේ. ඒ අනුව ගත්තොත් අපි මේ ප්‍රොඩක්ට් පව උදාහරණ වලට මේ ඇඩ්වර්ටයිස් වගේ මේ අපි ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් මේවා තමයි ඇත්තටම කියනවා නම් මේවෙන් අපිට මේ වුණත් අපි වාහන වලට ලබා දෙන හොඳම ක්වොලිටි එක.
මම අහන්නමයි හිටියේ ජයන්ත රත්නායක මහත්මයා. දැන් පළවෙනි දේ ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකත්වය. ව්‍යවසායකයෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය අභිමානයක් සපිරුණු ව්‍යවසායකත්වයක්. බොහෝ පිරිසකට රැකියා අවස්ථා උදා කර දෙන ඒ පිරිස ජීවත් කරවන සමාගම. ලෝක අනන්‍යතාවය සහ ඒ මට්ටම් තත්වයන් වලට අනුකූලව ක්‍රියාත්මක වන දාවන පදයක්. ඔබතුමාගේ සමාගම ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් සමාගම මේ විට කොහොමද ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය අභිමානී ඉස්සරහට ගෙනියන්න ක්‍රියා කරන්නේ? මොන වගේ දේවල්ද මේ දාවන පදයෙන් පැහැරට ගිහින් සමාගම තුළ ක්‍රියාවට නැගෙන්නේ?
ඒ කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි මෙම අපේ ආයතන මම ඔයාලට නැවතත් කියනවා මේ සමාගම විශේෂයෙන්ම ප්‍රොඩක්ට් එකක් නැත්තම් ඒක අංශයකට සීමා වෙන්නේ නැහැ. සමහරක් අයට පුළුවන් අපි උදාහරණයක් විදිහට මම හොඳම උදාහරණ මම දන්නේ මෝටර් ෆීල්ඩ් එක ගත්තොත් එම මේ මෝටර් ෆීල්ඩ් එකේ මෝටර් විහිකල් අපි ඇසෙම්බල් කරනවා නැත්නම් රිපෙයාර් කරනවා මේවා සම්බන්ධ තරුණයන්ට තියෙනවා වෙනම සමහරක්කියා සඳහා යොමු කරන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් තියෙනවා. ඒවටත් අපි යොමු කරලා තියෙන සමහරක් අය සම්බන්ධව. එතකොට මේ කටයුතු දිහා බලපුවම මොකද තේරෙන්නේ ඇති මේක පවා ඉන්නේ මෙම අපි තුමු මේගොල්ලෝ මේ කාටින් එකෙන් අද පුරුදු වෙන දේ මේගොල්ලෝ නෙන්න පුළුවන් ඊට පස්සේ ලෝකයේ තියෙන වෙන රෝද 4 වාහන වලට නැත්නම් ෆෝමියුලා තරග වලට යන්න පුළුවන්. මොනවාද වෙනත් ක්‍රීඩාවන් සඳහා වාහන සම්බන්ධ වෙන ක්‍රීඩාවට සම්බන්ධ යන්න පුළුවන්. ඒගොල්ලෝ වෙනවත් පුහුණු කරන්න පුළුවන්. පුහුණු වෙලා යන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට අපිට අරමුණ වෙන්නේ අපිට කියන්න ඕනේ මේගොල්ලෝ අදිතාලම දැක්කේ මේ යනමයි කාටින් වලින් නම් මේ අදිතාලම ගත්තේ. ගිහිලා ලෝකේ ජය ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ෆෝමියුලා තරග වලින් ෆෝමියුලා තරග වෙන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒක ලොකු දෙයක්. ඒක හොඳම උදාහරණයක් තමයි ඔයගොල්ලෝ දක්වන්නේ ඇති අපේ සමාගමේ මේ අධ්‍යක්ෂවරයෙක් කරගෙන ඉෂාන් පීරිස් මහතා අද ජාත්‍යන්තර විසින් මේ කාටින් එකෙන් පුරුදු වෙලා පොඩි කාටින් පුරුදු වෙලා අද ජාත්‍යන්තර ගිහිලා ෆෝමියුලා තරග වලින් නැත්තම් රෝද 4 වාහන වලින් තරගාවලින් ජයග්‍රහණය කරලා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට අභිමානයක් ගේනවා. එතුමාට පුළුවන් නම් අනිත් අයට කරන්න බැරියයි. හැමෝටම පුළුවන් මෙතෙන් එන්න පුහුණු වෙන්න ධාවනය කරන්න තමන්ගේ අභිමානය හදාන්න ලෝකෙට ගිහිල්ලා තමන්ගේ හැකියාවන ලංකාවට අභිමානයක් ගෙනත් දෙන්න. ඒක තමයි මට කියන්න තියෙන්නේ.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි ජයන්ත රත්නායක අධ්‍යක්ෂතුමනි. බොහොම අපූර්ව කාර්යභාරයක්, බොහොම අපූර්ව කාර්යභාරයක්. මෙතනින් තමයි ධාවන පතේට අත්පොත් තබන්නේ. කාටින් එකෙන් පටන් ගන්නවා ෆෝමියුලා දක්වා යන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම ගියපු අය ඉන්නවා. ඉෂාන් පීරිස් තවත් කෙනෙක්. ඒ වගේ ගොඩක් අය ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ඉන්නවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකීය ජාතික දජයත් එක්ක ජාත්‍යන්තර තරගයක් නියෝජනය කරන්න අත්පොත් තබන්න හොඳම තැන තමයි මෙතන. ඉතින් මේ එන්ඩුරන්ස් පැය 12ක බොහොම විශ්මිත ධාවන කර්තව්‍යයක් මේ ක්‍රියාවට නැගුණු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අපූර්ව අත්දැකීමක්. අපි නැවතත් යමු වෙනවා ඔබ වෙත තරගයත් එක්ක එකතු වෙන්න.
Right, and welcome back. Live stream of the first ever Speedbay. First time a kart race like this is being held, as we just see a kart entering the pits. Mac 1 Racing. So Mac 1 is now in pits as we stay with this battle. So what we're witnessing right now is Cisco Labs sort of holding up St. Thomas's College. So St. Thomas's College still leading the race, although on track. Cisco's in front, but they will be another lap behind very shortly, and that has allowed Tinuka from Cartman to get in front of St. Thomas's College. That is going to be a little bit of a headache for St. Thomas's College. They haven't lost too much time. They're both still stuck behind Cisco Labs. So, like I said early on in the broadcast, no blue flag, so Cisco Labs is not obligated to jump out of the way. But now both leading carts going through, but there has been a change in position for the lead of the race. That is now Flash Squad. Flash Squad is leading the race now. Tinuka Wijaratna leading the way for Flash Squad. As we have a beautiful drone shot of the action. 13 carts on track, 12 carts on track today. As we see the leading pair battling very, very close. St. Thomas's College once again has just managed to get back into the lead. It's a long race. We're still only about 50 minutes in, but the pit stop window has started to open. Melon, over to you.
Yeah, along with that, Sam, there seems to be a few rules and regulation changes this time around, hasn't there been?
Yes, there are. So for the 12-hour endurance, if you were with us for the 6-hour endurance, which happened a few months ago, you'll know that the heaviest driver had to complete 2 non-consecutive stints last time out. This time, the heaviest driver has to complete 4 non-consecutive stints. And each stint has to be a minimum of 30 minutes each. So that's going to add another element of strategy. In addition to that, the teams have now been given 2 sets of dry tires and 2 differing compounds. Now, they can opt to run all the way on either of those compounds, or they can push on the mediums and then switch over to the hards, or they could have started on the hards. I believe all the teams opted to start on the mediums, though, because there was a bit of testing on Thursday, and they found that the hards were about 1.5 seconds slower than the mediums. So I think most teams wanting to capitalize on their starting position would have started on the medium tires. But yeah.
Yeah, it seems the better choice of tire to me as well. And along with it, going long on the mediums, just make sure that, okay, the hards may be there for the rear end of the endurance itself. And there have been a few changes in positions as well. So, Maidens has moved up all the way up to 9th. That was with the pit stops that were taking place of Tataki Racing, Cisco Labs and Mach 1 as well. And Team LME have been securing 8th place so far, and they've been going ahead. And Avishkar seems to have recovered from that spin that he had earlier.
Yep, so we saw Spark Racing come together in the first corner a little bit earlier. That's the thing, a lot of these teams seem to be battling each other in the early hours of this race, the early hour of this race even. But it's going to be very tough for them to sustain this pace for the entirety of that 12 hours. Other teams we've seen taking a bit more of a measured approach, so they're going to go for consistency. They're going to go being a bit more gentle on the kart. I'm sure a few teams are planning to try and stretch the mediums out for the entire 12 hours, which is a bit of an unknown, but it's a bit of a gamble. But if you can save even 5 minutes in a pit stop, that could make all the difference at the end of this race.
Indeed, and we saw that a lot in the 6-hour endurance, along with the wet race, which brought a big change in the pits, as well as on the field, with Seshan leading at the beginning, along with around a 7-lap. Yeah, along with the 7-lap lead, and thereby, within the pits, it was a major change in the field, and thereby leading was Thiago along with ACBT Racing, but they seem to be not here this time around, and we will truly miss them around this time. But there have been quite a few battles going on track, along with the drone shot we just saw earlier.
Yeah, it's great to see, and yeah, like you said, this championship is actually wide open because, like you said, Team ACBT, who won the first round, is not here, and they're not competing for the second round of this championship. So yeah, I mean, when you look at the long game, there were 3 rounds to the championship. This is the second round, so we're literally halfway through the endurance racing season. It could be anyone's guess who is going to emerge victorious at the end of those 3 rounds. And I think that's another, I mean, you have consistency throughout the 6 or the 12 hours that these races are, and you also need to maintain consistency in the championship as well. Like, for example, Team ACBT winning first off, getting maximum points, but now they're not here, and that opens the door for second place team, which I believe was Flash Squad last time, and Max and Mesh in third. So those are the 2 teams that we want to look out for in the championship. Max and Mesh was second, in fact, and Flash Squad was third. But yeah, those are the teams that are going to be taking this very seriously, looking at it from a championship perspective, an overall perspective, as we now head into the 51st minute of this race. Yeah, it's
And
interesting
it
to
seems
see.
to be that Maxim Mesh has moved up a position into 3rd place, and Octane Racing has dropped into 5th. And Saurika seems to be holding on to 4th, sorry.
Right, so we are now about to hand over to... We're about to hand over to the pits, where we have the A Sri Lankan race.
Special guest, Dilanta Malagamuwa. Hi, sir. How are you doing, sir?
Good, thank you.
Sir, just a few questions, sir. What are your thoughts on this challenge? This is one of the first for the motorsports world, sir. This is a 12-hour endurance challenge. What are your thoughts, sir? Just run us through your thoughts.
I think it's a super event, and I mean, it's ideal for the youngsters coming up, and it's a very good experience. And checking your stamina and your stability and all your focus. So a 12-hour race is a very difficult one to do, but I think the kids here have got a really good chance. I mean, I should always thank Mr. David Pires for putting his up together and the team. So I think, I mean, like even most of the parts of the world, it's very difficult to find a 12-hour endurance race. So I think with all these facilities here, it's going to be a really good event.
Sir, also, you being a past racer, sir, the audience would like to know, what your thoughts or what your past was like. Was it just like this, or, where did you used to race and stuff like that?
I still race in the European Championship, and I have raced all over the world. And unfortunately, we still don't have a circuit here for proper car racing. So, I mean, at least as I told you, we have got this beautiful circuit here. So this has given a lot of chances for the youngsters. So this is the grassroots, entry into motorsports. So as I told you, I have raced all over the world, still racing. So I think this is the best place for, we have got a good chance now to, build. We have a lot of good talent in Sri Lanka, and they didn't have a place to show. And now I think we have this place. So I think we can get a lot of good talent in the future, and we might build a lot of good drivers in the future.
So just to add on to that, you also own a racing team, is that correct? It's called the Django Red Team, I believe. Do you have anything that you want to do, like expand the team or do anything with the team?
Yes, I started my own team in 2007 because I was driving for different teams, and sometimes you don't get to do your 100% performance when you are controlled by someone. So I thought of having my own team, and then we have won championships around the world. But the last few years I've been racing for different teams in Europe because it's not easy to have your own team in Europe. It's very costly. But I'm planning to. I think the first thing we have to do is to build a proper international circuit in Sri Lanka. So that's our main target. And that's what I'm planning to do. Hopefully within the next 2-3 years, we might be able to build a circuit here. And then with our team, when we have some good drivers, coming up drivers, we might be able to work with them together to take them to international racing.
Also, I guess another question I would add on to that is, has there ever been a challenge where, a 6-hour endurance or 12-hour endurance challenge that you have also participated in? And, what are your thoughts on that as well?
I've done many endurance races around the world. I have won like the Japan 24 hours. I won it 3 times, and then the Bathurst race, I finished second overall. And I have done like the Malaysia 12-hour race, Dubai 24-hour races, a lot around the world. So I have a lot of experience with that. And yes, now I don't. I mean, although they were endurance races, right now they have become sprint races. All these 12 hours or 24 hours, they're all pushing really hard to change a lot. So it's also becoming a sprint endurance.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Now we'll be passing on to Akane and Suhaswan Damage over to the commentary box.
Right, that was, of course, the legendary Sri Lankan racer, Dilantha Malagamua, an endurance racer in his own right. Not usually seen karting, but that just shows how karts like this are, I mean, they are the bedrock and the grassroots level of all forms of motorsport. It doesn't matter whether you're experienced driving Lamborghinis and Porsches and Mercedes, as what Dilantha has most recently been known for on the world stage. You can still have fun and you can still be competitive in these go-karts. And that's, I mean, Melon, being able to say, being part of this race, and all of these drivers are going to be able to say they've raced on the same track in the same race as Dilantha Malagamua. That's a really, really big achievement for all these drivers to be able to claim, right?
That indeed. If it was me, yeah, I would definitely take the privilege and honor of driving on the same track as Dilantha Malagamu has been driving on, and he has made Sri Lanka come up to a position that it is right now in terms of racing, as well as Ishan has also been doing the same, along with he has been doing major improvements towards the track as well as major improvements in terms of his career, and bringing Sri Lanka to a place in racing that we were not at before. But along with that, there have been quite a few moves that has been happening.
Absolutely. So we're now looking at the battle for the lead still. Ryan Goodwin in the he's out front. They started on pole, St. Thomas's College. They're still out in front. They're going to be very happy about that. Flash Squad seems to have dropped back a little bit. They haven't pit yet. Octane Racing in third also have not pit yet. Ayush Bandar for Max and Mesh yet to pit, I believe. So now we're just seeing Cartman come out. That's Ryan Pereira for Cartman, the DPMC fielded team that's taking part. And we also see a pit stop. I believe that is Octane Racing in the first one. They're trying to restart that kart. It's a little bit tricky for them. It's a little bit tricky. They've just put the choke, but they have to wait. They have to wait for the other cars to come out. But otherwise, a clean stop for them. They've done their driver change, refuel. Later on in the race, we will be seeing some pit stops as well where the tires are changed. So we have two types of tire changes. We have the front tire changes, which you'll be changing the left tire from the right and vice versa, basically to even out the wear, because this is a clockwise track, so that outside, that left front tire is being put under a lot of stress over these 12 hours. So to even that out, some of the teams will be asked to, all the teams have been asked to swap the front two tires, and we might see some four-wheel pit stops as well. Either if it rains, all the teams will be required to switch onto slicks. But right now it looks like it's going to be sunny, so they might come in for a four-wheel pit stop where they want to change compounds, and they'll be given a brand new, fresh set of hard tires. Now, most of these guys are running the medium tires. Medium compound is a bit softer than the hards, so you have a bit more grip, but because of that, the wear rates are a bit higher. Melon, if you were racing right now, which would you want to have started the race on, the mediums or the hards?
In terms of a personal preference, I would like to have a much more stronger start, so I would go with the mediums, to be honest with you. Because along with what you said of the 1.5 second lap time change along with the hards, I would rather have a stronger start and see how the race goes along with the opportunities, whether it may be a wet race that would come ahead or even with a safety car that can come out. Whatever that may be, I would rather have a stronger start than just miss out on an opportunity right at the beginning.
Yeah, I think that's what most of the teams. I know my team, Team LME, decided to do that as well. So we're on the medium compound. We might even try and stretch that out. but it all depends on the lap times. All the team managers are going to be monitoring the lap times to see how the drivers are performing. There's two things here, really. There's tire wear and there's also driver stamina. Once you start to see the driver start to drop off the cliff in terms of lap times, it might be time to bring them in. But you also have to manage the number of pit stops. Now, I believe the best way to do this kind of race is to minimize the time that you spend in the pits, because this is a very short track. It's a 40. When you compare it to a car track, you're talking about 41 seconds. So 41 seconds is a lot of laps that you could lose if you're stationary in the pits for 2 or 3 minutes. As we have this beautiful drone shot, you can see teeming with activity the track. At every corner there's a kart on the track. 12 karts spread out, all going to be running for the next 12 hours. In fact, we're already 1 hour into this race, so we have 11 hours to go. And this is, of course, Sri Lanka's first and longest karting endurance race ever held. Once again, huge thanks to Speedbay for putting this on, getting this together, rallying up all the teams, and of course the Ceylon Motorsports Club, the CMSC, who are out here marshalling with 2 shifts for the marshals. It's going to be a really tough day for them as well, having to stand in the sun and possibly the rain later on for a long time. But no, don't worry, they're being taken care of very graciously by the management here. Their welfare has been well looked into, and big thank you to everyone behind the scenes that are making sure that this event is going smoothly. Right, so a quick update. We're currently on lap 82. We have Ryan Gunawanda, and he's leading from Shakti Gunasekara. Andrew Senaratna for RHC Racing is now in 3rd place. Jeffrey Salahin is in 4th place for Spark Racing. Octane Racing is in 5th. Mach 1 Racing 6th. Cartman 7th. Max and Mesh 8th. Totachi Racing 9th, and we have Shard Sabri in 10th for Team LME. A little bit further behind them, we have Cisco Labs, and then we have the Iron Maidens bringing up the rear of the field so far in 12th place, but don't count them out just yet. Like I said, you just need luck to be in your favor, and things could change dramatically when it comes to the pit stops and for the rest of the race. It is a really, really long race. Goes without saying that we can't... bets are off at this point. Yes, St. Thomas's College have been putting in a phenomenal job at the front, but it just takes one mechanical glitch, one pit stop failure. Anything that could happen may happen, and this is endurance racing. Anything that can happen will happen, generally speaking. So let's see how the next few hours are going to go. Right, Melon, I'm going to hand over to you. I'm going to head to the pits and check on my team, but I'm sure I'll be back, and I'll be back with you in just a little bit. Over to you.
And that was Sam Smith for you, ladies and gentlemen. And along with that, the race is continuing as per usual. Ryan leading, and he has overtaken Mach 1 again as a lap out car, and he is trailing Team LME.
This is around the 80th lap now. Things are starting to get... The speed is picking up now.
Yeah, and there seems to be a brilliant drone shot which has been happening on, and thereby it seems to me that, and Ryan has been letting go of Mach 1. That means that he is coming into the pits.
We see all the other racers continuing on with the race.
Yeah, it does need to be mentioned, Ms. Akin, that there are 4 mandatory pit stops that needs to be happening throughout this race, and they have been given their time slots each, and the team needs to adhere to this for one, mainly to not get penalized, because there will be a 4 lap deduction in their lap count towards the end of the race. Otherwise, they would need to fulfill these tire changes and pit stops or driver changes and get the team in a much more positive manner to finish the race on a positive note as well. And there goes Shakti from the last corner. Yes, Shakti racing for Flash Squad Racing, and he is quite a veteran around this track. He has been racing here for quite a while, and he is indeed an X30 driver as well. So he does know this track quite a lot, as well as he would use his experience throughout the stint as well as. And the driver change for St. Thomas's College has been Adam Junaid.
Adam Junaid is he's, I believe, 15 years of age, youngest driver in the team today. He's been racing for St. Thomas's College for about 2 years now. This is his second endurance test.
As we are past the first hour of racing, there have been all the driver changes have taken place because it was a mandatory pit stop. Along with that, Adam Junaid for St. Thomas's College, Shakti for Flash Squad Racing, Jeffrey Salihin for Spark Racing, Angelo Senaratna for RHC, and Sachit Fernando for Octane Racing. Sachit being quite a veteran as well, racing 10 years plus at this circuit and having his own experience along with it, as well as he has been part of the ACBT racing team last endurance, and this time around he has switched the teams. But I'm sure he is giving it his best.
Everybody seems to be holding their positions. It's quite visible that everybody is competitive with each other. The heat of the rivalry is catching on. Seems to be a distance between St. Thomas's College and Flash Squad. Adam Junaid retaining his spot on the track. Probably the most youngest driver on the track right now. However, Flash Squad is catching up.
Of 91 laps.
From this drone shot, we can tell all the racers are giving it their best shot.
And along with that drone shot, as you may see, the track is situated at a brilliant place, and along with it, look at the environment. It's just surrounded with just the lake across, as well as And this drone shot is doing an excellent service towards the track's situation.
Adam Junaid maintaining his spot.
Team LME has switched places from 11th to 9th place.
In third place is Jeffrey Salihin. He has been maintaining this place from Spark Racing. He has been maintaining his place and is in steady speed along with Flash Squad and St. Thomas's College. In fourth place, Angelo Senaratne from RHC Racing. Octane Racing in fifth. Mac1 Racing in sixth. Cartman in seventh. Maxon Mesh in eighth. In ninth place, Team LME. Cisco Labs in 10th place. 11th place, Iron Maidens and Tutaki Racing in 12th place. Many improvements seem to be occurring over the course of this match. Over the course of this race, many improvements seem to be occurring in terms of the positions of the drivers as well as gain in speed. All the cars seem to be simply just a blur of color flashing by. I possibly couldn't imagine just being in the driver's seat, driving at such a speed. Must be quite an exhilarating experience for each and every one of these drivers here today.
The 98th lap of the 12-hour endurance championship here at Bandaragam. All the teams have done their mandatory pit stop and they have changed their drivers.
So far, there's been no alternate. So far, there's been no alternating positions or no alteration in the positions of the drivers so far. However, this is quite a long championship. The duration of it, of course, is 12 hours. So we've yet to see who would secure the victory today here at Bandaragama Racing Circuit.
It's currently the 100th lap.
Adam Junaid holding his own. Flash squad keeping close company to St. Thomas's College. This has been the case the whole race so far, with Flash squad and St. Thomas's College in the lead. Spark Racing close behind Flash squad. RHC Racing in 4th, and 5th is Sachit Fernando. From Octane Racing. It is currently the 101st lap so far during the race. We're watching the carts flash by us. It's almost straight out of a movie scene. This close-in shot shows the racers coming in during the 104th lap. Adam Junaid seems to be maintaining his spot. The positions of all the drivers have not changed except for Octane Racing, who has moved up a spot. They are in 4th place now, with RHC Racing down at 5th.
And as you all can see, it's very it's shining and it's very bright, and all of the race enthusiasts are with us, and I think it's a great day for all young racers and upcoming racers as well. And it's a big day for us as well, because it's the first 12-hour endurance race that's happening, and yeah, looking for a good day ahead.
Now, in addition to the beautiful karting track that we have here at Bandaragama, there's also an amazing water park that we have right over there. What do you have to say about this water park? Are there any thoughts of expansion and things that you might want to elaborate about?
As you all know, we are having the race at Speedbay at Pearl Bay, right? So Pearl Bay is a venture that is the only European certified karting track and a water park in Sri Lanka, right? So as you can see behind us, it's the water park, which is built to European certifications and standards. And we do a lot of events for staff events as well, where we can host up to 3,000 packs, right? And also it's a place for families to come and enjoy, and also for these big corporates to have their time. And addition to that, addition to the water park karting track, we have an archery range and an air rifle shooting range as well. And we have newly introduced something called Wellness Bay, which is a spa therapeutic session. place where people can come and enjoy. So it's a fun-filled venue, different activities, different activities for a family. So we cater to families of any age and any person. So it's not a place for only kids; it's for adults as well. So it's a full day of fun and activities.
Now, are there any ideas of expansion that you might want to tease to the audience that they might not already know about?
So as you all know, we have extension for Speedbay at Port City as well, which is Speedbay at Port City. Other than that, at the moment, we are confined to this space and we are trying to make our USPs even better, cater to a much wider audience. We have introduced different payment schemes, different discounts and all those things to make our customers very easy to pay and enjoy the day. So at the moment we are trying to give this experience to the wider audience. So at the moment this that.
Now, is there anything about the karting track that you want to talk about, considering that we had recent renovations happening over the past few years that completely upscaled the karting track from what it was around 5-10 years ago?
Yes, so as you can see, we have newly introduced our restaurants. We have upscaled most of our facilities for our drivers and for our customers as well. So this is the largest track in Sri Lanka and also in Southeast Asia. So it's about 1.2 kilometers. And we are equipped to handle even international races as well. So and also the experience that all our customers and guests are getting is unique because we have well-trained staff, well-trained pit crew and all that. And also we do host a lot of races. We have been hosting a couple of races this year as well, and we plan to host in the future as well. And also the main interest of ours is to make that racing culture in Sri Lanka, and we want to uplift young adults as yourself as well to come and race and enjoy.
Thank you, sir. I won't keep you much longer. Now over to our boys in the commentary box, to Aken and Suhaswin. Thank you.
Right, and we are back to the live action. Currently following Adam Junaid, who has taken over from Ryan Gunawanda in the St. Thomas's College lead kart so far. They're still in the lead. Flash Squad still in second, but now a lap down, so I can only assume something happened in the pits. No, 2 seconds off. So they're 2 seconds off, but Sachit Fernando for Octane Racing appears to be 2 laps down. We're already on a lap 111. Right, so we're going to have a look at some of the other battles up and down the field now. So as soon as we get some action on that, I will be able to tell you what's happening. Right, so now we have an incredible battle here. I believe that is Octane Racing fighting with RHC. So that's Angelo Senaratna chasing down Sachit Fernando, and behind them is Mach 1 Racing. All of these cars are on the same lap. And close behind them is Spark Racing. So 4 carts all on the same lap, all within milliseconds of each other. This is going to be another great battle. Right, so now these teams need to balance a lot of things. They have to manage their tires, they have to manage fuel, they have to ensure that these carts make it to the end of the race. They don't want to get penalties either for bumping or weaving unnecessarily. And all 4 teams doing an amazing job. 4 teams following in unison, bumper to bumper. But you can tell they're just looking for an opportunity to take and make an overtake, looking for the smallest, slightest of mistakes. As we see a Spark moving out of the slipstream, and that's Spark in 6th place as we focus on the pits now. So that is the team, that's Flash Squad Racing. So we have Tinuka there smiling away, and we move to the Cisco Labs. We have Ganandu Lakshan explaining some of the strategies, I'm sure, and he's going to put out a pit board to his driver to let him know what times he's setting and how long he needs to stay in the cart. Cisco Labs, Ministry of Fun, a corporate coming to support racing in Sri Lanka at the first ever 12-hour Speedbay Endurance Championship. Right now, back to the battle. Still very close. We have a fifth cart trying to join the party by the looks of things. And little bit further back. Yep. We just following 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th places there. So again, Octane Racing in 3rd, causing a little bit of a train right now, as we have cartmen who are a lap down, but they're also catching this. So they'll be looking at this opportunity to try and slipstream as much as possible. As we see a cart dive into the pits, I believe that was Mach 1 Racing. So we have we have a pit stop going on now, as we see the pit board for Maxon Mesh. Chenuk Kauder.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
where the heaviest driver of each team, so each team has to meet a minimum average weight of 70 kilograms. So that is basically to ensure there's a bit of parity between the carts, because these are low-powered carts, these are rental carts, so weight plays a big factor. So you have heavier drivers, naturally are slower than some of the lighter drivers. So to balance things, the team has to consist ideally of a mixture of heavy and lighter drivers. If you don't meet that minimum weight, then additional weights are added to the cart as ballast. So in such a case like that, but to stop teams from just running the heaviest driver for like a very short half-an-hour stint, the heaviest driver has to run a minimum of 4 non-consecutive stints, which means they have to come in, switch with another driver, and then maybe get back out again in another hour or 2 hours' time. So that stops teams from just using like one heavy driver just for a short time and then focusing on their lighter drivers.
But then how does that strategy work like in that case? How would a team opt to optimize the time in the cart and manage the weights of the drivers and
That's a very tricky one. So right now we can see on screen we have Cisco Labs.
Yeah.
So what you can see now is one of the mandatory pit stops. So I believe the first mandatory pit stop window has opened up, and they are doing the front tire change. So what you're seeing now is the mechanics doing left to right tire change swaps. So what they're doing is they're taking the left tire and simply putting them on the right tire. Why is this? This is basically because, these carts are going to be running for a long time, and you're putting a lot of stress on the left-hand side of the tires, especially the tires that are turning, so that your front left, if they didn't keep swapping it over, you'd have a situation where the inside right tire has relatively a large amount of grip, whereas the outside tire has got worn off. So this is a way that is mandated to make sure that the tire wear between the two front tires is somewhat equal, and it also adds a great element of strategy. Now you just asked about like the strategy and stuff like this, so this is all part of it. You need to figure out which drivers are going to be better at which stints. So you have some drivers who are better at saving fuel, so maybe they can run for a longer time before they come back inside to the pits. And then you have some drivers who are light and fast, and you want to get them out when there's clean air, when there's a free track, just like F1, right?
Yes.
When you can undercut someone and then you come back out into free air. And you can see now the DPMC team refueling the cart. So this, of course, is handled by DPMC, so this is all mandated. They're going to fill that cart up to the brim, so that can roughly run for another hour before it has to come in again.
So basically these teams have been working really hard for the past week or so, I assume.
Oh yeah.
These strategies sound very elaborate.
It is. I mean, being part of a team myself, I can tell you our managers and our strategists were up until the early hours of the morning, running different simulations, trying to figure out what's best for them. To give you a bit of an example, our team, LME Racing, is a much heavier team overall. Most of our drivers are over 70 kg. So that means we know that we're not going to win this race with outright speed.
Yes.
But we're going to aim for consistency and try and reduce our time in the pits. Now, other teams, for example, if we look at STC, St. Thomas's College, Adam Junaid currently in the lead. He's an exceptionally light driver. He must be about 50 kilograms wringing wet. So maybe even 40, 45. So
he's leading as
he's 56.
Yeah.
So I'm being told in my ear that he's 56 kilograms. So, and we have lighter drivers as well. I think there are some drivers who are about 40, 46. I think Chernuka at Maxton Mesh is one of the lightest drivers on the track as well. So then you have the opportunity to pit a few more times, and because you have that speed, you have that outright speed. If you're constantly setting 40, 41 seconds, under 41 seconds is ideal if you're a lightweight driver. So then you make up your speed on track rather than in the pits, or rather than with outright consistency.
So what, our spectators might be wondering, what's going on right now. Especially there's a very low time gap between 3 drivers, right?
Yeah.
So why don't we give a small update?
Right, so right now we have
Sachit Fernando and Angelo Senaratne, as well as Jeffrey.
Yes, we have. Right, so we're currently watching Cisco Labs. I'm just trying to figure out which.
So they're having close battle, right?
Yeah, there
Is it the same battle that's been going on for a while now?
I think so,
yeah.
Definitely. So this is the thing. When you're in a close battle, like what we've seen
Yeah.
here on screen right now. So yeah, that's right. So in front is cart number 9. Melon, who would that be? That would be Spark, right? Yeah. I believe that's cart number 9, Spark Racing in front. Then we have Octane Racing. We have Angelo from RHC Racing, and just behind him. Okay, so right. So what we're seeing here actually is Team LME in the mix, battling it with. So they are a lap down. So you see that Adopt Don't Shop cart. That's cart number 2. If you see cart number 2 there, so that cart is a lap down. So that cart needs to, I mean, maybe not move out of the way. He's not.
Unlap themselves.
So he's not. So in this race, there are no blue flags. So kart drivers are told, you have to manage your own race, and you have to know when to push, when to let off. So I think Shard is now trying to make up time, which is why he's trying to stick with this pack. So he's not directly in this fight. So this is gonna, maybe frustrate RHC Racing a little bit. Angelo Senaratne stuck behind them in that Sashasia branded cart there, because he will really want to get onto the back of Sachit Fernando in Octane Racing and Jeffrey Salehin, who is in third place with Spark Racing. So as you can see now, Octane Racing pushing, and he's really trying to fluster Jeffrey. Jeffrey, of course, also not the most, and I don't say this disparagingly, but he's not the most experienced. And what I mean by that is he's a newcomer to the circuit, really. He's only been racing for 2 or 3 years, but look at him. He's right at the front. He's holding his own. He has been able to soak up that pressure right now. So it just shows that no matter where you are in karting, you have the opportunity to come here and make a star of yourself at Speedbay. So Jeffrey, only a few years in comparison to Sachit Fernando, who has a lot more time under his belt racing, but very equally maxed, evenly matched right now, and both gonna go for that podium, I'm sure. So it's a tough one, Tiara. When you're battling like this, you don't want to fall back. You don't want to lose position, as we see a bit of weaving there from Spark, just trying to break the toe there, perhaps. They don't want any of these, they don't want to lose track position at all, but at the same time, they don't want to unnecessarily battle, because you're using more fuel.
True.
One thing, and you're also using tires. As if you're being more aggressive, if you're following another kart very closely, your tire is going to get much warmer. The heat is going to impact over this 12-hour stint. Now, for example, you were here for the kart fight, right?
Yeah.
About a month ago. So in the kart fight, it's just a 10-lap race, and you don't really have to worry about these kind of things. But when you're in a 12-lap race, as we can see, one of the teams signaling to Octane Racing, I think signaling to Sachit Fernando either to come in at the end of this lap. So the thing is, when this is spread out over 12 hours, you have to think about all these other smaller things like tire wear, how you're driving the kart. These karts are, at the end of the day, machines, and machines can break. If you drive them aggressively, they're not going to withhold that kind of abuse. All of these drivers have been told, it is a marathon, not a sprint. You need to be careful. As we see Octane going for the overtake there and making a very clean overtake. And oh no, that is Angelo Senaratne spinning out there. Looked a little bit unprompted. I think he just got a little bit unsighted by perhaps a early braking move by Team LME there. And it looked like Angelo Senaratne may have jumped on the brakes a little bit earlier there and just spun around. He's going to lose a few seconds out of that, but it's not the end of the day for him. Kart is still going. But yeah, now this battle is down between Octane Racing now in third and Spark Racing in fourth.
Okay, so Sam, this is the second round of the championship, right?
Yeah.
So what happened in the first round?
Right, so the first round was very different. First round was literally half the length of this, so 6 hours endurance. We have fewer drivers on the grid. A lot of teams opting to go for 4 driver setups rather than the 6 driver setups that we see the majority of the teams taking here. So last time out, it was a very weather-affected race.
Right.
We had monumental downpours in the middle. We even had a red flag period because the rain was so intense. But then once the rain eased off, we were given the let go, and we were all half of the race was completed in the wet, pouring rain, which was another very interesting challenge for the drivers. Now, for example, like I was saying, sometimes the heavier drivers may not have an advantage in these conditions, but in the wet conditions, heavy drivers definitely have a bit of
because they have more grip on the grip.
Exactly, you have more grip. You can shift your weight around in the cart, and you can carry a bit more momentum when it comes to that. So in the first round, it was actually won by Team ACBT. But interestingly, Team ACBT isn't taking part in the second round of the championship.
Oh, so it's not like a feeder series to the next round, if our spectators are wondering.
I mean, it is. There are many teams that are taking part, that did take part in the first round.
So do they get an advantage if they were leading in the first round?
Absolutely. So they got maximum points out. I believe that's 25 points for first place.
So something else our spectators might want to know is, do they have a point-based system, or whoever leading wins at the end of the day? Is that how it works?
So it's so the race will be won basically on number of laps. So whoever manages to complete the largest number of laps, and if you're on the same lap, whoever crosses the first lap crosses the last lap first once the countdown timer ends. So that will be the result of this race. And then those points will be added to the championship. So, for example, ACBT won last time, so they would have got 25 points.
Yes.
20 points would have gone to Team Max and Mesh, and third place, Flash Squad. So I believe that was 18 points there. So the championship battle is still going on. So most of these teams that have entered and finished well in the first round will be trying to capitalize on that in the second round, which is why they may not, at the end of the day, push for the outright win if they think there's a risk of losing it. Because they want to go for the championship at the end of the day. They really want to get the championship win as well as the race win.
So whoever manages to utilize their pit stops and their refills accordingly at the end of the day, and manages to get the most amount of laps on the resources that are given, manages to win, basically, right?
Exactly. Which is why...
Kind of speaks for itself, right?
Exactly.
Endurance.
Exactly. It is endurance. It's all about skill. And, we're looking at the drivers on track, but there's so much going on behind the scenes for all of these teams. Team managers are a massive part of this sport as well. A couple of teams, the team managers are even racing, but most teams, you'll have a separate team manager and maybe another strategist, and you have the mechanics as well. The mechanics are also where it's won and lost in the pits. So, whether they can quickly do those tire changes, lift the cart up, get the tires changed one to the other. So, yeah.
Yet another special guest with us here this morning. Hi, sir. We have the director of the David Pieris and Leisure, Mr. Nalinda Amul Tamage. Hi, sir. Sir, first question for you, sir, would be, what are your thoughts, sir? Now, this is one of the biggest challenges, I suppose, in the motorsport world, sir. I suppose this is also the first. Just run us through your thoughts, sir, on this.
Yeah, exactly. I think early this year, July, we had a 6 hours endurance race, which was very successful. And of course, for racers, it was a bit challenging race. Now, this is the 12-hour racing. And actually, the plan is to get it to the next level and go for the 24 hours race. 12 hours race actually is a bit challenging race, and it will improve the young racers, their stamina and their strategy. Everything will be tested, teamwork will be tested. I think this is a really good opportunity for all the young racers to step up and prove that the talent is there with us. So this is the facility, of course, made with a huge investment, I think, by the David Pieris group. We must thankful for them to putting up this facility together here. So this is I think, one of the greatest opportunity for young racers to come up and show their talent. And this will be a grassroots level entry for all the motorsport, international motorsport. There are many race drivers who have produced in the the race with our very own Eshan Piris, and this goes on to say. So then I think I'm also excited to see the result, but this is a great opportunity for all the young racers.
All right, so I guess another question that I would have is, as a director, sir, do you have any thoughts on expanding the track or doing anything new with the track or whatever it may be?
Of course, beyond the track expansion, I think this is for karting also. This is an international certified track, so we have all the facility at the moment as well. But beyond the track expansion, we are planning to actually hold another international race. In 2018, we held a X30 race, and it was an internationally recognized race. And now our plan is the next year to have another international race, X30 or another race that will give the opportunity for all the young racers to showcase their talent, and international race teams will also come here. So the facility is ready. Actually, this is now high time for us to get going with more international races. So that's our plan actually at the moment.
All right, so I guess my next question would be, now, as I stated before, this is also the first 12-hour endurance challenge. Will this also be the last, or is there more planning in the future to have another one?
Of course, this is not going to be the last. This is 12 hours, the next will be 24 hours, and we will continue this 12-hour race as well. So my plan is the group plan is to take these races into the next level. You will see in the future more frequent races organized by us, not only national level. Our plan is to go international, as I mentioned. We are planning to have another X30 international race as well in this location.
All right, so I guess my final question would be, as a director, do you have any plans for any new renovations? I guess the last time I came here, this place wasn't at all renovated, but now it's nicely done and renovated. So do you have any more ideas on how you can expand it maybe?
Definitely, as a David Pierce group, we have made a huge investment. It's not easy. Challenge staff, we must thank, as you mentioned, for the group putting up this huge investment here. Maintaining this is also a huge cost for us, but our objectives are go beyond the financials actually. So we have a commitment to the racing community. That's why we are putting up. Actually, we'll make further investment to improve the facility definitely in the future as well.
All right, thank you, sir. Now I will pass it on to Arcane and Suhaswin at the commentary box. Thank you.
Right, we are back with you for the Speedbay 12-hour Endurance Championship, the second round of the Endurance Championship 2024. First round, of course, completed a few months back, which was 6 hours, and now we have the 12 hours. And Tiara, this is the longest endurance race that Sri Lanka has ever seen. Exactly.
And St. Thomas's College is actually having a big advantage because they have a big time gap to the next cart, right?
Yeah, they do. 12 seconds now. As we see, I think that was cartmen peeling into the pits.
So they've been consistently maintaining this since morning?
Yes, because they qualified on pole. So St. Thomas's College soaking up all that pressure. As we see another spin, we see a spin from Team LME. They're stuck there, and you need a marshal to come and push them back, hopefully, and get them back into the race. As we cut away and we go to the drone shot to see what's happening. As Team LME there is stuck in the barriers. Very unfortunate for them. But there we have St. Thomas's College running strongly. Adam Junaid. Of course, his teammate Ryan Gunawanda, who qualified on pole and took the first stint. As we now wait to see what's happening at the first corner. Right, so there we have Team Max and Mesh. Yep, Team LME just have been pushed off and they're out of the pits. And we see Octane Racing doing their pit stop. This is their second pit stop and their first mandatory tyre change. So as we said before, that left and right tyre being swapped over between both.
So far, do we have any teams that actually had to DNF?
Not yet, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't have any. But it's always a risk. But if there's a problem with the cart, teams will be given the opportunity to switch to a spare cart, as our roving camera in the pits goes over to Team Cartmen, who are also doing their first mandatory pit stop, swapping the tires left to right, and I have no doubt they'll have a driver change as well. But yeah, DNF, hopefully we won't have any DNFs. If there is a case of a cart sort of failing or not being able to run, then there's a spare cart system in place. Right. So that spare cart will be taken out, and the teams will be able to they'll be allowed to change tires from their existing cart and put them onto the spare cart. But of course, you're going to lose a lot of time if you do that. So ideally, everyone wants to be careful about what happens there.
So we've switched to the pits again, right?
Yep, so now we're just seeing the refueling taking place. So an important part of this is that the driver cannot enter the cart before the fuel cap is secured. That is a safety reason. So if they do that, they get another penalty. I believe it's a 5 or a 10-second penalty for that. So now you see the mechanics putting the cap on, and then the driver would have got into the cart and sped off. Right. As we have another lovely drone shot, you can see the extent of this track. Beautiful track here down at Speedbay. We're racing at the North Circuit here. We're at Speedbay Bandar Gama at Pearl City. And it's great to see everyone out there. And yes, we do. And it looks like Adam Junaid is coming to the rear of that. Right, so we have what looks like Shad Sabri, who is in Team LME, chasing down Maxon Mesh. So that's for 4th and 5th place. So that's going to be an interesting one. Now, I believe a lot of teams are out of sequence. They would have come into the pits, as we see Team RHC now come into the pits. Or just coming out of the pits, I believe. I believe that was Shane Darren who was coming out of the pits for Team RHC. Yep, there he goes. So as he bobs up and down in that car, trying to get as much speed as possible. Because, when you're in the pits, it's like so much slower than the speeds that you're on racing, for safety reasons, of course. You're told to keep walking pace, but then as soon as you get out there, you want to accelerate to the lead. Right, so now we have Adam Junaid. Adam is in the lead, so he has to be very careful how he overtakes these two back markers now, because he has everything to lose. The other teams really have nothing to lose. So they're entitled to stay on their line. They don't have to give way instantly. Adam Junaid has to pick his moment, and he has to be very smart about this, because he has the weight of St. Thomas's College riding on him. St. Thomas's College, of course, out here, the only school-run team, doing a fantastic job qualifying on pole yesterday, and now in the lead, translating that to a lead so far.
So St. Thomas's College and Spark Racing have established quite a time gap to the other teams, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Pretty much kind of stolen the win already, or do we...
Oh, it's way too early to say that. Way too early to say. Because we're now 2 hours into the race, and we have 10 hours left.
But if they do maintain that lead consistently...
Yep, as we have 3 cars going into the first corner, and that's an interesting one, because Adam Junaid managed to overtake both carts at the same time, as Shah Sabi was overtaking Chenuk from Maxon Mesh. So that's an interesting one, but good on Adam Junaid. He's managed to make that as a clean pass, so he doesn't have to worry too much about the rest of about being held up by those two. But yeah, coming back to what you were saying, it's really too early to say. So last time out, Octane Racing, who are currently in... Octane is currently in 9th place. I believe they had a pit stop, which is why they've fallen down to 9th. But so they must be in the top 3, top 4, I believe, overall, cumulatively. But last time out, in the 6 hours, they were leading, and they had an amazing lead. Seshan Gunasekar, who is now in Malaysia, had a 7-lap lead, I'm told, by the end of the second pit stop or first pit stop. So at the end, but when the rain came, they had a horrendous pit stop, and that pit stop cost them a 7-lap lead. And when they came out, how many laps down were they, Melon? They were 1 before last. So they went from leading the race for the first 2 hours to being second to last.
Yeah, all because of external conditions.
Or
So
because
that is
of
a
external
possibility.
it's a
Definitely
possibility.
a possibility, yeah.
Mechanical failures can happen. Human error can happen. You know, we already saw Team LME spin in the first corner. We saw Angelo Senaratnam also take a spin in the first corner as well for Team RHC. So, you know, these guys are pushing it to the limit, and, you know, fatigue comes into it as well. Once you're at the end of a 12-hour stint, and if it's your second 12-hour... we're at the end of a 1-hour stint, but, you know, if it's your second 1-hour stint or even your third or fourth, because some of these drivers will be doing 4 stints. That's 4 hours of racing. So at the end of that 4th hour, you're going to be really tired. And that's when, you know, little errors start to creep in. And of course, you know...
That's where your strategy comes in.
Exactly. That's how the strategy...
Drivers.
How you manage your drivers exactly. So team members, team managers will be monitoring the lap times all the time. But you never know. All of a sudden... Just that it just takes a microsecond lapse in judgment or concentration to lose it, to spin, and all of a sudden you're from first to second, third, fourth, or maybe even last. So you never know. It's way too early to say, but I can tell you this much: St. Thomas's College will be happy to be in the lead right now, to have maintained that pole position, and if they do manage to lead this from pole to finish, that will be a momentous job. Right, yeah. So now we have a look at the order. We are now on 161 laps. As we have a look at the pit stops, that is Spark Racing coming into for their first mandatory pit stop. It's now 10:57, so we're 2 hours into the race. And Spark they've finished their tire change and they're just getting refueled now. So again, no one can touch the kart except the mechanics at this point. The drivers cannot, and you can see one of the marshals there ready with a fire extinguisher just in case there's something, because that's why drivers aren't allowed to get into the kart just yet. And now the fuel lid is on. Now the driver's been given the okay. He gets in and he's off. That is Dimau Supersinger. So Dimau Supersinger for Spark Racing. Super stuff. That looked like a pretty good pit stop from where I seen it. As we have a look now, so Spark Racing will come out and they'll be a little bit further down the field than what they were, but all that will even out again, because I think Octane Racing, Mach 1, Cartman, they had all pitted earlier, so they'll probably come out and pass them, and then the race will be back to where it was. So it'll be interesting now to see how long Adam Junaid can put this pit stop. As we see Team LME last minute entering the pits, and they're going to go in for their first mandatory pit stop, and we'll see how long that takes and where they come out. So that pit entry as well, it's very difficult to get right. You have to be quite careful about slowing down before the pit entries. There are 2 cones there. So part of the regulations is if you hit either of those cones, you get a 5-second penalty.
Right.
And if you're too fast also, you get another 5-second penalty. That's being strictly monitored by the officials here.
And our spectators might be wondering, how many mandatory pit stops do they have and refills?
So there are 4 mandatory pit stops.
Right.
You can have as many refuels as you like.
But 4 are mandatory.
4 are mandatory,
Right.
and there are mandatory pit windows as well. So the first one is in the... so the first tire swap is up to the 150th minute. Then the second tire swap is in between the 151st minute and the 300th minute. Third tire stop is between the 301st and 450th minute, and the fourth tire stop is between the 451st and 600th minute. Right, so back to the on-track action. We see Adam Junaid lining up to overtake another back marker. I believe that is Team Cartman. So he'll be looking to get past them as well to continue his... Because it's all cumulative at the end of the day. As we have a look.
How much time did he actually lose during the pit stop?
That's a very, very good question.
I think we'll find out shortly.
Yeah, we'll find out shortly. Right, so Adam Junaid in first place. So Spark Racing that we saw earlier has come out in 4th. That's great to see. As we see Team LME, who are currently in 3rd, doing their pit stop, as they're trying to quickly put those tires on, as we have Senua Senadira going out for his second stint. He's the heaviest driver in that team. And the mechanics just making sure that looks like they have a small problem there with the ratchet, making sure that the nut is not stuck inside there. They have to be very careful because, I mean, these are the tires at the end of the day. They need to be on securely. They need to be changed fast, yes, but they need to be very careful. Right, on-track battle on the left-hand side of the screen. As we see Octane Racing.
That's a very close battle.
That's another very close battle. With Kavin, Shane Wirakun and Kavin Rajapaksa. So that's RHC Racing versus Octane Racing.
That was a close call. Kavin almost overtook.
So right now we have Spark Racing in front.
Yes.
And RHC Racing just behind. RHC Racing looks as if they've just managed to make that overtake stick. Well done to them, Shane Wirakun.
Definitely. That was a really good one as well.
And he's already managed to pull out a bit of a gap as well. That's quite interesting. Very different lines also taken by the two karts. This beautiful drone shot, you can see very, very different lines taken by both karts. Pretty similar there as they come into this sort of very tight hairpin corner. But look at the gap. It's just ever increasing there. I believe that's between Dimao Subasingh and Kavin Rajapaksa. Or it might be between Cisco Labs and Iron Maidens, I'm told. Cisco Labs and Iron Maidens. But yeah, very interesting aerial shot there. You can see different lines being taken by different drivers there. Right. As we have Senua Senadira being released from the pits. Right, so welcome back to the Speedbay 12-hour endurance race. St. Thomas's College, yes, they did do a driver change. St. Thomas's College, Arnav Junaid has been substituted. As we have Astrio Flash Squad with Shakti Gunasekar in second place. I'm being told by Melon that this is one of the heavier drivers for St. Thomas's.
So how do you think their strategy is going to change now?
I believe that they'll try and leave, they might even try and do the minimum number of 30 minutes. If this is the heaviest driver, they're mandated to run him for a minimum of 4 times for 30 minutes each. So they may try and do a very short stint for this driver if they think they can make up that time with their faster drivers, the lighter and faster drivers. So that's going to be very interesting to see as well. Right, so we have... so I think we're now back to where we were. We're following Iron Maiden's Yasasi, an influencer, part of the Team Iron Maiden's program.
And they've made quite a name in the past few months, right?
Yes, absolutely.
It's amazing.
It's great to see, being supported, of course, by the Speedbay officials here, proving that karting is open to anyone and everyone.
Yes.
Exactly. And a big shout out to Team UD Productions, who have been doing the live coverage at Speedbay. Team UD Productions here, covering for the next 10 hours. We're already 2 hours into the race, for another 10 hours to go. And this, of course, is another tiring job, but some great angles, great camera work, great drone work, and some roving pit work as we just cut to see another pit stop. I believe that is... which team would that be? A bit hard to see from this side. St. Thomas's College. So that's an interesting one. That was a very quick pit, quick pit window. You think it was only fuel? Okay, so that's interesting. But why, Melon? Why do you think they didn't? So Melon, you might know a little bit, but they did a driver change just now with Adam Junaid, right? So why did they not fill up during that?
Yeah, they're probably playing into strategy. They just want to make sure that maybe the heavier driver is running a short stint, so just fuel him up, send him off, and maybe for the lighter drivers, just a much more of a tire change and make it a much more fresher stint, as well as gain as much as they can. As we can see that Flash Squad has got past St. Thomas's College while we were watching the pits. And as I mentioned, with the heavier driver, the strategy might have been changed quite a lot. And along with it being a 12-hour endurance.
That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. So we'll have to see how that pans out. I mean, they're still in second place, but the lap time is showing them that they're 2 laps down. So, but I mean, sometimes we'll have to wait for the carts to come across the line to get a accurate picture. But right now, it looks like Flash Squad is in a great position with Shakti Gunasekara, the veteran, so to speak, of racing here. But he tells me he's not the oldest driver here, although most drivers leading up to this thought that he was one of the oldest drivers here, but he's only 40 years old. But
Allegedly.
yeah, I mean, it's great to see. I mean, we have drivers as young as 13 years old taking part, 13, 14, and then we have some of the older statesmen of the sport, Shakti, Ishan for Flash Squad Racing. We also have, of course, Dilanta Malagamua, and we have Emdad Hussain for Maxon Mesh, and Dilanta Malagamua representing Totachi Racing. So, and Dilanta Malagamua actually on track right now with Emdad Hussain in that in 8th place for Totachi Racing. So that's an interesting one.
Sam, how do you think that Dilanta Malagamua would go into this race? What would you think his whole mindset would be going into this race, Dilanta Malagamua?
It's an interesting one because, I mean, naturally you'd say someone who's used to racing GT cars in endurance races, you know, they'd probably, I think someone who didn't know him would say, oh, he's probably just taking this easy. But I know for a fact that Dilanta will have been taking this just as seriously as any other race that he goes into. He's that kind of driver he has that never give up attitude, that and that dedication to all kinds of motorsport. You know, you very often see him at Speedbay Port City or here at Speedbay Bandaragama practicing, making sure, you know, if he's not driving on track a real GT car, he still has some experience in these karts. And that's the thing that a lot of people, I think, underestimate how well karting translates back into the real world and real racing. I mean, you even see karting, Formula One drivers still taking karting very, very seriously. And, you know, even in the off-season, you'll find them at a kart track. A lot of kart drivers supporting having their own kart teams or even having their own kart chassis, like Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, Daniel Ricciardo. They all heavily invest back into karting. I mean, karting is this all-inclusive sport. I mean, it's very accessible. It's very easy for anyone to come down here to Speedbay Bandaragama to enjoy and have a look.
It definitely is the root of any racing module, to be honest with you. As well as, just to add on, what do you think, along with Pilango changing into karts, from going from cars to karts, how do you think his mindset would change? As well as, depending on his experience with cars, how would you think that, would it be an advantage for him in these karts, or would you think that he was playing into other people's hands rather?
I think Dilanta has the advantage of experience. I think he's thoroughly experienced in all forms of racing and driving. I mean, let's not forget he started his career on 2 wheels. He's a motorcycle racer at heart. I mean, he started his career in Sri Lanka and then moving to Japan racing bikes. So he has this talent and this adaptability to be able to basically handle so many different machines, so many different cars. And I think this is just another thing that he wants to add to his arsenal. I know he is an ardent karter. He's taken part in events before, but it's great to see him in this 12-hour endurance race. And I think his experience is going to be seen in the long game. He'll be able to know how to push the kart without destroying it, without destroying the tires, without using up too much fuel. You know, it'll be those little small, minute aspects that only that only its experience can teach you, I think.
Going back to the race, I think that Octane Racing has made it up quite a few places, right?
Yeah, they have moved quite a lot. Along with this, just started on 10th.
They were way down early, and Kavin Rajapaksha managed to make it up quite a few places. He's already 3rd now.
Yeah, the 13-year-old driver has managed to come up to third, but I do have to let you know that he is the lightest driver on his team, so that could play a
So he
big
had the
part.
advantage there as well. But then he made, good use of that advantage.
Yes, they are indeed. So, along with it, but you do have to realize that it's the fatigue that Sam was talking about,
Yes.
which could come into play towards the end of the endurance. So, with Kaveen being run a lot within the first 2 to 3 hours of this endurance,
Might take a toll on their team.
yes, indeed. So it could be down to everyone else in the team as well. So this is not just an individual sport at this point. It's much more of a team game and
Yes,
a team
it's
effort.
definitely the strategy team as well as the pit crew, and of course the racing team as well.
Yeah, and the managers and the strategists
Yes.
are going all over the place right now, just trying to figure out what's the best option and what is the best possible scenario that would work for their team. And with that, we do have a cut into the pits.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we have yet another special guest with us, Mr. Priyanta Pereira, the CEO of GS Lubricants Limited, the company name being Totachi. Sir, nice to meet you, sir. All right, sir, I guess my first question would be, what are your thoughts on today's 12-hour endurance challenge? You have anything to give out as experiences or whatever, sir?
It is very interesting to be here today. And Totachi is a world-renowned lubricant brand. GS Lubricant is the exclusive distributor of Totachi lubricants in Sri Lanka. And we are very much into motorsport. And our company is more than happy to be a part of this event.
All right, sir. I guess my next question would be, how did your company manage to be a part of a massive organization, I guess, to be able to sponsor massive races like this?
Yeah, we have been doing this from the inception, and we'll be continuing to do so. And we need to help our motor sport sector in Sri Lanka, and we will be continuing to help from our end.
So do you plan on continuing this as well as throughout any other broad, foreign, I guess, karting experience and stuff like that?
Yeah, Totachi, if you look at the global context, Totachi very much into motor racing. So our mother company, they are investing a lot on motorsports. And we have a specially flagship product called Totachi Ultima Racing, dedicated for racing, motor racing.
All right, sir. I guess my next question would be, what is a day in your life like, sir? Do you have to be here consistently just to watch out for any new ideas you can develop or for your company or whatever, sir?
Yeah, this is actually very much interesting, and I think it is not that easy. And I think a lot of courage and enthusiasm I can see from the contestants. It is good to see being a Sri Lankan, motorsports heading towards a good end. Yes.
All right, guys, there you have it, Mr. Priyanta Pereira, the CEO of GS Lubricants Limited. Thank you, sir. I'll be passing it over to Arcane and Suhaswin over at the commentary box. Thank you.
And we are back with the 12-hour Speedbay endurance race of the first ever 12-hour endurance race in Sri Lanka. And still the lead is with Flash Squad Racing.
Yeah.
And along with that, it's St. Thomas's trailing right behind. They are not far behind, but it is indeed quite a close battle up ahead. But there have been quite a few battles going on in the mid-pack as well. And as you can see, it is the heavier driver of St. Thomas's College that has been going forward for St. Thomas's College just to manage that pace and consistency for the team.
Both drivers in the lead seem to be enjoying each other's company. Flash Squad, after keeping close company to St. Thomas's College, has achieved the goal of being in first position. In third, we have Kaveen Rajpaksa. Fourth, Bimal Subasinghe. Fifth, RHC Racing. Sixth, Cartman. Seventh, Mach 1 Racing, 8th Totaki Racing, 9th Maxon Mesh, and in 10th Cisco Labs, 11th Team LME, and in 12th place Iron Maidens.
Ooh, that seems to be quite a messy last corner from Mr. Dilanta Malagamo. He touched the outside wall along with that, but he seems to have recovered pretty well along with it. And he's right into the battle, right ahead with it. Shakti seems to have not pitted as of yet, but I'm pretty sure he has something up his sleeves along with his team as well. He seemed to have mentioned to me that they are running a survival race at this point, but seems to be going swimmingly well for them so far. But Kaveen has been putting on a shift, to be exact with you. He has been absolutely on top of his form. He wasn't even here for qualifying, but managed to get his team from 10th to 3rd so far, and he's keeping up with the pack.
So far, it's quite an exciting match. There have been many improvements throughout this race.
There have been quite a few different lines being taken from different drivers. I guess that comes with experience, as well as there's quite a squabble right behind, as you can see on the screen. Coming down towards turn 1, there have been Team LME, Cisco Labs, Max and Mesh, Octane Racing getting ahead of Dilanta Malagamu's Totaki Racing. And Totaki Racing, he doesn't seem to be giving up on it, but he's trying to keep up with the lighter driver. Surely his experience will come into play with this. And there goes Mach 1 Racing with a much more freer air up ahead, and he's trying to put his best lap times for the consistency and for the future betterment of the team. And there goes Kaveen trying to keep up with Max and Mesh, and he pulls it to the right, and he's going down for the overtake onto the first corner. He seems to have gotten it already done. And there we go, Amdad Hussain trying to see for the switchback along with it, but it seems to have not worked. And there goes Dilanta Malagama into turn 3. Dilanta Malagama seems to be picking his moments and choosing the right places to make the moves along with the speed and how he can maintain the kart along those corners, and he seems to be defending quite well.
One thing I noticed is that though the drivers in the rear end seem to be alternating between different positions multiple times, the 5 drivers in the lead, their positions remain constant.
Yes, Arkan, but I do have to let you know that also, along with this switching of drivers, they just can't seem to drop that consistency that the previous driver or the previous drivers have got them towards their position so far, and thereby they're just hanging on to it as well as trying to gain as much as they can from it.
Yes, of course, this is a game of opportunity. And this is only the 190th lap right now. Currently, it's the only the 190th lap. We have some more laps to go. Of course, this is a 12-hour endurance championship we're dealing with here.
Cisco Labs and Octane Racing seems to be catching Mach 1 Racing quite fast, to be honest with you. And it seems to be either dropping in pace or maybe a tire situation. We may never know, to be honest. And there goes Octane Racing, just catching up as fast as possible, along with Dilangud trying to get ahead of Team LME, and he is also trying to make the move towards turn 1 on this lap itself. He just cuts on, and I think he has made that move stick. And they are, yes, Team LME is trying to fight back, but it seems to have not worked.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාරශුවර් නැතත් ගමන ශුවර්. ඉහළම තත්වේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාරශුවර් නැතත් ගමන ශුවර්. ඉහළම තත්වේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
The iconic
And we are back with the 12-hour Speedbay Endurance Championship. And it seems to be quite a fierce battle between Maxim Mesh and Team LME. And that seems to be Mr. Shane going into the pits. And it seems to be Octane, Mach1, Cisco Labs, as well as St. Thomas's College just closing in on the battle. Octane Racing seems to be leading the pack, and Ahead of them, it seems to be Flash Squad. And we are back with the 12-hour Endurance Championship, and we have a new commentator joining us. Also, along with that, I do have to let you know that this live stream is brought out to you by UD Productions.
Yeah, big thanks to UD Productions bringing this live stream for an absolute amazing event. 12 hours of endurance. This is one of the biggest endurance events we've had in Sri Lanka, and it's going to be a long 12 hours.
And there have been quite a few pit stop changes as well as driver changes so far. Dimal has come into Spark Racing, Kaveen has swapped back into after Sachit into Octane Racing, and St. Thomas's College has its third driver now on track, as well as Flash Squad is just still continuing with Shakti. And Cartman has Lahir Pereira, Silvan Charles for...
And just have to say, huge lead by Astriel up in the front, 2 laps ahead of the next car.
And Kavin seems to be making a move on Iron Maidens just as a lapping ahead.
And meanwhile, a pit stop happening for Cisco Labs. And that's Iron Maidens being lapped by Mark 1 Racing.
And St. Thomas's College is right behind Iron Maidens right now, along with Flash Squad just trailing behind.
We also have a star race on the track, Dilanta Malgamo for racing for Totachi. Currently on the track. This is quite a very competitive grid. Many huge names, many very talented drivers. All the way from two-stroke racing to Dilanta Malgamo from the Lamborghini GT cars.
Yeah, also I do have to note that there are quite a few young drivers as well. The St. Thomas's karting team just containing school boys and A-levels, O-levels. Just a bunch of young guys just trying to do their best for their school as well.
Yeah, the talent and experience span on this grid is quite large. You have practically kids from school to, senior, like professional pro drivers who've been racing for years and years, like Dilanta on the track, and then you have the kids from St. Thomas's College.
And as you could see, there was Dilanta trying to make a move on Flash Squad. and he's just right behind the St. Thomas's karting team, and they go towards the last corner. And just a brilliant exit through there, and he's going for the move already.
Now in the toe, trying to go for the move. Do not know what that was. He was either waving him by or asking him to stick with him and push to catch the kart in front.
Probably the latter, to be honest with you. But yeah, we do have to let you know that there is no track limits monitored in turn 3 this time around, and that does help you out quite a bit when it comes to a lap time.
Yeah, not only lap time but also saving the tires, which is going to be quite crucial for 12 hours. It's a very long race, and there's going to be one tire change with a compound change, and maybe if the rain comes, it'll be a change to the wet tires. So saving the tires are going to be crucial for these 12 hours.
And as you can see along pits as well, there are a few managers just running up and down, checking what is the best strategy. There you can see Eshan Peris as well on his laptop, trying to see what is the best strategy for his team. He's managing Iron Maidens as of this point.
Yeah, Iron Maidens, an all-girls team, the only team with only girls in the team. Quite amazing, we are
and
getting more inclusive.
Influencers as well. All of them are influencers. We do have to mention that as well.
Yeah, this is very good. This is just once again raising awareness for women in motorsports, which is absolutely lovely. Lovely stuff by Eshan creating this team. Yeah, so this is Max and Mesh Racing. They're having a pit stop. Looks to be fuel up. And are they going to do a tire swap? Does not seem to be a tire swap, just a driver change and refueling. Oh, this is Azrael Racing now doing what you can see is a tire swap, I think. Swapping the sides of the front two tires.
And that would help out with the graining as well. Just towards the end of the race, they have a much more equally grained out tire, and thereby having much more grip towards the end as well.
Yeah, this is actually also in these pit stop, this is where races are made or destroyed. Quite crucial to try and get these tires done, these tires swapped as quick as possible.
A pit stop can change everything in the race, from where you stand on the grid as well as where you could end up towards the end of the race as well. Just that it all depends on the mechanics, the drivers, the strategists, the managers, and when you choose to pit, when you choose to pit out, and if you could maintain the proper discipline in the pit stop as well without having any penalties just for unnecessary factors as well.
Yeah, and also one thing to note that's quite common up and down the grid is you'll notice many drivers are going to be very conservative, and most drivers would be working together to reduce battling and just push together as a train. This is once again working together to save the tires, because this is a long race, and you'll notice this when there's just a pack and there's not too much aggression going on.
It seems to be Shakti going for Flash Squad Racing, and he has completed his pit stop and he's moving his way towards the pit exit. And along with that, St. Thomas's College has gone into the lead, and Kavin Rajpaksha is maintaining his third place.
That's Sharanya Mendes at RHC Racing, chasing Senura, who currently seems to be lapped. Yeah, Sharanya is daughter of Shyamal Mendes, legendary driver here at Bandaragama. Sharanya Mendes going on a move, but that seems to be a lapped card, so I have a feeling the LME card number 2, is going to hold back at turn 1.
And it seems to be that Kaveen is pushing very diligently towards getting ahead of St. Thomas's College as well. And he is now in second, Octane Racing in second, Spark Racing in third, and Flash Squad in fourth. And that would be mainly due to the pit stop which took place, which has Shakti Gunasekara at Flash Squad Racing right now.
Spark Racing looking to make a move, yeah. Move done on LME, the cart number 2.
Cart number 7, RHC Racing, Sharanya Mendes taking the wheel of RHC Racing. And she has been doing this for quite a while, along with her along with the late Shyamal Mendes,
who also used to race for RHC Racing. With, also the return of Angelo. Angelo coming back after a few years back to endurance racing at RHC. It's the strong family of RHC. This is the pit wall of Max and Mesh Racing, looking to put a board out for their driver, currently in P10.
Yeah, there seems to be no communication with the drivers along with this race as well as the 6-hour endurance. Also, they don't have direct communication, meaning they aren't allowed to use any radio communication along with the drivers to communicate any sort of message, and that's why they would be using these pit boards to mention the tires, the stint time, as well as the number of laps, or even the lap times along to catch ahead as well.
Yeah, that just shows how being systematic and creating a communication system is quite crucial here, because we don't have the advanced communication technologies you get in other motorsports, where there's communication between the driver in the car and the pit wall. So making these boards are quite common. This is done at every team right now, and that's how they communicate with these pit boards.
There seems to be a gap of 26 seconds for the Maxim Mesh driver to catch up to, and it seems like he's going to start pushing by the end of this lap. Dilanta Malagam seems to be having the same position of 7th place, but he seems to be catching Cartman at a rapid pace as well. Mach 1 Racing maintaining their first place, and there goes another move towards turn 1.
Oh, cameraman got a bit confused there.
Yeah, it seems to be Octane Racing with that move towards turn 1, and
Octane has made a position up into P2. Not sure if this was done on track or in the pit lane.
Yeah, it would have been along with Shakti's Flash Squad's pit stop, which happened just a while back.
And that is the Cartman team now into the pit lane, in the pit box, going for a pit stop. Is it just refueling? It seems to be just refueling. I do not see the pit crew at the front ready for a tire swap.
And we have Tiara joining in the commentary team right now.
Hi.
Yeah, so Tiara is going to be joining me in the pit box.
Yeah. Okay, so as I can see, Kavin has made it another place up and he's taking his team to the top almost.
Yeah, Octane starting at, I think, at the back.
They did start at the back,
yeah,
right?
they
And now they've
qualified
made
quite
so
low
many
and
places
they've
up.
made so many positions.
And they're giving quite the, challenge to St. Thomas's, who've been leading throughout the entire race.
Yep, currently seems to be 13 seconds behind St. Thomas's
13 seconds behind, but they made up a good time after the
Yeah,
after
the
how
pit
they
stops
started
are
basically.
now creating a shuffle and bringing the
Yeah,
pack closer together.
Because I saw a time gap of around 50 seconds plus earlier between two
Yeah.
teams.
The pit stops are certainly, we are starting to see the net
Yes.
gaps between these carts, because sometimes you'll see a 2-3 lap difference, but that's because one team has done a stop and the other
Yeah.
hasn't.
So do we have any close battles going on right now?
We are going to be handing over now to down at the paddock to Ishani.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we have yet another special guest with us, Ishan Monavira. Hi, sir. So, my first question for you would be, what are your thoughts on today's challenge? I mean, it's a 12-hour endurance. It's a massive one. What do you think? What are your thoughts on this?
So I think, first of all, I should congratulate the karting circuit and the officials for arranging a 12-hour race, because this is going to be the first time in Sri Lanka that we have experienced that. Now in foreign countries and all that, we do have up to 24 hours and so on, but this is the first time ever in Sri Lanka that we're doing something like that. So we should be really appreciative of the efforts taken by everybody to basically get this organized in the first place. And on a team perspective, my team, we've been running the championship and we've been running for years over here, the same team. We haven't changed our configuration for 12 hours. We have taken it as the same as we ran last time with 4 members. So the team name is Azriel Flash Squad Racing. Azriel comes from our sponsor, Azriel, which is Caravan Fresh as well. And our team is unchanged. We are running a few strategies that we think would suit 4 people. And it's a challenge itself, because most of the teams have adapted to running about maybe 5-6 members in the team from last time on the first round. Because we felt we shouldn't change it, and we are up to the challenge. And 12 hours, we are taking it as a normal challenge for us.
All right, sir. I guess my next question would be, what's your role here, sir? Like, can you give us like an insight of what your role here is and what you do for the team and stuff?
Great. So so I'm the team captain and the team manager as well for Austrian Flash Squad. And my role is split, obviously, because of my dual 3 roles in the team. So as a racing driver, obviously I will try to give my best, but mainly my concentration is on managing the team and managing the strategy for the team. So as you see, I'm not running, I'm not in my racing overalls. I'm managing at the moment, but obviously I have a stint or 2 to do, and I'm mentally preparing for that. But as a team role, I'm looking at how my drivers are performing, what timings are being done, and what kind of push I need to give, plus managing the pit stop, pit crew, and the overall strategy.
All right, I guess my final question would be, do you think that we would have any more of these challenges? I mean, this is a first, but do you think this would be a last as well?
No, I think challenges, I think would be a lot. I think everyone, after crossing the 8-hour mark, will be in uncharted territory. And we don't know what will happen. We don't know how the carts will perform during the end. But the challenge is keeping up to all of this and making sure that we finish the race, first of all. Because it's a 12-hour challenge. It's not like a sprint race or a kart fight or anything like that. It's a long game. So you have to be prepared mentally, physically for a long game. If you're looking at like a kart fight or a sprint challenge where you want to, beat everyone, go fast, thrash, reduce your tires to next to nothing, then you're going to lose. So I think it's a long game, waiting game, and may the best team win.
All right, thank you very much, sir. And there you go, guys, Ishan Monavira.
And we're back. Very insightful information from down at the pit lane. The race seems to be quite calm now with all the karts and teams settling in. Though Cisco Labs, and that appears to be, I think, the kart of... Is that Cisco Labs battling the Cartman team down into turn 1? Cartman making the overtake. That's the position P9.
It seems that the leading teams have shuffled now, right?
Yeah.
So we
that's
had
Octane Racing.
St. Thomas's at the top, but not anymore.
Yes, seems that they've done pit stops, and I think Spark Racing has not
They
yet
lost
done a
the
pit
lead,
stop.
yes.
Yeah, Octane and St. Thomas have dropped down from P1 and 2 to P3 and P4.
So St. Thomas's does have the advantage of gaining their position back because Spark Racing has not yet pitted.
Exactly. So
Right.
net positions may be up higher, and Spark Racing is, I expect they should be dropping after their pit stop. And
Do they
as
have
we'll-
a mandatory pit stop coming up?
Yeah, the mandatory pit stop times are, I think, after the 150th minute.
Right.
So I feel like all the teams have now completed one mandatory stop.
Pit stop except for Spark Racing.
Spark Racing have done their pit stop, I think, because the pit window opened quite a while back. All the teams are going to focus on getting their heaviest drivers out and completing the 4 mandatory
30
separate
minutes,
stints.
yes.
A minimum of 30 minutes from each driver.
So our spectators might be curious on how long does one driver have to be in the kart for?
That may differ from team to team, because everyone is going to have a different strategy.
So if they really want to, one driver can stay for more than 1 hour, 2 hours?
Some teams do end up staying up to 70 minutes, so that's 1 hour, 10
So
minutes.
70 minutes is the maximum allowed
Is about
time
the
limit.
maximum. Depends on how much fuel they burn. So each car is capable of doing around an hour. We saw multiple teams pitting even after 40 minutes. So that's probably heavier drivers because they would
Yes.
require more fuel. They would end up burning more fuel, and they
Also
would
tire wear, right?
Yes, and it depends on how they manage their fuel. You'll see some drivers lifting and coasting, so they would come off the throttle on the straights to save petrol.
Yes. There doesn't seem to be any close battles at the moment, like there was earlier.
Yes, no
And
close
everyone's
battles.
a little bit spread out on the track.
Yeah, Cartman was the last overtake.
Yes.
The Cartman team overtaking Cisco Labs was the last overtake we saw. Seems to be a comfortable gap between the two cars
Yeah.
now. Also, the St. Thomas cart, that's multiple drivers signaling that they're coming in. I think that was Dilantha Amalgama just signaling that he's going to be coming into the pits. And also, speaking of Rahel Abiratna up there in P3 for St. Thomas, that's this is his first endurance round. This is his first time competing for the endurance championship here.
And he's
So,
clearly doing amazing.
doing an amazing job. 8.3 seconds behind Asriel. So just goes to show, how even like so many talented rookies that are here first time and performing so well.
Which also, goes to show that karting is for everyone after all.
Yes, this shows, like there's so much talent here, and you'll only know when you come and compete. Cameras are on the pit lane. What team is going to be coming in? Dilantha had just come in. He was in the pit lane. For Totachi Racing, we're going to be seeing their pit stop now in a bit. And that is Spark Racing, as we were talking about before, completing a pit stop and going to be coming out. We'll be seeing what position they drop down to from the lead. After Spark Racing's pit stop, we see St. Thomas now climbing up to P2 and Azriel in P1. Yeah, so as you had said before, Spark Racing has dropped down after the pit stop, and they are behind Octane Racing and Markan Racing down in P5.
That's a big drop.
That's a big
so
drop.
anything can actually happen during this race,
Yes,
like Sam was telling us earlier.
Yeah, we wouldn't notice. It's hard to keep track because these pit stops really change your position quite a lot.
Yes.
And
Unless they do manage to establish enough time gap to catch up, which is
Definitely, which is what I
will
think.
be a hard thing to do, but at the same time,
Yes, St. Thomas we saw had
Yes.
done that in their very first stint. They
Exactly,
were
they had like
pulling
a-
quite a lead.
lead of almost 2 laps, I believe.
Yes, they seem to be 1 lap ahead of Octane Racing in P3. Oh, and we see that's Octane Racing and is that Azriel Racing? And Totachi, all three together. The drivers signaling each other to, follow each other. This is what we were talking about earlier. They are going to be working together to try and catch the carts in front.
කියන්නේ කො නිල් පාටකද මොකද්ද මූද
So we saw Team LME, which stands for last minute entry. They named their team after that because they were a last minute entrance to this race.
Pretty straightforward.
Yes.
Just call ourselves team last minute entry.
And actually Sam, who was commentating before, is a part of this team and they've come in for a pit stop.
I think he's down there managing their strategy as well right now.
Yes, he's in the pit wall.
Yes.
And that seems to be Inuk Madmarachi, driver in the KT100 category. Very talented driver for Team LME, about to step in and then go out for a stint. And meanwhile, we see a battle going on between an Iron Maiden kart and I think that is Mark 1 Racing.
Let's see how the Iron Maidens do in this under pressure right now.
Yes. In the slipstream, this is where most moves are down into turn 1. Yeah, technically not a battle because most carts are going to be moving out of the way, especially if they are lapped, like here an example, the Iron Maiden's team.
But if they do manage to overtake, will they be unlapping themselves?
Yes, if you do end up catching a car that has lapped you, you could unlap yourself and overtake.
Yes. But there is a close battle between them to unlap themselves,
they seem to be sticking in the
yes.
slipstream. And we're going to be taking a commercial break now. And we'll be back with racing in a bit.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තාවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තාවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස් අර දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස් අර දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස් අර දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස් අර දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්වීස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසීතාවුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the higher mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්වීස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසීතාවුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්වීස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසීතාවුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්විස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තාවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්විස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තාවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්විස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තාවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස් අර දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස් අර දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back at the 12 hours karting endurance race happening today at Speedbay, Bandaragama. Today I have with me Mr. Rohana Disa Nayaka, the Managing Director of the David Pires Group of Companies. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
Today I just wanted to ask you, sir, about what prompted you to invest so much into karting as you see it today.
See, having started as an automotive company, David Pires Motor Company, initially it was started with Ford operations. Then we went into Bajaj and followed by many other four-wheelers as well. Then Mr. David Pires himself is a motor enthusiast who has been always involved in motor racing. And his son, Nishan, too, has been involved in motor racing. So at a time that Sri Lanka requires a quality offering, the company, Mr. David Pires, thought that we should make an investment into a quality franchise of this sort, where we have eventually come up with this facility, offering racing to the motor enthusiast, particularly who looks at the quality. In Sri Lanka, what is lacking is that you have all more, facilities are there, but you will not get this kind of experience anywhere else in Sri Lanka. So our motto has been always to offer something quality to the public who has the interest of motor racing. And also the other thing is we also should give something back to the society. And that's also one of the other things that we thought at the time that we invested. And we had, we still have, coaching sessions for juniors who has the interest of getting into this. I think which is a niche market if you look at it like that. So, but most, people do not pay attention to sports of this sort. So Mr. David Pires himself thought and started this franchise. And our intention is to, take this to the next level and to the next level.
Now, Mr. Rohan Disanayaka, would you mind elaborating a little bit on the David Pires group of companies, what it does, what it stands for, etc.?
Well, if you want me to summarize, I can tell you it's the quality in anything that we do. We always have focused on the customer service, and that has been the success of our company. And as we speak, we stand as the largest automotive company in the country. And if you our beginnings, like I told you earlier, started with four-wheelers with Ford franchise in 1950s. Then in 1970s we started Bajaj franchise, then followed by other franchises like Asia Kombi, the Eicher, then the Cherry lately. Now we also currently are doing bike from Beijing Automobiles. So it has been our trademark. Then we also have gone into other areas like financing to logistics to IT to agriculture. Then eventually we have here set up the leisure facilities by way of setting up a quality karting circuit for go-karting. And then we also have gone beyond that and set up water park, and this facility is called Pearl Bay, under which we operate both Speedbay as well as the Splash Bay, where the water activities take place.
Thank you so much. I won't take too much of your time. Thank you so much for... Thank you, Mr. Rohana. Well, that's all from us for now. From the first ever 12-hour karting endurance race, back to our commentators now in the commentary box. Over to Akian and Suhaswin. Thank you.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pires Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pires Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්විස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්විස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්විස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැත්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්වීස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්වීස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර් සර්වීස් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo. Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
road, comfort for the journey.
And we are back at the 12 hours endurance here at Speedbay. We have St. Thomas's College team leading the race, followed by Azriel Flash Squad. And then we have Team LME, that's Inuk Madhumarachi out there defending for position. Currently being chased in battle. And then we have RHC Racing, and I think that's Savi Ratnayaka now in the cart. Being chased by the cart from Octane Racing. That's currently being driven by currently now in the tow. This is where moves are mostly made down into turn 1. Spark Racing and Team LME full in battle now in the tow. He's going into the pits. Spark Racing cart going into the pits, pulling away from that battle. And then we have the 3 carts from RHC, Octane, and I think that's the cart of Azriel Racing. The carts seem to be in a pack now, but we also have to keep a reminder that some carts may be lapped and some carts are not really taking a battle for position here, but maybe to unlap or to lap another cart. Inuk having a comfortable gap ahead of those 4 carts chasing him right behind there. Octane Racing now going for a move into turn 1, overtaking the cart from RHC. Fierce battle here, multiple positions shifting constantly. Turn 1's getting quite busy. RHC losing another position. He might go for the switchback here. That's Inuk Madhumarachi for team last minute entry, Team LME. Still maintaining that gap in front of those 3 carts. They seem to be closing in on him. And now it's just a tow train, just all carts in their slipstream coming down the main straight. It's very close now between Inuk, Diren and Savi. That's LME, Octane and... Oh no, that is not Savi, sorry, my bad. That is Azrael. All stuck in the toe here. Trying to make a shift, trying to make a move into turn one. The drivers are likely going to try to work together here, and push forward, because battling in an endurance race, you are going to lose time, you're going to lose lap time battling, defending or attacking for positions. So it's smart for the drivers to work together and push forward like a train and move to catch the carts ahead. Don't seem to see any conservative behavior here. Octane has gone for the move. They've made that overtake on Inuk. Inuk being attacked into turn one once again. He holds the position. They pull back. LME being attacked there. You see the cards going quite wide there. That normally during the card fight championship or many of the other races that we have in the other categories of racing, that white line you see over there is considered track limits. But for this race, for this event, it's not there. So many drivers are gonna, try and overshoot, try and save the tires. And once again gain lap time by doing so as well. Oh, that's pretty close into turn one. Oh, the card of Cartman pushed wide there by the card from Team LME. He loses position there. We're going to now switch down to the paddock, down at the pit lane, try and get some information.
පැය 12ක් පුරාවට නොනවත්වා ධාවනයක් තමයි මේ දැක්කන්න ලැබෙන්නේ බණ්ඩාරගම මේ කාඩින් ධාවන පතේ විශේෂයෙන්ම සඳහන් කරනකොට ලංකාවට මේ අලුත් අත්දැකීමක් හැබැයි නවක ධාවකයන් බිහි වෙන්නට මේක කදිම තෝතැන්නක් බවට පත් වෙනවා අද දවසේදී රොෂන් ෆර්නැන්ඩු මැක්සන් මෙස් ප්‍රාදේශීය අලෙවි කළමනාකාරතුමන් අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නවා ඒත් එක්කම ඉෂල් ದಿ සිල්වා ඔහුත් ප්‍රාදේශීය අලෙවි කළමනාකාරතුමන් මැක්සන් මෙස් ආයතනය නියෝජනය කරමින් ඔවුන් අද දවසේදී මේ ක්‍රියාන්විතය සඳහා තමන්ගේ අනුග්‍රහකත්වය සපයන විතරක් නෙවෙයි තමන් කණ්ඩායමක් නියෝජනය කරන්නට වරම් ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා අලුත් ධාවකයන්ට නවක ධාවකයන්ට තමන්ගේ රිසි පරිදි තමන්ගේ තැන හදාගෙන නම හදාගෙන ඉදිරියට යන්නට ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය අභිමානයත් එක්ක ලෝකය ජය ගන්නට රොෂන් පෙළඳ මහත්මයා මොකද හිතෙන්නේ මෙවැනි තරංගාවලියක් ගැන ශූරතාවලියක් ගැන
අපි ඇත්තටම මැක්සන් මෙෂ් ටීම් එකක් විදියට මේ තරඟයට අනුග්‍රහය දක්වනවා. ඒ වගේම අපේ ටීම් එකක් මේ තරඟයට සහභාගී වෙනවා. දැනට අපි දෙවන ස්ථානයේ රැඳී ඉන්නවා තරඟේ. කොහොම හරි අපේ උත්සාහය පළවෙනි තැන ලබා ගන්න චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එක ගන්න.
YouTube production ඔබට ඔබේ නෙතුවද්දරට මේ අපූර්ව රූපරාවම කැඳෙනවා. පළවෙනියා දෙවනියා අතරේ වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. හැබැයි දෙවනියා පළවෙනියා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අන්තිමයා පළවෙනියා වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. අපි දන්නේ තවත් පැය හරියටම තවත් පැය 4කට වඩා මේ තරගයේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම තවත් පැය 9 දක්වා රාත්‍රී 9 දක්වා තරගයේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙනවා. එක දෙක කොහොම වුණත් තරග වැදීමයි ජයග්‍රහණය.
තරඟ වැදීම තමයි ජයග්‍රහණය. ඒකට අපි කොහොමත් පරදින්න බලාගෙන නෙමෙයි තරඟයකට සහභාගී වෙන්නේ. මැක්සන් ටීම් එකක් විදියටත් අපි එහෙම තමයි වැඩ කරලා තියෙන්නේ මෙච්චර කාලයක්. ඉතින් අපි අවුරුදු 60කට වගේ කිට්ටුව අපි මේ රැඳී ඉන්නවා ව්‍යාපාර ක්ෂේත්‍රේ. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා මේකෙනුත් අපි මේ විදියටම ජයග්‍රහණය කරයි කියලා.
පරාද වෙන්න කැමති නෑ මැක්සන් මිස්ලේ තමයි කියන්නේ රොෂාන් ප්‍රනාන්දු මහත්මයා. දැන් කොහොමද මේ සඳහා අඩිතාලම් වැටෙන්නේ? කණ්ඩායමක් තෝරාගන්නේ? කණ්ඩායමේ විශේෂයෙන්ම ඔබ ආයතනයේ නිලධාරීන් මේ සඳහා සහභාගී කරවන්නේ? ඔවුන්ගේ කැමැත්ත ලබා ගන්නේ? ඔවුන්ට පුහුණුව ලබා දෙන්නේ කොහොමද?
මම හිතන්නේ අපේ කළමනාකාර අධ්‍යක්ෂතුමා යාකුබ් බාරික් මහත්මයා මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් දැඩි උනන්දුවක් දක්වනවා. ඉතින් ඔහුගේ මඟ පෙන්වීම යටතේ තමයි මේ ටීම් එක මේ හැදෙන්නේ.
කොහොමද ඔවුන්ගේ පුහුණුව මේ කාටින් ට්‍රැක් එකේ මන්ද පුහුණු කරන්නේ? එහෙම නැත්නම් කොහොමද ඔවුන් පුහුණුව සඳහා සේවයේ යෙදෙන අතර වාරේ ඔවුන් නිදහස් කරන්නේ? ඔවුන්ට ඒ සඳහා ලබා දෙන සහයෝගය මොන වගේ?
ඒක ඉතින් ඉහළ කළමනාකාරීත්වයෙන් තමයි ඒ සඳහා ඔක්කොම අනුග්‍රහය ලැබෙන්නේ.
මෙවැනි තරඟාවලිය පැවැත්වීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් මොකද මොන වගේ හැඟීමක්ද දැනෙන්නේ?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මේ වගේ තරඟ දැනට ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයන් විදිහට අපිටත් ආගන්තුකයි. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා මේ වගේ තරඟ නිතරම පැවැත්වීම තුලින් මේක ජනගත කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි කියලා.
ජනගත වෙනකොට සමාජගත වෙනකොට වටිනාකම් ලැබෙනකොට තරඟකරුවන් වැඩිපුර සහභාගීත්වයක් දක්වනවා. ඒ තමයි ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකත්වයට එක්ක මෝටර් රථ ධාවන ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ ඉහළට යන්නට පළමු පියවර තබන්න හොඳම තැන තමයි මෙතන. ඉෂල්ටි සිල්ලා මහත්මයා. දැන් මැක්සන් මිස් කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ ඔබේ ආයතනයේ?
ඇත්තටම දශක 6ක් පුරාවටම ශ්‍රී ලාංකික දැල් නිෂ්පාදන ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ ප්‍රමුඛතම සන්නාමය තියෙන්නේ මැක්සන් මිස් කියන්න සතුටින් කියන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් අපේ විවිධ දැල් සම්බන්ධ නිෂ්පාදන තියෙනවා. ඔබට පේනවා ඇති දැන් මේකෙත් ආරක්ෂිත වැට සඳහා අපේ සන්නාමය සහිත දැල් භාවිතා කර තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකම දශක 6ක් පුරාවට සහ පාරිභෝගික විශ්වාසය දිනාගත් එකම සන්නාම කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන් අපිට නිර්භයව මැක්සන් මිස්.
දැන් දශක 6ක් කියන්නේ සෙල්ලම් කාලයක් නෙමෙයි. අවුරුදු 60ක්. කොහොමද මේ විශ්වාසය රඳා පවත්වා ගත්තේ?
ඇත්තටම පාරිභෝගිකයාට පාරිභෝගික විශ්වාසය තුලින් තමයි නිෂ්පාදනයක සාර්ථකත්වය තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් අපි හොඳ නිපැයුමක් පාරිභෝගිකයාට දීලා ඒකේ සේවාව සපයලා ඒ තුලින් තමයි අපි ප්‍රමුඛතම සන්නාමය බවට පත් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි අපේ විශේෂත්වය කියන එක මට කියන්න පුළුවන්.
ස්පීඩ්වේ බොහොම අපූර්ව ධාවන පතයක් නිර්මාණය කළා තියෙනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ කාර්යය සඳහා රිචඩ් පීරිස් විශේෂයෙන්ම ඒ දායකත්වය ලබා දෙන්නේ. දැන් ශ්‍රී ලංකේය සන්නාම අතරේ ඩේවිඩ් මේ කාරණියත් එක්ක බොහෝ සන්නාම තියෙනවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකේය සන්නාම අතරේ තමයි මේ කාටන් ට්‍රැක් එකක් මේ ආකාරයට ප්‍රසිද්ධ කරලා නිර්මාණය කරලා තමන්ගේ ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයන්ට ලබා දෙන්නේ. ඒ ව්‍යවසායකත්වයේ යුතුයකමක් එක පැත්තෙන් බලද්දී. දැන් ඔබේ ආයතනය කොහොමද මේ ආයතනත් අතර සම්බන්ධතාවය ගොඩනගා ගන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩාවේ දියුණුවට උන්නතිය?
ඇත්තටම කියනවා නම් අපි ගත්තාම දැන් ඔබතුමා කියපු ඒ සන්නාම කොහොම දේශීය වශයෙන් අපිට ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඉතාමත් විශ්වාස පාරිභෝගිකයාගේ විශ්වාසය දිනාගත්ත සන්නාම කීපයක් ඉතින්. ඉතින් ඒ අතර මේ අපිත් එතුමා ඒ කට්ටියත් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා මේ යන්න ඕනේ ගමන යනවා කියන එක සතුටින් කියන්න කැමතියි.
ඒ ගමන සතුටින් යනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම දැන් මෙවැනි තරඟාවලිය සඳහා ආයතනෙන් කණ්ඩායමක් නියෝජනය කිරීමට ලැබීම මොන වගේ හැඟීමක්ද දැනෙන්නේ? ඔබතුමාලා කළමනාකරුවන් විදියට?
ඇත්තටම අපිට ඉතාමත් සතුටුයි. මොකද ඒක කියනවා නම් අපේ දැල් නිෂ්පාදනයේ ප්‍රමුඛයන්ලා ඉන්නවා වගේම මෙවැනි තරගයකට ඉදිරිපත් වෙලා ඒකත් ව්‍යාප්ත කිරීමට ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට උරදීම අපිට ලොකු සතුටක්.
හොඳයි, ශ්‍රී ලංකීය සන්නාම අතරේ ව්‍යවසායකයන් අතරේ ක්‍රීඩාව ප්‍රචලිත කරන්නට මහඟු මෙහෙයක් කරනවා මෙවැනි තරගාවලි. ඒ නිසා විශේෂයෙන්ම ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් ආයතනය තුල මේ කාරණා එක්ක එකතු කරගෙන ව්‍යවසායකයන්, ව්‍යාපාරිකයන්, තරඟකරුවන්, ආයතන මේ සියල්ලක් මේක රාශී කරගෙන තමයි මේ තරගාවලිය පවත්වන්නේ. ඒ ඉතාමත් සුවිශේෂී කාරණයක්. දැන් කණ්ඩායම අංක 1 වෙන්න
සුදුසුයි කියලා මම හිතනවා.
හොඳයි, අපි ජයග්‍රහණය ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. අපි නැවතත් යමු වෙනවා තරගයත් එක්ක. බොහොම අපූර්ව තරගයක් මේක. පැය ගණනක් තිස්සේ විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ තරගයේ පැවැත්වෙන ඒ තමයි විශේෂත්වය. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රථම වරට මෙවැනි ශූරතාවලියක් සංවිධානය වෙන්නේ.
And we are back to the racing action. Seems to be quite calm at the moment. From what we've seen in the current bit of the race, in the current few hours that we've had, is that most moves get done into turn 1, and then you have the rear moves down at this corner. Because, like I had mentioned before, the drivers are able to run so wide, so many carts take the attempt and slide it down the inside, so pushing the other drivers wide, pushing themselves wide, because taking the inside through those corners is quite tricky. But most overtakes done into turn 1, you get the slipstream and dive down the inside. Karts defending into turn 1 would really lose a lot of time, because as we had seen before with the 4 karts battling, you end up shooting so wide. And we see 2 karts, they are battling. I think that's the Iron Maiden's cart, and not sure what the other cart was. Seems to be Flash Squad racing. So these drivers maybe stretching, settling in with this horrible heat, and a very physically demanding race this is, because we have 12 hours of racing, and split among some teams have 4 drivers, some teams have 5 drivers. Each driver ends up driving, about a minimum of about 2 hours. And, this is a real physical challenge. This is a true sport. And, Speedbay and everyone has brought this together here. An absolute amazing endurance event. 12 hours. This is racing. This is endurance. This is the physical challenge. This is what it's all about. And puts all these drivers to the test. So many people here coming for the first time and experiencing, and then realizing as well how much of an actual physical challenge racing is. And this is a true display of how beautiful endurance racing is, and how most of the work is in the background, strategizing, and also on the track working together with other drivers, because this is not like your average sprint race of maybe 10 laps. It's about how do you manage 12 hours. Do you fight? Do you lose time? Or do you wait for that perfect moment and go for the move? As we see one move happening here just before the box corner. An overtake done in there. Slide it down the inside. I think that's the Cartman team that just got overtaken by Team LME. It's being quite consumed here with another cart right behind him, waiting to make the move. Here on the main straight, he gets a good exit, makes the overtake before turn 1, gets good exit speed into turn 1 ahead. some drivers, I think, end up having muscle memory of staying in track limits within that white line over there, as we saw the Cartman cart staying within track limits and the other two shooting quite wide. In the slipstream of LME, and that is the Spark Racing. Is that the Spark Racing? Down the inside here, shoot really wide. Good battle going on here now for position. Spark Racing and LME battling here. That's the final corner now in the slipstream. Does he get a good enough speed to make an overtake down into turn 1? And seems that Spark Racing has gone for that overtake and is ahead of the LME cart still. And slipstream not really working. Can be a number of reasons. There's drivers of different weights competing, and therefore straight line speed, even though you end up having a good exit down at the final corner, you know, weight really comes into play and straight line speed can be affected, making it really tough to make an overtake.
Right, it's Sam and Tiara back for the next hour or so. We're now currently on lap 336.
That's 336 of how many laps?
Well, if everything goes according to plan, I think the estimates are around 1,000 laps.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So we are still at the beginning.
It is. I mean, we're in the 4th hour right now. And that's only a quarter of a way through, right? So
yeah. So obviously the drivers and also the teams still have the challenge of, you know, maintaining their tires, their fuel, their pit stops, timing and everything. So it's still a challenge. It's not like they're in the easy part yet.
Absolutely. I think, so we did see a change for the lead between Flash Squad and St. Thomas's College Racing about an hour ago. So that was something interesting that happened in the pits. But other than that, right now, so we do have Savi Ratnayaka for our team R8C in 3rd place, Octane Racing 4th, Spark Racing in 5th, Cartman in 6th, Mac 1 Racing in 7th, Tatachi Racing in 8th, Max and Mesh in 9th, and Team LME in 10th. Rounding up things is Iron Maidens in P11, and we have in P12 Cisco Labs.
But I think the Iron Maidens made one place up because they were at 12.
Yes, they were at the back of the grid. So now I don't know whether that's due to an offset in pit stops, but they do seem to be catching up.
Yes.
Iron Maidens, of course, coming back from the first round of the endurance, the 6 hours. They did finish 12th or 13th, I think, back then, but they've come back and they've been practicing day in, day out. Of course, with Ishan Pires, who oversees things here at Speedbay and has been, one of the main figures behind getting the 12 hours of 12-hour endurance race off the ground. Of course, Sri Lanka's longest karting race ever recorded so far. But yeah, he's been helping them, train them, and they have been really dedicated, coming multiple times in the week, rain or shine. You just see you can see their posts online.
Speaking of rain or shine, the weather just darkened
significantly. It did. There were a few clouds.
We might be able to expect some more action.
Exactly. I do wonder whether towards the end of the day, especially, whether we'll get a light shower of rain. The forecast has been pretty clear so far, but if we had rain, it would really spice things up as well.
Definitely it would. And earlier, weren't you telling me that the drivers would actually prefer rainy conditions?
I think some do, some don't. Now, for example, me, I really love the wet conditions. I'm much faster in the wet than I am the dry, purely because I'm on the heavier side. And also, I think I have a bit of experience in wet weather driving. Like, I did formulas every time I did the formula races, it was in the rain, and I got a lot of confidence from that. So I really love doing low grip scenario sort of racing. So yeah, we're having a nice little battle on screen right now. I think that is Mach 1 at the tail end of that. Let's have a look once the camera comes to see the other competitors. But they're all driving pretty well so far, pretty close together. And yeah, but yeah, if rain came, things would really spice things up for sure.
We're seeing another close battle between three karts, right?
Yep, so that's Team RHC, Savi Ratnayaka in fourth, and then we have Diven Gunasekara. So he's Octane Racing. He's a lap down on RHC. So I believe that would be Mach 1. So Mach 1 looks like they're trying to unlap themselves. Meanwhile, Savi Ratnayaka is trying to get past Manju De Silva in the Iron Maiden. So card number 8 on the right of your screen is being lapped by Savi Ratnayaka. But to complicate matters,
I think she managed to unlap herself.
She managed to just get out of the way, so she's now another lap down in terms of third place at least. But now it looks as if Mach 1 Racing wants to unlap themselves from RHC Racing, which is interesting. So now we see Savi Ratnayaka still in the lead, well, not in the lead, but in front of this three-car battle. And Mach 1 following closely. Now, the thing is, Mach 1 doesn't want to try and barge their way through, because they know they can't even if they overtook Savi right now, the standings wouldn't be the same, because they're a lap down on RHC Racing. But at the same time, they want to minimize the time lost being spent behind Savi. Savi might be running a different race, a different strategy, probably saving fuel, probably saving tires, whereas Mach 1 wants to get a few fast laps in, so it's a bit of an interesting one. As we have a look at the Cartman team, doing very well this time. Managed to get themselves up into 6th place so far, which is much better than their last outing. So that's a big improvement from them. Great to see.
So I think our spectators would like to know how many places did they make up?
I actually can't remember where they qualified, but last time out in the first round of the endurance, if I remember correctly, they finished 11th. So for them to be in 6th place right now, sort of a quarter of a way through, I think they'll be happy with that. Another interesting battle will be Octane Racing. Now, last time out, we mentioned earlier on in the stream, Octane were one of the favorites going into the first round, and of course they managed to capitalize on that. They were 7 laps ahead But then when the pit stops came in to change from dry to wets, unfortunately they lost a lot of time in the pits, and then they ended up second to last out from that pit stop. They managed to claw themselves back up through the field, but yeah, they lost their lead and they didn't even make it onto the podium last time. So they've really got the bit between their teeth because they want to make a big impact right now.
Yeah.
Spark Racing too, very interesting setup. Young, talented drivers, and they've also got Avishka Premadasa, who are famously the son of Aravind Premadasa, who is known in the SLGT.
One of the best drivers out
Yes, exactly. And Avishka himself making a name for himself in the Subaru Legacy class on the tracks of Sri Lanka. So yeah, I mean, it's great to see. And now we see Team LME. That's Akila Auris at the back of your screen, and Team Totachi. Totachi Racing, previously known as Young Veterans Racing, but managing to get that title sponsorship for this round of the championship.
But at the moment, if you look at the standings, there doesn't seem to be any close battles other than the drivers trying to unlap themselves, right?
Yeah, right now. So now everyone's sort of spread out a little bit, I think.
Yes.
Which is nice to see.
Gaps between
Exactly. So this is the tricky one, especially if you're a team manager, because unless you have sort of a computer-like brain, you don't know what other strategies the other teams are on.
Exactly.
And you don't, I mean, in the back of your head, you're hoping you have an idea of what strategy they're on. Like, for example, if you know that they're light and fast, you assume that they're going to, take maybe one more pit stop and maybe even do a tire change, a compound change rather. But you never know. So
at this point, it does seem like a weather change would significantly impact and spice things up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because I think most teams have planned for a dry weather race.
We're also looking forward to that.
Oh yeah. I mean, from a spectator's point of view,
Yes,
it would be great.
definitely.
It would be great to see. As we're just looking at Spark Racing getting ever closer to Totachi, so I think Spark will want to lap Totachi and see that. And Iron Maiden's also in front there, and a little bit further back is, of course, St. Thomas's College. And there we have Team LME. Viewers, if you've just tuned into the stream, and I mean, we just saw the third. My, that does look dark now, doesn't it? The clouds are rolling in. If I look out of the commentary window, there's still blue sky to be seen around. The cloud base is not too low, but I do wonder, towards the evening at least, whether we'll have a light sprinkling of shower. Now, if we did have rain, it would be doubly tricky for the drivers and the marshals and the officials, because if you have a light rain, it's not worth to switch to wets,
Right.
because
Yes.
a dry line will eventually form. And I mean, if you're a little bit more careful with these slick tires, a light dusting of rain on the surface, you can
Will
manage. You'll be
make a
slower.
huge
Yeah,
impact,
you'll be
yeah.
slower. But if it rains very heavily, then it's inevitable that they'd have to switch to rain and rain tires. And that's, of course, what happened very early on in the 6-hour endurance last time out. So far, so good.
Yeah, in the meantime, I think Savi Ratnayaka managed to make it up to third place as well.
Yes, Savi Ratnayaka in third place, RHC Racing in third place. It's a very strong race for them so far. I know they've come into this race quietly confident, I would say. They have a very good lineup with Angelo Sanaratna, many years of racing under his belt. Savi Ratnayaka, relatively new to the karting game, but during COVID, he took up e-racing on the simulator, and it translated into real-life racing, basically. And you can see the natural transition of talent from the digital realm into real life. There's a very direct correlation there. And for anyone watching this and who wants to get into this kind of sport, I mean, one of the most accessible ways is to start through esports, is to start through either Gran Turismo on PlayStation or ACC on the PC or iRacing on PC. We have from the CMSC, who is also officiating here today together with the MRA. The CMSC runs several esports championships as well throughout the year, covering ACC and iRacing, and there's even a member of Octane Racing who was supposed to be racing today but got the opportunity to race in Malaysia for both karting slalom and for iRacing. His name is Kevan Samrajiva, and he is bringing glory as we just see a bit of a knock and a battle between the Iron Maidens and Totachi. I don't know whose fault that was. I don't think the Iron Maidens...
Contact?
There was contact. There was a little bit of contact, and Team Totachi putting up their hand, wondering what was that. I don't think the Iron Maidens deviated from their line at all there. It just seemed like they didn't... Maybe both teams weren't aware of each other.
Do
now,
you see a penalty coming? Or
no, I don't
not
think so.
significant
Not
enough?
significant enough. Now that's going to be interesting. That was very close with Akila, but he gets the switchback very nicely done.
Up a close battle as
Very nicely done. Managing to get past the Team Iron Maidens and not losing too much time there as well. So Team LME in 10th place, bit disappointing for us, but it's still early on in the race. It's 10. We're into our 4th hour, so still plenty of thrills and spills to happen. Waiting to see how the mechanical reliability also plays into these things. Of course, all these carts are as equal as possible. They've all been tested by the Speedbay mechanics to be within a second of each other. To be able to set a 41 second. As we see, little bit of tussling there, little bit of rubbing. They say rubbing is racing sometimes in NASCAR. I think that's Spark Racing getting past Mach 1 to lap Mach 1. A few hand signals going on there. But yeah, it seems okay. Now Totachi is coming up to Team Totachi is coming up to lap Mach 1 Racing. So that will be interesting as well to see where they go. Right, so he goes to the inside, and yeah, both drivers going very wide. If you are watching this, if you come for the kart fights, normally you'd think, why are all these drivers going so wide at that corner? Because usually the white line is a demarcator for track limits, and usually if you continuously cross that line, you'll get a penalty, right?
Yes.
But track limits for this race are not going to be monitored on that corner. Track limits are being monitored at turn 1, I'm told. So that's the pit entry. So that is being monitored. But the other corners, it's not really much of a concern because, I mean, it'll help the teams save tires. They don't have to be too aggressive taking a very tight line. They can run it out wide a little bit. I don't think they'll gain too much time from this slight rule change.
So that gives them an advantage as well there.
I think so. I think it just lets them sort of open up the steering wheel a little bit more, so you put less stress on your outside tire when you're turning right there. So it's good. It's good for tire saving, and it's also good because that's one less penalty that they'll have to face over 12 hours, which could change the outcome of the race. So I think everyone's okay with that change. But yeah, it's a different one. So, but if you're watching this at home and thinking you can take it that wide on a normal race, don't. It's only for this endurance race that's being implemented. As we see Ryan de Boon that is St. Thomas's College. As we focus on St. Thomas's College, who are in 2nd place right now, they appear to be not too far behind Flash Squad now, just 2 seconds separating them. Kevin Baranager, the captain of STC ML Racing. And you can see the gap between them is not that big. It's about 2 seconds now, according to 1.1 seconds now down, according to the timing screens. So that's going to be very interesting indeed. Right, so who is coming to the pits? Team RHC Racing looks like they've come into the pits because they are now down to 4th. Spark Racing is up to 3rd. So a few more pit stops happening right now, and the lineup will change a little bit more. Now, Spark Racing looking to get past Totachi. Spark Racing looking to get past Totachi. Vishka Premadasa, as we were talking about earlier, very, very familiar now with the gravel tracks as well.
There's a close battle. And
it's a very close
there was
battle.
Almost a bit of contact as well.
Yes. These guys really have to be careful at this point because you don't want to have an incident when you're not overtaking people for track position per se.
But they're still keeping up their battle.
They are. They're following very close. I think they're just they have a good idea of how they want to do it, how they want to play. Let's see. So now we're at a different battle. This is STC getting past, and as we focus on the Cartman team. Okay, so that is STC, who have got past. It looks like they've managed to get past. Yes, they have. STC, we're focusing on the wrong drivers now, but STC has got past Flash Squad. So that's interesting. STC once again back into the lead with an overtake on the track. Great to see. Very great to see. As we see Spark Racing, Avishka Prematasa take a much wider line there. He's just looking to save his tires, but at the same time carry a bit more momentum so that he can get
Overtake.
past.
Yes.
Exactly, because I feel that he's getting held up.
Okay.
Few hand signals, and we see Totachi letting him through. They realize they're not on the same lap, so yeah, that's done. Now that's Team Maxon Mesh, and I believe that's Emdad Hussain that has just got into the kart. Emdad is Maxon's heaviest driver. Emdad Hussain, 37 years old. So he's coming out onto the track. Little bit of traffic there. Oh, that's very close between RHC and Maxon Mesh. Yeah, but good awareness overall, no contact, but got a little bit close for comfort for a second there. But there we go. So Flash Squad, as we can just see at the beginning of your picture, Flash Squad is still in the mix. They're holding on to St. Thomas's College. They're still within a second of each other. And this is an interesting close battle right now. So Avishka Premadas is still, so he's in third place. So Park Racing
managed to unlap himself.
He's managed to lap. He's not unlapped himself yet. He needs to get past. So basically, Avishka needs to get past Flash Squad and STC twice, because he's 3 laps down. So he needs to get past them twice to then again be on the same leading lap. So he needs to pass them. Right now, he's stuck behind 5th place Mach 1 Racing by the looks of things. So he needs to lap Mach 1 Racing, then he needs to unlap himself, if that makes sense. I know it's a little bit confusing, but fans of endurance racing will know that this is how it works. And it's a very short lap here at Speedbay. 41 seconds is your average lap time. We have drivers setting times in the 40 seconds and the 42 and even the 43 seconds, depending on what strategy they are and their weights. But yeah, so very short lap, so it's very difficult to keep track. So please excuse us if we make the odd mistake as well. But so far so good. I think we've managed to keep up the action. Mach 1 again. Okay, that's very interesting. Mach 1 going inside and getting past RHC by the looks of things. Again, not a battle for track position, not a battle for race position, rather. Track position, but not race position. But, yeah. And we have Akila in the Team LME going to the inside. And Mach 1, the driver in Mach 1, Mohammed Shan, waving his arms, trying to get some circulation going, because it takes a big toll on the body. This is his second stint, I think. Right, yes. So he must be fighting, he must be pushing, yeah, he's feeling a bit stiff, feeling a bit achy, just trying to get the blood flow going again and relieve, because
it does take a lot from
exactly,
you
and
to
your hands are in one
1
position,
hour.
right? Yeah, to
Under
drive for
these
1 hour.
conditions as well.
Exactly. As we focus now on Octane Racing. Great to see them in 4th place, holding their own. Sachit Fernando currently behind the wheel. Formerly Sachit Fernando, part of Team ACBT, who managed to win the first round of the Endurance Championship. Few driver changes for this round. Very interesting to see. I'm sure we'll have some content on that later on. The silly season is just as alive and well here as it is in Formula One. Exactly, we have drivers going from team to teams and different driver changes, driver swaps. Finance is also coming into it as Totachi makes a very nice overtake on the Iron Maidens there, getting past them. Saw the opportunity and took it. I think also the Iron Maidens know that this isn't their battle, so they're happy to stay out of that fight. But yeah, very, very, very interesting stuff. So like I said, with Octane Racing, 2 of their drivers, so both Sashan and Kevan are in Malaysia right now, so they couldn't make it today. So obviously they had to, they were chosen
with
to.
the strategy, I believe.
Yeah, but they had to take a few other drivers in at the last minute.
Last moment.
Exactly.
So that's also a challenge for them, but then
it is.
They seem to be coping well.
They do seem to be coping well. It's all about, synergizing all your teammates and having a good understanding, not just your teammates, but also like the pit crew, the mechanics, the managers, everything. It all comes together, and that's what makes a team successful or not, I think. And right now, Team STCML doing great, as is Flash Squad and Spark Racing. But yeah, Octane Racing in the hunt, in fourth, definitely in contention. Right, so if you are interested in the lap times, we have the live timings also. So Kevin, who's racing for St. Thomas's College, just did a 41.7. Flash Squad with Ryan De Bruin did a 42.5. Avishka Premadasu a 41.4. Sachit Fernando a 41.4. Mohammed Khan 42.3. Emdad Hussain 41.8, Shane Wirkun 42.27. So everyone doing 42s and 41s. No one into the 40s right now. I wonder whether the track is a bit too warm for some really fast times. Even the faster drivers, the lighter drivers, are not really pushing it, I would say. I think it's a combination of the track temperature and also realizing that these tires need to make it at least to the third half of the race, I would think. Or the third quarter of the race, because that would be, I mean, that would be optimal for most teams if they are trying to change strategy. But I think some teams are trying to make the mediums last a lot longer, all the way to the end of the race. As we have a look at the Iron Maidens and now Team Totachi, who is driving for Team Totachi right now, Lelam Senadira, in the red racing suit with a red branded kart. And we switch to Totachi Racing in the pits. There we have their team, and of course their Steam teammate, Delantha Malagamua, there, also running today. Great to see.
Right?
He did a stint. I believe he's going to do another stint a little bit later. I was speaking to him in the pits just a bit earlier, so he's going to do another stint later. And then we have Rosara Subath there speaking to Delantha, and we have Chennai Atanayaka on the right-hand side, one of the few female drivers. And we have quite a good amount of female competition. Of course, we have the Iron Maidens. Iron Maidens are there. And then we have other teams such as RHC Racing, who has Shania Mendes. And we have Chennai Atanayaka, as I said, in Totachi. And Anika Arif in Max and Mesh Racing as well. So great to see the fair sex take part in this, and it's definitely not a man's game anymore. It's definitely not. It definitely isn't. It's great to see, and it's one of the initiatives that we're all trying to push for, both at Speedbay and through the Ceylon Motorsports Club and the MRA, pushing for more inclusion of women in motorsport. It's also part of the FIA's commitment to getting more women involved in motor racing and opening up those opportunities for them. So it's great to see, really great to see people taking part.
Especially because they've come a long way since they started out, right?
Absolutely.
The Iron Maiden especially.
Absolutely. Very good to see, very good to see. So yeah, it's a bit of a lull period. I'll be honest with you, dear viewer. There's not a lot of on-track action. As you see, St. Thomas's College has managed to eke out that gap between them and Flash Squad to almost 7 seconds now. Spark Racing still 3 laps behind the lead lap, and behind them in 4th place, Octane Racing a further lap behind. So they're all 4 laps on the leaders. So I wouldn't say there's any close battles for on-track action right now that I can see.
They seem to be fairly spread out at the moment.
They are spread out. Perhaps Max and Mesh. Okay, this might be interesting. Max and Mesh and RHC Racing. That will be a close battle because they are just 0.3 seconds between them. So that will be interesting to see. Emdad Hussain running. So both teams heavier drivers.
Themselves.
No, I believe Max and Mesh and Shane Wirkun, they're both on the same lap. So they will be battling each other.
Some exciting action now.
Hopefully, yes. And that will be close because they are very close to each other in the championship as well. Max and Mesh came second last time. So they're looking to capitalize as we see a driver coming into the pits for Mark 1 Racing. I believe that is Mohammed Khan coming into the pits for a driver change, fill up, and possibly a tyre change. So Mach 1 into the pits. We'll keep an eye on Emdad versus Shane as we can. As we see Mach 1, we've got their new driver in. Definitely not a tyre change in that short period, so I think just filling up on fuel.
It's just a driver change and a
driver change and fuel.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so that is the battle we want to have a look at. This is Maxon Mesh versus Shane, and you can see Shane trying to duck as we cut away from that.
The time gap has decreased.
It has. Only a few seconds between them, a couple of seconds. Unfortunately, we've lost that feed. We'll try and get it back to you, but that is a really interesting battle I really want to focus on. Right, there we have it again. Maxon Mesh in front. Emdad taking a little bit of a defensive line there. Shane is going. He's going. Nope, he's coming back. He tried to dummy Emdad there, I think. Tried to compromise Emdad's line, but this is the battle we want to stay with right now, because this is going to be all important for the rest of this race. And Flash Squad is right there, and Flash Squad will want to get past this too. But these two are going to have a battle of their own, so they're going to be preoccupied in their own fight, and Flash Squad is going to have to try and figure out a way past them the hard way, I would say. So RHC Racing, Shane right there behind Emdad Hussain. Great to see. Shane just ducking down, trying to get every little aerodynamic advantage. He pulls out. Does he have an overlap? Yes, he does. He goes for the inside. Not quite enough overlap there to get it done. Emdad just let the kart roll in. With all his years of experience in racing, he eased off the brake, managed to let the kart roll in, didn't get spooked by Shane going for the dive. But credit where credit's due, they both gave each other enough racing room. This is a great battle that's going on right now. Shane managing to catch up. In the last part of the lap, Shane just seems to be able to position his kart just a little bit better, and he has the advantage. But on the main straight, does he have the power? Yes, he does this time. Emdad is pushing him to the inside. It's not enough. Emdad goes back to try and take a different line for the corner, but Team RHC made it stick. Now he's going a bit defensive, but he doesn't need to because there's a bit of an overlap. But then Maxon Mesh has come back. Emdad Hussain went completely wider and managed to do an overcut on him. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant racing by both drivers here. And it's great to see, but they really need to be aware of the car behind them, because the car behind them is not battling with them as far as I can see. So that is Flash Squad, if I'm not mistaken. Flash Squad doesn't want to get held up in this battle. They want to get ahead of this battle, because they're in the battle for the lead. Flash Squad needs to get as much clear air as they can, but right now they're getting held up by another battle that's going on track for race position between Emdad and Shane from Maxon Mesh and RHC. So Shane did manage to get in front of Emdad, but Emdad, with all his years of racing, a bit like the Fernando Alonso of the karting scene, using his knowledge to get back, and wily old Fox managed to overtake him on the outside of turn 3, which no longer is monitored for track limits. So that's brilliant, and that's a brilliant display of how that small rule change has affected or could potentially affect the outcome of this race. Certainly affected the running order in these few laps.
And maybe give an advantage to the next teammate.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So now Shane going for the inside again. Did he manage to make it stick? No. Emdad again managing to hang it out on the outside and manages to keep that advantage. These guys are going to be battling for a long, long time to come, I think. Max and Mesh still in front, but plus just 0.2 seconds separates between them. This is a brilliant battle to watch now as Shane will try again. But is it worth it? I don't know, Tiara. Is it worth hanging back now? If you're going to be losing time battling. Both of these guys are going to be losing time trying to battle with each other. Do you just hang back a little bit and play your own race, or is this vital for them in terms of position? It looks like it is vital for them now. If you're watching at home, none of these guys have comms. They don't have communication to the pit wall, so they're all being communicated to via pit boards, a very old school method of communication. So a lot of this is being done
boards,
exactly.
Right? Yeah.
So there are lap boards and there are whiteboards and all sorts of ways and means of communicating to your driver, but at the end of the day, you can only do it one time per lap, and it's very tough for them. As we see Octane Racing now trying to unlap themselves from Flash Racing. So there we go.
So the battle between Max and Mesh and I believe...
Yes, RHC Racing. So RHC Racing again has managed to...
Now, right?
Yeah, and now Shane has managed to get in front. We didn't see the move on camera, but now Shane of RHC is back in front.
Still close.
They're still very close. I mean, now Shane really needs to try and pull out a gap because Emdad, like I said, look how close Emdad is. He's almost pushing Shane around the last corner. If we wait to switch to the main straight, and Shane is having to go very defensive. Emdad goes back to the line, the normal line, so that he'll get more speed out of these two corners. Now, he doesn't want to overtake here, but what he wants is to have more speed for this corner here. As he does, and he goes to the inside, and I think he might be able to have stuck it. Yes, he has, but Shane has gone right out, and they're getting too close for comfort. They're getting very close right now, and all this is delaying Octane Racing as well. Now, interestingly, Flash Squad seems to have just held back a little bit. They've realized they're not going to get past these two in any hurry. Now, has Octane Racing... Obviously, Octane Racing doesn't have the same strategy, so they want to get in on the action. They're not part of this race. They're not part of this race at all, but they just want to get out ahead in front of this so it doesn't slow them up in their own battle. So Octane Racing, very sensible there by Shane from RHC Racing, letting Octane Racing go through. He's probably been told on the pit boards that that's not his battle, but now Shane needs to stick very close to the back of Octane Racing if he can, so that if Emdad has to let Octane Racing pass, or if Emdad chooses to let Octane Racing pass, so that Shane can easily just slot in there as well, or at least be right back on the bumper of Emdad Hussain from Max and Mesh. Very interesting little battle here. It's been a bit of a slow one for the past few hours, but now we have some great action as Emdad is pushing Octane to the center. I don't think he realizes that's not his battle, but Octane managing to get past there. Let's see what Emdad does now. Does he realize that's not Shane? I think he does. I think he realizes they're on a different lap, so pointless to be fighting. But oh no, there we go. He is fighting. He goes for the inside line, makes a very clean overtake there, and now this has brought Shane back into the picture. Now Shane has this weird. He's in a weird position because he needs to get past Emdad, but he has another car that technically is in front of him in race order, in between him and the guy who's in front of him. So Emdad now looks as if he's signaling for Octane to get past, but he's opened the door for Shane to get past as well. Shane being very opportunistic there. Looks like Shane managed to get through. Did he? Yes, he did. So as Emdad opened the door, realized that Octane Racing needed to be let by, Shane just managed to get in front there. So that's very good driving by Shane. Opportunistic, but there's nothing against that. That's part of the game. So brilliant to see. Really brilliant to see. Right, so we had some quite nice action on track after a bit of a lull so far, and I believe that action is still going to go on for a few more laps as Emdad is still in the mix. Right, now who's behind them on track? We have Lelam Senadire with Totachi, who's also on the same lap, just 2 seconds behind. So now these guys, as Emdad once again gets back in front of Shane, it's just going back and forth like a ping pong match.
Isn't it? It's been like that for a while now.
It is, and
but it is adding some excitement.
Emdad putting his hand up, but these guys need to realize that Lelam in Totachi is honing in. He is not the cart directly behind, but he's 2 carts behind, and he is also on the same lap as them. So this battle between them will bring Totachi back into the race field, at least for 7th, 8th, and 9th positions. So brilliant racing.
Aren't they wearing themselves out?
They are. I mean,
Definitely.
Absolutely, Tiara, because this it takes a lot of. It's not just physical. It's a mental battle that these guys are playing with each other. It's cat and mouse, very literally cat and mouse. Tire wear as well. These guys will be sliding. They will be pushing. It's hard to think that they'll be on a no-stop strategy. So look at these guys. So now Lelam is going to be right behind them. Totachi, 0.8 seconds behind Shane Wirikun now. So he's arriving at the party at a rapid rate of knots. Cisco Labs, nope, they're not in this fight, unfortunately. Team Elemi also not in this fight yet. But now we have a 3-car battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Now, I don't know, Tia, if I was at this point, I honestly don't know when these guys are pitted or not, but it might be an opportunity to bring one of them in for pits.
It is, because...
I mean, you are losing time right now, fighting each other. You are, like you said...
Stop might just change everything up a little.
It could. Oh, but you know what? I'm gonna say let them fight, because it's really fun to watch now. After a few hours of no action. Not that there hasn't been action. All the action has been on strategies and different strategies mostly so far.
The first few laps were super action-packed, but then afterwards it got a little more, consistent and quiet.
Exactly.
But then now the action is back, so that's exciting.
Yeah, great to see. Really good to see. Right, so someone has pulled out, someone's trying to overtake. I believe that is Shane, and I believe that is Lelam. Yes, Lelam has managed to take both of them in one corner. Does he come out in front? Yes, he does. So, we've just been watching Emdad and Shane battle each other for what feels like 10 to 15 laps, and all of a sudden, Lelam Senadir has arrived on the scene and is completely overtaken. So Lelam from Totachi Racing somehow manages to get his cart in front and has managed to build a gap already. And here's Cisco Labs also looking faster. They're right at the back. They're in 11th place, but they want to unlap themselves now. They don't want to be held up.
Advantage of the fact that Maximesh and RHT Racing were just battling for.
And I think this is
exerting themselves.
Exactly, and I think I think this plays back into what you were saying, Tiara. They are taking a lot of energy out of themselves. They're taking a lot of stuff out of the tire, wear out of the tires.
Drivers a little edge over that has.
Yeah, exactly. But really, I mean that clip of Lelam just overtaking both of them in one corner. That clip, I'm sure they'll clip it and share it on their social media. But I mean that was quite impressive to see. Watching this battle brew, and now. Emdad once again now behind, now in front of Shane. And who's that? Flash Squad. Now Flash Squad has been silently just holding back, watching things unfold, but I think they realize now that they need to get past these competitors. So it looks like Flash Squad is once again in the lead. I believe St. Thomas's College has pit just now. I believe we saw that cart exiting the pit lane. So once Flash Squad pits next, that should right the order again. But yeah, so far so good for them. So once again, a huge shout out to the marshals. This, of course, made possible by the Ceylon Motorsports Club in collaboration with MRA. the Motor Racing Association, two great clubs coming together to officiate this event, to make sure that everyone plays by the rules, to make sure that marshals are in place, to wave any yellow flags that are needed, any flag signals really that are needed. And I mean, let's not forget, 12 hours is a tough ask of anyone to stand outside. So I believe they have a rota system, so they won't be standing all 12 consecutive hours out, but still, it's a lot. It's a big commitment. And on Saturday, it's a big commitment. You really need to have passion for the sport. So it's great to see that we have a lot of passionate, exactly, a lot of enthusiasts here. So good to see. Of course, it's not just about the drivers. Yep, the driver, but I don't know. As a driver myself, I would say we have the fun job. Yeah, I mean, I've marshaled at events as well.
As much as you love it, you are under quite a bit of physical,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You are in the car for 1 hour or so.
Yes, but I mean,
appreciation going on to them as well.
Yeah, I suppose. Now this is interesting. Look at this. This now Lelum, who managed to get past Emdad and Shane fairly quickly, is now being challenged by Cisco Labs. Menusha Munasinghe, I believe, in P11. So that's interesting. So again, they're not on the same lap, but Menusha just feeling that they're a bit faster than Totachi Racing right there. Interesting, very interesting. Position changes up and down the field, and one thing's for sure, we'll still have a battle between Emdad and Shane. I believe this, by the looks of it, it's still going on. It's still going on. I mean, look at them, taking very different lines. Very close, but look how much it is. But look at how much they're sliding. And again, who is that behind them that's catching up now? Spark Racing. So Spark Racing is in 4th place. They need to they need to lap these guys. Yeah, Spark. If I know you can't hear me, but if you have been able to watch these races, this past few laps of racing, it's not going to be an easy task, because these guys have their own battle going on. Seemingly from it actually happened as soon as Emdad left the pits. As soon as Emdad left the pits, he was sort of put into the path of Shane Wirikun. And yeah, it's been a very, very interesting battle.
Now, as the strategist, I believe, for Team LME.
Oh no, I'm not the strategist. I'm just a lowly driver.
Okay, but what do you think what do you think will take for them to, make a few places off the grid? Because I feel like they could do better, definitely.
If I was in their position, whether it was RHC or Max and Mesh, now obviously they have access to a lot more data than I do about their own strategy and their own teams and how long they think they can push on a certain set of tires. By the way they're driving, I would say they are going to try and stop and switch to the hards, probably towards the end of this race, probably in the 3rd quarter.
Right.
Because they're taking a lot of, assuming they've all started on the mediums, they've taken a lot of time out of themselves, and they are battling. So they're not playing the long game. They believe they're fast enough to, as we see again, Shane going to the inside and getting past Emdad. But look, Emdad will have a bit more speed coming up to this corner, I think. This time he goes to the outside. So I think Shane will stay in front, at least for a few laps. But now we have a whole bunch of out-of-position cars trying to lap these two. And yeah, we could be in for a little bit of chaos here if we're not careful. So let's see. Right, so who are we looking at? We're looking at Max and Mesh, Emdad. Once again, Emdad is good in front of Shane. And now we have Mach1 challenging Spark Racing. Mach1, again, they're not on the same lap, but they are just behind each other in terms of race order. There's a lap difference. So that is Spark Racing going down on the inside of RHC. And Mach1 also trying to make it 3 wide into there. 3 into 2 doesn't go. Or 3 into 1 doesn't go, definitely. So that didn't work out. Shane still behind Emdad. Now this has allowed Emdad to finally get a little bit of a gap between himself and Shane. A little bit of breathing room. So now Emdad is going to want to hope that Spark Racing tries to get past Shane in Team RHC, and that he can stay there for a lap before Emdad lets him past. Interesting one, very interesting. Spark, no, doesn't seem like he's not confident enough to have the overspeed, and then he it triggers a bit of a concertina there with Flash Squad and Macwan behind them. Plus, Flash Squad is very much out of position, as in they're in second. They don't need to be held up like this. They're 3 laps down on, or rather they're in first, and St. Thomas's College is 3 laps down on them, but they don't need to, I mean, they're battling for the lead. So Flash Squad, yeah, so Tiara, it looks like Flash Squad, yeah, there you go. He's playing the long game, they're playing the long game. They don't want to get involved in these fights, even though they know they're at that they're going to be losing time. They don't want to get involved in these fights. So they're very sensible, because, okay, I'll put it to you this way. It's faster to keep, let's say Flash Squad is doing a 42 seconds. I can actually tell you how much Flash Squad is doing. So Flash Squad is, Amatisha, he's doing a 41.8. Consistently, they've been doing 41.8s. It's Ryan de Boon. So he's doing a 42.8. Whereas Max and Mesh are also doing 42s and 41s. But I can guarantee you that Max and Mesh and RHC are doing 43s sometimes, 42s sometimes, 41s sometimes. It's more consistent for Team Flash Squad to just do consistent 42s and keep their own race, their own battle. And remember that this is a 12-hour endurance race. We're not even halfway. We're not even at the halfway point. Not even at the halfway point.
Chances are the race will have to go on until around
9 o'clock.
Yeah.
9 to 9. 9 to 9. So yeah, at 3 o'clock, which is just over an hour, we'll be at halfway distance. As we see, lots of weaving, lots of ducking and diving. Shane versus Emdad. What a familiar storyline this is going to be. Emdad once again positioning, but you know what? Credit where credit due. No one has spun each other off. No one has. I don't believe there's been any serious contact between these two either. Great respect shown.
Within a time gap of 1 second.
Yeah.
Longest time now, but no contact at all.
Absolutely.
They seem to be coping well.
Tiago, do you know what RHC stands for? Race hard, race clean is what they say.
Hard?
Race hard, race clean is their motto.
Exactly.
They
speak for themselves. Their name speaks.
And now that we've said that, I hope we haven't given them the commentator's curse. As Shane locks up a little bit, he did lock up just a little bit, but no, he didn't hit. Oh, but there's a cart exiting the pit lane there.
We should not have jinxed them.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's try not to do that. The commentator's curse is real. I commentate on these races with a gentleman named Thiago Pereira, who's in Canada right now, but we commentate often on the e-races, iRacing and ACC, and every time we say something like that, something usually goes wrong.
It's almost like the Nicolas.
Exactly. Photoshop us into that picture. Right, anyway, back to the racing. Okay, so the Mark 1 getting past both of them by the looks of it, both Emdad and bit of a snap of oversteer, and RHC goes very wide, Shane going very wide there, and he's let through, I think that is Cisco or RHC? Can't see from here, unfortunately. But yeah, Shane has now dropped back quite a bit, so there are now 2 carts in between him and Emdad. So that'll be interesting. Now Emdad, will he defend? Will he continue to defend, or will he let these next few carts by? Because like I said, they're on different laps. They are battling for track position, but race position, no. As we see Shane coming in, right, now that's the right call, I think. Shane either realized, maybe he got a bit of a blip on the fuel, and that's why he dropped back, or maybe he realized that, they're just going to lose time.
Do you think we're going to see a driver swap?
Yeah, I believe so, because Shane is I believe Shane is the heaviest driver for Team RHC, so the mandatory 30-minute into 4 pit stop window makes sense for them to get him out of the cart, put someone else in, and give him a bit of a break and send him out again, because he has to do 4 non-consecutive stints. Non-consecutive, exactly. So they can't just bring him in and then put him back in the cart and send him out. No, they have to do a driver swap for the heaviest driver. So yeah, there we go. Okay, so Max and Mesh has let Mach 1 by. Maxon Mesh no longer has Team RHC to contend with on this race. As Dinesh Patharana gets into the kart for RHC Racing. So there was as you said, there was a driver change. So Mach 1 Racing is in 5th. They're 2 laps down from Spark Racing, who is in 4th. But as you can see it on the screen right now, they're in front right now. I believe that is Spark Racing trying to get past Emdad. Spark currently in 4th. So yeah, this is interesting. This is key for them. This is key for them because they're battling with. Although there's a lap separating them, they will be battling Mach 1. So yeah. Right, so I believe I will sign off for a bit, and I believe Melon will come and take over from me in a little bit. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back shortly. I might even do a stint as a driver in a little bit. So I'll be signing off for now. I'll leave you with Tiara, and I believe Melon will come here. Right.
හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
MRF tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF tyre David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
MRF tyre මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF tyre David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF tyre අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF tyre එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
පරිස්සමට ගමන් යන්න ස්කූටරයට ගැලපෙන්නෙම MRF tyre තමයි. අනික ගෙවන ගානටත් වඩා වටිනවනේ. MRF tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
ලෝක සුපත්කල MRF tyre David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF tyre අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF tyre එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපත්කල MRF tyre David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
MRF tyre මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF tyre David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
MRF Tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with it.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
පරිස්සමට ගමන් යන්න ස්කූටරයට ගැලපෙන්නෙම MRF ටයර් තමයි. අනික ගෙවන ගානටත් වඩා වටිනවනේ. MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with it.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with it.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස් අර දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
MRF Tyre මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with it.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
වැඩක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
MRF Tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with it.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with it.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස් අර දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre, Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
වැඩක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ගේනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ නැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF Tire අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF Tire එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපකල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැඩක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ගේනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து.
Totachi.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF Tire අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF Tire එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපකල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරාවක් ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெடிடமிருந்து. Totachi.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයරකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපකල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැල්. මාත් එහෙමයි. ගන්න කාර් ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ, මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරාවක් ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெடிடமிருந்து. Totachi.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයරකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF ටයර් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්යය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
MRF ටයර් මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF ටයර් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெடிடமிருந்து. Totachi.
පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ
හරිදයි මේ ටිකද? හරිද නෑනේ.
Hello everyone, welcome. Here at the pit stop, we have Akila Alvis from last minute entry. Over to you, Akila.
Alright guys, so I guess Akila, my first question would be,
what were your first thoughts when you heard that there was going to be a 12-hour endurance challenge? I mean, what was going through your mind? Were you excited or were you shocked or whatever?
Not shocked. I was excited, yes. My first question was, will the carts last? But yeah, since it's the first historic one, I mean, extremely excited, yeah.
Could you give us a little bit of an introduction about yourself, like what team you're playing for and stuff like that?
So I'm racing for team last minute entry because we literally entered last minute. I started racing at Port City and then I came here, won a couple of races and got into a nice group of drivers, and we raced in the 6 hours as Team Carbon Crew.
So how was the experience like? I mean, was it fun or was it, I mean, I guess you were excited, right?
A lot of analysis, which was fun for me because I love that sort of things where we sort of do a lot of maths and we try to get some statistics and our procedures have to be in place correctly. So it was very, very analytical, I'd say. That's what.
All right. I guess my next question would be, what got you into karting? I mean, is it like a generational thing? Like your father was a racer, or did you just like start the sport because you like, racing or stuff?
Well, no, I've not. No one from my family members have ever raced. But I started watching Formula One when I was 4. So my dad got me into Formula One, and then I used to race. I mean, go karting in Excel World back into the 2000s. So I went to Australia, raced a little bit there as well, but mainly just wanted to do it because I love Formula One. Yeah.
And you plan on continuing, or?
Yeah, most likely yes, because I'm funding myself, so yeah, most likely.
All right, and there we go. That's Akila Alves here. Thank you so much. All right, I'll be passing it over to the commentary box.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයරකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කලර් MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
MRF ටයර් මට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெடிடமிருந்து. Totachi.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයරකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කලර් MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
MRF ටයර් මට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெடிடமிருந்து. Totachi.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
වාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්වේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයරකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපකල MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා මම නේද කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
MRF ටයර් මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெடிடமிருந்து. Totachi.
And we're back with racing, and St. Thomas seems to be in the lead with Astrial down in P2.
They're back in the lead because for a while they had lost the lead. I guess because of pit stops.
Yeah, as I remember, they were down in P2.
Yes.
Seems they've gained the position and now are now in the lead, leading the race. And there was some drama too. With Team LME having their clutch blown out, and that's the information I got from the pits.
And we have Sam racing.
Yeah, Sam is now racing, was in the commentary box a little while ago.
Yeah.
Now down in P11 sadly due to the whole team having changed the car as a whole due to a clutch blowout during the pit stop. So it goes to show how unpredictable this can be, how the race can change at any moment for any team. Changing can be leading, and the next moment, you know, your engine can go. that's the Octane Racing kart making a move on the Iron Maidens. It is a lapped kart. They've just overtaken. And speaking on the clutch blowout, in case you're wondering, a reason as to why the clutch may blow out can be, well, multiple reasons. One can be either you're just unlucky and it just gave out, or it could most likely be when you get on your throttle and you're braking at the exact same time, and you have to be very careful through the braking zones. And if the rear steps out, you get back on the throttle, shifting between the brakes and the throttle. Doing it wrong can really cost you your clutch. So goes to show how much technique is required, because you're running 12 hours, you have to handle your kart with care, and it's not only just being fast and driving, it's about durability. And there's a move into turn 1. I think all the drivers' favorite overtaking spot is turn 1. It's probably the safest, because like we had talked about before, it's about minimizing risk. And I think the least riskiest place to take an overtake around this track is into turn 1. The tires are gonna slowly die out. They start on the mediums, and there's a compound change to be done to the hards, and it's gonna get very tricky for these drivers as the hours pass by because they're going to lose grip. And those places where they felt the car have the rear step out slightly are going to be way more tricky. And that's Cisco Labs car making another move down into turn 1. He's going to stick with him. He's going to try to maybe go for a switchback. Does not work. This set of left-handers is actually quite tricky because from my personal experience, I remember when you get tires with low grip, the rear snaps on you through there. It can snap on you through there. And if you're really unlucky and you don't catch it, the front, you lose your rear, you don't get the grip, and then you give your counter steer, and then when the front suddenly grips up, you have to be ready to catch it. Plus, if you're going side by side through there, there's such a small margin for error, and I once ended up in the barrier through those triple lefts. So, going to be very tricky for these drivers with the tire wear now coming in to play, and we see a little bit of gloominess outside right now. So
but we saw a bit of gloominess earlier, and we were speculating, it might start raining, but it didn't.
Yeah, but the track the temperature is going to drop now.
Oh, so that will give them a significant advantage.
It's going to be easier for the drivers, but the tires are going to lose temperature too, so they are going to actually somewhat lose grip, and the worst case scenario is a little bit of a drizzle coming in, and it's going to be horrible with worn tires because there's going to be graining now, significant graining on both tires since they've done tire swaps as well. Hopefully they've done their tire swaps right and the graining is equal, both left and right in the front. But yeah, conditions can be very crucial. That's one car coming into the pits. Drivers trying to reduce their drag as much as they can, going for a move down into turn 1. He's made the switch back. Can he stick to it? They're going to come through this corner now. Right there, they're all so close. Tense battle going on here. That's the Totachi team. It's trying to stick close right behind the Cartman team. All three now in a slipstream train down the main straight. Looks like the Totachi kart is going to lose a position here. It's dropping back a bit. We're going to be now passing on the commentary to the St. Thomas College media team. We're going to be having Akash and Hassan join now on the commentary and give commentary. They're going to have to commentate on this nice battle going on as well.
how do you feel about your team's performance so far?
It's going great actually. Yesterday we qualified in third position, and today from the start we were able to hold that position. There were a few ups and downs along the first from the first two stints, but we were able to recover the third position again, and somehow we're maintaining that and trying to be consistent as possible towards the end. Yeah.
So what's your strategy today? What's your team's strategy?
It depends on the weather as well, so I can't give you an exact strategy right now, but it's mainly to be as consistent as possible and to get the pit stops right and the tire swaps right, and mainly it's just to be consistent throughout the whole race. Yeah.
That's it. So thank you.
From qualifying, and currently Sinton's squad in first, Adriel Flash squad in second, and Spark Racing in third. It seems to be that St. Thomas's College has made a change in drivers, with Ryan Gunawardhan coming off and Adam Junaid taking the wheel. That puts them in second place. That Ryan De Bruin from Azrael Racing takes the lead. Thomas's College seems to have fallen into third place now. Adam Junaid seems to have his work cut out for him. Well, there's a good battle happening out here.
St. Thomas's College and Totachi Racing fighting it out.
तुम्हारा वो वाला ही बात है ना
Kavin Rajapaksa seems to has come into 4th place, pushing Slivan Charles back to 5th. Adam Junaid caught in the back here of the 3. That's going to be an interesting battle there. Ryan De Bruin seems to have taken a bit of a fair lead here. What do you think, Akash? You think St. Thomas's College should have made the shift? Do you think they made it at the right time?
I think generally in the long term they made the right decision, as they would obviously need to refresh and refocus and, you know, get into the game again, and in the end result is what matters.
True indeed. There seems to be no sign of change around the bottom of the leaderboard.
Ryan De Bruin is commanding the front there, and Adam Junaid is making a valiant effort to get into the front and get his team ahead. There's Anika Arif there with an impressive turn.
Kavin Rajapaksa and Amjad Iftikhar seem to be battling it out for 2nd place. That's going to be a very interesting battle to look at.
Adam Junaid there trying to get ahead of Ryan De Bruin, and it seems he's there on the straight. See who makes it in front. Adam Junaid there ahead of Ryan De Bruin. Still in 4th though.
The race seems to have settled down a bit. Not much of changes in the leaderboards. It's been a while since actually we've seen a change.
It is still though an extremely exciting fight on the track, as we can see here. The number 4 carts and the number 8 cart, Iron Maidens, battling it out. It is truly impressive to see them as they fly through the straights here. Cisco Labs and Iron Maidens bringing up the back of the row. Oh, and look at this here. This is interesting. 4 carts piled up together. Totachi Racing, Slivan Charles, and a few others. They seem to be battling it out. It is extremely exciting here, ladies and gentlemen.
And with that, we'll be moving into a commercial break. We'll see you all on the other side. He's on
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයරකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපකල MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. ගන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා මම නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයි බලන්න.
MRF ටයර් මට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයි බලන්න.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெடிடமிருந்து.
Totachi.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
MRF ටයර් මට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF ටයර්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Totachi.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo. Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர்ஸ் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩிடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒත් නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Totachi.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo. Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர்ஸ் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒත් නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Totachi.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo. Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබේදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is your commentators for the hour, Akash and Hassan. I was just talking to Hassan about the entire racing scene here, considering that this is Sri Lanka's first FIA CIK certified karting track. It is really impressive considering the fact that when I was small, there were only a very few karting tracks available, and they were nowhere near the size of this. It is really impressive to see. It is really impressive to see the standard and how everything has improved in the country. Over to you, Hassan. What do you think?
Yeah, indeed. The karting market has really taken a huge spike in Sri Lanka as of recent years. I mean, the stories are actually quite impressive when you look at the RHC Racing, who's currently in 6th place. So they were, I guess you could say, a relatively new addition to the Sri Lankan karting scene. But very quickly they seem to have earned a name for themselves due to their impressive performances and dedication to the sport over the last few years. And the team seems to have rapidly gained recognition throughout the country in the karting circuit, as they seem to have exceptional talent and unwavering spirit.
Another big name in this scene, of course, is the Octane Racing karting team, Hassan. They have been making waves in the karting world and in Sri Lanka with their impressive achievements. One of their standout names, of course, is Jevan David. He is basically a Sri Lankan karting prodigy, and he made history by becoming the first Sri Lankan to win an international karting race at just 13 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Jevan won a European heat race in the Champions of the Future competition in Genk, Belgium. He has also recently made it into the F3 scene now, so he is probably one of the best names we have got in terms of motorsport and karting, might I add, in Sri Lanka.
In all honesty, Akash, I feel like having such a competition over here in Sri Lanka actually benefits the country, because we, especially a race like this, because we have big names such as Dilanta Malagamu racing for Totachi Racing. And I think another big thing worth mentioning about this race is we actually have a school performing or rather racing in this endurance championship, which is not something you see every day. Around, not just in Sri Lanka, but even globally, I would say.
Yes, that's right, Hassan. It's really impressive to see that, as you know, most of these teams are owned by major companies, and most of them are run by adults. This is a school team run by school boys and supported by the school management, not by anyone else. They have been extremely impressive throughout this season, doing really well. Ryan Gunawardena has been to multiple international karting events now. He has made a name for himself in the international karting scene and is now part of this St. Thomas's College karting team. And they are currently second in the leaderboards, as you all can see, ladies and gentlemen. And it's just really impressive to see as they are competing with major corporations and adults.
Having a look at the leaderboard, St. Thomas's College seemed to has come up 2 places into their second spot. Asriel Flash Squad seems to be maintaining their lead since they took it over.
So Hassan, what do you think about this track? I think it's quite sufficient considering that it's the first FIA CIK certified track in the country. It's about 600 meters long, consisting of 2 right corners, 2 left corners, and a chicane. I think it leaves plenty of room for overtaking and other opportunities, and makes for quite the impressive and exciting race. What do you think, Hassan?
Yeah, for those of you who are new to the scene, the Sri Lankan karting circuit, it's called the North Circuit, which is 717 meters in length. It has one main straight, and it has a few corners around this. It has a few corners that drivers have to be looking out for when running their speeds. And looking at the race, Adam Junaid is coming behind Slivan Charles, who seems to have sprung into second place. Now this is an interesting battle we would like to see. Slivan Charles seems to have held up his end as they go into the corner.
I'd like to also point out, ladies and gentlemen, that even though these are some major corporations running these teams, also to the fact that there's a school team participating, many of the racers here are also still in school. As for example, we can take even in Octane Racing, Dhiran Gunasekara. He's a royalist and one of my close personal friends. And we have plenty of other young talent on the grid, including a 13-year-old named Seshan. Ardan Junaid himself is about 14 or 15. Ryan Gunawardana is still in school as well.
Well, Akash, it seems there's been another change in the leaderboard. The battle between Adam Junaid from St. Thomas's College and Slivan Charles seems to be giving us a lot more, as currently Adam Junaid has overtaken Slivan Charles and he's in second place now.
Yes, Hassan, Adam Junaid has been showing a lot of promise. He seems to be coming in for first. As we can see, he is cornering at an incredible rate and going through those straights, the carts, the tires, everything seems to be in good conditions. Actually, in fact, the conditions on the track seem to be pretty good considering the weather the country has been under as of recent. It's quite impressive that it's a sunny day and the track is at a good temperature, I feel. And I can't wait for more exciting turnouts.
Yeah, indeed, talking about the weather today, it's not that hot when you look at it, which must be pretty perfect for the drivers. They must be liking it out there. Yes, what you said has been true, Akash. Over the last few days or even to the past week, there's been a lot of rain, and seeing the track in this condition indeed is a good sign for the drivers. It seems to be that almost every team has made a switch in their drivers as they head into the 559th lap of this 12-hour endurance championship brought to you by Speedbay.
That's also incredibly impressive, don't you think, Hassan? 12 hours on the track. That's just half of what the 24 hours of Le Mans is. And considering the fact that these are amateur, not amateur now, but what started off as amateurs now doing 12-hour races in our country for the first time. It shows a lot of promise, and it makes me really happy to see how far our country has come in terms of motorsport. Not just karting, our rallycross scene is also pretty big. It's just really just makes me happy to see, Hassan.
I mean, that is kind of true because over the last many years, I would say, perhaps even these drivers, they would have been used to seeing these 12-hour endurance races happening abroad, like globally. They had watched it on TV, but whereas now, because of the opportunity they have been given by the Motor Racing Association in conjunction with the Ceylon Motorsports Club, these drivers now have a chance to put their skills and their talents to the test. And the good thing about this is it's not just a matter of age actually that plays a factor in karting, I would say, Akash, because you have experienced races like Dilanda Malagamu coming up against perhaps even schoolboys or even the young youth of Sri Lanka.
Ryan De Bruin there through the corners, looking extremely confident. Sorry, Tinuka Vijayaratne he seems to be in a bit of discomfort there with his hands off the wheel.
And once again, Akash, Slivan Charles has overtaken Adam Junaid to regain that second spot.
This is turning out to be a truly exciting battle, Hassan, and I can't wait to see what unfolds. Adil Junaid right on the tail of Slivan Charles there, through the corner. Adil Junaid, will he get past? Slivan Charles is holding on strong. Now they're coming down to the straight side by side. Oh, Slivan Charles is ahead. And Adil Junaid still behind Slivan Charles, but extremely tight.
It really is not every day you get to see a sight like this in Sri Lanka, isn't it, Akash? I mean, the first ever karting circuit.
First ever karting circuit, first ever 12-hour endurance race, and personally for me, my first karting race as well. As before this I have only watched Formula 1 and GT racing.
Yeah, from watching those events happen globally to having one of our very own events here in Sri Lanka.
There's Adam Junaid there, keeping it strong, still behind Slivan Charles. They are basically neck to neck here. And back on the straight, Adam makes it right, tries to overtake. They're side by side now, and Adam is ahead. That is truly impressive.
This really is the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it?
Slivan Charles still fighting for his position right behind Adam Junaid, holding it strong. Tinuka Vijayaratne of Asriel Flash Squad still way ahead.
Yeah, I mean, even though the current objective of both Mark 1 Racing and St. Thomas's College would be to get in ahead of the other for that second place spot, I'm pretty sure that both of them would be looking at Tinuka Vijayaratne and Flash Squad Racing to take that first spot. All three of them seem to be neck and neck with each other, as Adam Junaid is now trailing behind Tinuka Vijayaratne.
I think you mean to say Hassan, the number 9 cart, Shinaya Attanayaka.
Pardon me, that was my bad, Akash.
Tinuka Vijayaratna is far ahead of them. Not too far. I feel Arnaud Junaid and Slivan Charles, once they battle it out, will eventually catch up. Or when they come into pit.
Once again, for those who are joining us right now, this is the Speedbay Endurance Championship 2024 that goes on for 12 hours. This is organized by the Motor Racing Association in conjunction with the Ceylon Motorsports Club and promoted by Speedbay.
And there's the number 7 cart of Max and Mesh coming in right behind the 3, Slivan Charles, the St. Thomas Adam Junaid, and the number 6 cart. Hassan, it was brought to my attention that the Max and Mesh team is actually your uncle's. How do you feel about that?
Yes, indeed, Akash. Not too happy to see them in first place, but there is still a long way to go. We have until 9 p.m. for this race. So it started off from 9 a.m., goes on to 9 p.m., which must be really stressing for the teams, but I'm pretty sure they're having fun through it all. This is what they want to do, and it is their passion after all. So, they have been given an opportunity after so long to have a championship like this.
I'm sure you're proud of them, Hassan, especially considering the fact that Anika Arif is your cousin. I'm sure... Sorry, you just know her. But I'm still sure you are proud to see her racing on the track.
Leaderboard towards the bottom seems to have been the same throughout the race, I guess, Akash.
Yes, Hassan, and Adam Junaid seems to have pulled away from Slivan Charles there. He seems to be gaining a lead. Oh no, I'm mistaken. No, sorry, yes.
.572 laps, Akash. It's not easy, is it?
No, Hassan, I can't even imagine what the racers are feeling going on right now. The team mechanics and everyone that puts in so much effort and work. I went down to the paddock to see what's going on. The team managers, everyone is hard at work, analyzing their statistics, going through their drivers' conditions, going through their timings. Hassan, a lot goes behind the works of these teams, and even to be in the position they are, they had to work extremely hard with their training, with everything, and in preparation to this.
I'm glad you specified all of that, Akash, because when you said you were going to the paddock, I thought you meant the paddock, the restaurant.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for anyone who is at the venue itself, if you all are feeling the need to have a refreshment, you all can make your way to the paddock, which is at the paddock.
Looking at the sky, Akash, it seems to have gotten a bit gloomy. Hopefully it's nothing that will trouble our racers too much.
But what do you think, Hassan? Do you think the race will be more exciting with rain or without rain?
The thing is, Akash, when the rain comes down onto the track, it adds that extra level of risk for the drivers, because the risk of skidding on or sliding through, it could really prove detrimental. But hopefully the rain spares us for today.
Personally, Hassan, I would like to see some rain on track because I would like to see who has that inner Sebastian Vettel in them and who could really pull out and make good use of the rain, considering the fact that most people wouldn't be able to withstand rainy conditions.
Spark Racing seems to be catching up on
MRF Tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with it.
Totachi.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo. Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
Logo super color MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with him.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
MRF Tyre මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with him.
MRF Tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited with him.
Totachi.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo. Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Totachi.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo. Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Totachi.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர்ஸ் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF tire. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒත් මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர்ஸ் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF tire. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒත් මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF ටයර් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF ටයර් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF tire ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
So how did you go from go-karting to GT race?
Well, it's a pretty natural progression. All racing drivers started in karting, or at least most of them started in karting. So my journey was from go-karts, and then I moved into Formula 4 for a few races, and then I competed in Formula Renault in Asia. After that, I graduated to Formula 3 Asia, the Asian series, and then I had an opportunity in the Porsche Talent Pool, and then was supposed to do Carrera Cup. Now I'm driving GT World Challenge.
That's excellent. That's great. That's such a good story to hear about. So why did you invest so much money in a property like this?
Well, for the David Peters Group, our founder, Mr. David Peters, has a very long and rich history in motorsports, not only in Sri Lanka but also in India. So he felt that it was a good thing to do for the development of motorsports in the nation, and also a project like this for the development of the nation itself, to have a caliber of a facility like this that can compete with facilities overseas, to give our driver pool an opportunity to experience a place like this, to compete at this level locally in your home country. So that was the main premise behind investing into such a facility.
That's a nice thing, right? So how do you feel about your team's performance here today?
Well, we've been struggling with pace overall. However, I have to say, I think compared to the competition here and compared to how their journeys have started, I think we've come a really, really long way. We definitely think that we can still extract a bit more performance, and there's still about 4 hours or so left in the day to go. So we're definitely not giving up. We're confident that we can still try to fight to finish in the top 10.
So why a all-women team?
Well, we in Speedbay, we believe that karting is truly for everybody. You don't need to be a professional racing driver. You don't need to have a huge enthusiasm for motorsport to be a part of this community, to be a part of this experience. So that's why we want to showcase that people with no motorsports background can, with a little bit of work and training, compete at this level.
Definitely. So do you have any messages for the young generation, the future of motor racing in Sri Lanka?
Absolutely. I think, honestly, if you look at the teams today, you will notice that there is a school team that's taking part and competing right at the front. I think the results speak for itself. Truly, this kind of level of competition, there is room for everybody. And if you see the youth from St. Thomas's College performing the way they are today, brilliantly, it's truly a message to, I believe, the youth of Sri Lanka that Speedbay is a venue that the youth can come and enjoy and be competitive at, and bring that motorsport experience into their lives.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, and there goes racing into a spin in the last corner. And Cisco Labs leads, as well as RHC with Sharanya, along with STC go-karting team trailing right behind her.
And that crash there, ladies and gentlemen, just goes to show how unpredictable this race can be and how anything can happen in these last 4 hours of the race.
As you can see on screen, it's Shakti Gunasekara back with Flash Scott. He has been doing multiple stints within this race, and that's the kind of experience he has when it comes to these races. He always tries to do multiple stints, and along with his experience, he tries to get the maximum out of the kart as well as give the maximum towards the team. And as we move our focus back to STC karting, they are trying to get back to their position since the start of the race. They started in pole and now they have dropped down to second. It's quite a fierce battle between the top three, and along with it, Mark 1 as well as Octane Racing along with Max and Mesh Racing team are quite frankly in the fight.
Amitesh sent it Kumaran there despite the fact that his cart is overweight. He's holding his position strong and has also...
And that's Iron Maidens along with Octane Racing, and that's Samika going for the move around the outside towards turn 2. And there we go. To turn 3, and as you can see, Samika's trying to make a move stick, but it seems to me that Iron Maidens is trying to place the cart in all the right positions just to make sure that they don't concede this position. Samika moves on to the right, trying to make that move go on. We are over 7.5 hours into this 12-hour endurance championship, and along with it, we have Flash Squad leading, St. Thomas's College trailing in second, Spark Racing in third, Mach 1 trailing in fourth, and fifth with Samika Vikramatna behind the wheel is Octane Racing, Imdad Hussain in Max and Mesh, Harania Mendes in RHC Racing, Cartman in 8th, Cisco Labs in 9th, Totashi Racing in 10th, who had a spin earlier, and Iron Maidens in 11th, along with Team LME, who had a few struggles along with their cart, in last place. Yes, Totashi Racing pulls into the inside, trying to make a move stick, as well as Mach 1 Racing is also looking a way to sneak in through, and it goes on the inside. Both of them go ahead of the Cartman team, and now Mach 1 Racing goes on the inside of Totashi Racing into turn 3, and they get the move done, and Totashi Racing doesn't give up. He goes on the inside as well. In towards the box corners, Totashi Racing comes back ahead of Mach 1 Racing, but Mach 1 Racing doesn't seem to be giving up on this particular scenario. Mach 1 Racing is trailing right behind, and Totashi Racing seems to have been telling him to overtake, but he seems to be keeping right behind the toe. Going into turn 1, turn 2, he's still been trailing him behind. Still trying to find a proper way to make the move done as clean as possible. Into the box corners, he tries to find a move done, but no, Totashi Racing driver tries to keep it as clean as possible and also covers all the right places by placing his cart beautifully into the last corner. Here we go. And Mach 1 Racing is right behind Totashi Racing. He pulls onto the inside, and he goes down the inside and makes the move clean as you can. Along with that, he covers the inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, your commentators for the next hour will be Chainaka, Joshua and Melon, who has been speaking for all this time.
Yes, that has been some beautiful racing from the two pairs of drivers, and they have been keeping it as clean and cordial as they can be. And the Totashi Racing driver seems to be unfazed from what happened earlier. And this is Samika Maratna, and there goes Spark Racing driver in for the move. That was Avishka Premadasa on Iron Maidens, and he makes the move stick into the box corner right-hander. Yes, Samika Wickramatne seems to be being caught up quickly by Avishka Premadasa. Seems to be the lightweight to heavyweight advantage from Avishka Premadasa, and he gets a move done into turn 3 quite easily, to be honest with you. And it seems to me that Iron Maidens is also catching up into Octane Racing drivers. Samika Wickramatne.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. ගන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. ගන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF tyre එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF tyre. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF tyre මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tyre. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF tyre සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tyre. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. ගන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF tyre අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF tyre එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF tyre. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF tyre මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tyre. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF tyre සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tyre. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. ගන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
touchy. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF ටයර් David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියක් කළා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. ගන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලාට දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Touchy. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියක් කළා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர்ஸ் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர்ஸ் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියක් කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියක් කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒත් මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒත් මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කලර් MRF ටයර් David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF ටයර් මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF ටයර් David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF ටයර් David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කලර් MRF ටයර් David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF ටයර්
We welcome you all back into the race.
It's been a while, so there haven't been much changes. St. Thomas College in third place. Spark Racing in second, and Israel Flash Squad in first.
There has been a driver change in St. Thomas College. Amitesha was swapped by Junaid.
We're currently in lap 685. The sun is starting to set over here. The lights are going to come on in a couple of hours. So it looks like Mark 1 and St. Thomas College are fighting for third place. Second place. So throughout the day, the pit stop strategies by the teams have been really crucial, because all these pit stops have had, like, they have had some big the pit stop strategies have been crucial due to the time. Most of teams have made pit stops, replacing only 2 of their tires instead of all of them, because they don't want to give away too much time.
We're slowly approaching towards the 700 lap of the race. And compared to 15 minutes ago, the positions haven't really changed all that much. The teams are mostly focusing on being consistent and trying to hold their lead. Taking a look at the intervals, Spark Racing is on first, and Israel Flash Squad is only 1 lap behind them, as well as St. Thomas College. If you look at the lower order, Senura Senadira is actually 6 laps behind, in behind of Jordan Brady karting team. There's a bit of a technical issue on the other end. Please excuse.
හරි කොයි හරි කමන්නේ.
You can't really predict who's going to win in this race because obviously there's going to be a lot of technical issues in the carts. There might become accidents, then there might be faults with the cart, and there could be a lot of variations, and you really can't predict who's going to win this race even till the last second. And obviously we should take into consideration of the penalties that could be given at the end of the race, which could change the outcome. Just 7 more laps until we reach the 700. Actually, 6 more laps until we reach the 700 lap mark.
And looks like Senura Sanaradira has overtaken Jordan Brady for 11th place. She'll be trying to push her luck. Jordy will be trying to push her luck to try and finish in 10th place, but we can't really know right now. So good overtake, clean overtake by Team LME by Senura Sanaradira.
As we approach the final 3.5 hours of the race, it has been an exciting day. It started off with the sun rising, and now it's almost setting and the lights are going to be on in a few moments. And it's actually been very exciting. It hasn't really been stale. There's been a lot of competition, there's been a lot of overtakes, there's actually been a lot of accidents as well, and it hasn't really been stale. Would you agree with me, Joshua?
Yeah, definitely, and the atmosphere as well has been excellent. The crowd has been really great today.
Yes, exactly, and the support is actually insane, considering that karting is actually a growing sport in Sri Lanka. To see this much support, this much passion towards the sport is very encouraging to see, and I really hope that the karting atmosphere of Sri Lanka only gets bigger from this event, considering this is the first 12-hour endurance race of Sri Lanka.
Don't you think it's an amazing milestone?
It is a very important milestone. Obviously, excluding cricket and a few other sports, Sri Lanka isn't really on the stage light when compared to other sports. And to see such a famous genre of sports, such as driving, to have this much attention, to this much passion, is very. As a Sri Lankan, it's very. It's happy to see.
And racing as a whole hasn't really been popular in Sri Lanka for some time. And now it's starting to pick up due to events like this. As a Formula 1 fan, I'm really happy to see this.
Yes.
And I hope to see many Formula 1 drivers in Sri Lanka who are driving go-karts right now get promoted to Formula 4 and eventually Formula 1. Currently we actually have a Sri Lankan, Yevan David, in Formula 4. If he gets to Formula 1, I think that will be a big boost for racing and motorsports in general in Sri Lanka.
Yes, and to add to that point, if you look at a lot of the races, it's actually very young people. So, for example, St. Thomas College, the whole team is under 20 years old. And even in the other teams, most of the drivers are actually youngsters. And to see such passion towards the sport by not only the able and also the young people is very encouraging to see. And it's overall really good for the sport.
Check one. Check one.
Yes, 700 lap is up.
And it looks like Adam Juid is catching up on Israel Flash Squad.
Check. Hello. Good
Again,
evening.
there hasn't been a lot of changes in the positions in the last 30 or so minutes, and it just shows how unpredictable this sports is. And endurance is not about going, it's more of a marathon compared to a race where you have to be consistent, not just when you're driving, but in the pit stops, in every single term, and 1 second could make all the difference in this. And the drivers have really captivated on that, and have been consistent and have been perfect in the drive.
And like as you said before, a lot of the drivers are very young.
I would like to hand over to the media team on the pit crew to talk a few words to the sponsors and the people who are participating.
Here at this extremely thrilling karting race at the Bandaragama karting circuit, we have seen some incredible talent, especially from the Totachi team, which is very experienced. I am here with the chairman of Totachi, the chairman of GS Lubricants, Mr. Sunil Vettasinghe. I am here to ask him a few questions today. Sir, ඔයාගේ Totachi product ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න පුළුවන්?
Totachi product එක කියන්නේ හොඳ brand එකක්, Japanese brand එකක්. ලංකාවට දැනට අවුරුද්දකට ආසන්න කාලයක් import කරලා බෙදා හරිනවා. අපි හොඳ brand එකක් තමයි බාර දීලා තියෙන්නේ. පාරිභෝගිකයන් සතුටෙන් price එක සහ quality එක දෙකම හොඳයි කියලා පාවිච්චි කරනවා.
අපේ රටේ කාටිං හා මෝටර් ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ගැන මොනවද හිතන්නේ සර්?
අපි කාටිං වලට පළවෙනිම තමයි මේ තරේ ස්පොන්සර් කරේ. අපේ ටීම් එකත් හොඳ ටීම් එකක් මිස්ටර් දිලන්තගේ ඒක වින් කරයි කියලා අපි හිතනවා. තව අපි මෝටර් රේසින් වලට සහයෝගය දෙනවා දිගටම.
ඔයාගේ කණ්ඩායමගේ performance එක අද සතුටු වෙද? ඔයාගේ කණ්ඩායමගේ performance එක ගැන සතුටු වෙද?
ඔව් අපි සතුටු වෙනවා. දේවරුවේ තිබුණු performance අනුව අපි හිතනවා අපේ ටීම් එක ජයග්‍රහණය Totachi ටීම් එක ජයග්‍රහණය කරයි කියලා.
Thank you Mr. Sunil.
For their career in the future. Sorry, we're back. As I was saying before, a lot of these drivers are really young and they don't have a lot of experience. So this is a really good opportunity for them to get some experience. So it's not about winning today, it's about getting these youngsters some experience so they can enhance karting in Sri Lanka and promote it for everyone.
Joshua, what difference do you see in karting when compared to Formula 1 or another event like MotoGP, where bike race actually?
I mean, there's not that much of a big difference. I mean, this is at a much smaller scale, low speeds. Like when you talk about Formula 1, all the cars are going at 200 plus miles an hour. So, but I mean, this is the starting point of any person who dreams about being in F1. This is the base, this is where you start. This is where you show your talent to try and reach Formula 1.
What do you think is the impact for the drivers who have been driving for almost 7 hours now? What do you think goes on in their heads?
I think both mentally and physically they'll probably be really tired. But for that win, for a podium or a pole position, they'll be fighting hard. They will be pushing their limits, you know.
Actually, watching the race, I actually haven't seen as many pit stops compared to Formula One. What do you think? Why do you think that is, Joshua?
First thing, I think it's the tires here. We have only mediums and hards right here. So I think they last a lot longer than Formula One tires because the speeds are really different and the tire burn is low. So I think that's why they need to take much fewer pit stops than Formula One. And in fact, if you look at the leaderboard, Adam Jewett with St. Thomas College, Mount Lavinia have overtaken Asher Fiti Spark Racing for second place.
Yeah, looking at the lower order, it hasn't changed all that much, while as the top order has been competing for first, second and third, and there has been a lot of changes. There have been a lot of changes in the top order. Looking at the intervals, the first three are still a lap behind of Atrial Flash Squad. It has been like that for quite some time now. Hopefully the second and third place teams can catch up to them and give them a proper fight. I now hand it over to Hassan Rashid, who is in the media club of St. Thomas College. He will be talking to a representative and the people who are driving. There seems to be some technical difficulty.
The 12-hour race. We were here on the 6-hour race to try and encourage more women to do this sport because we deserve to be on the track just as much as everyone else. And honestly, our objective today is to leave an impression and to hopefully see more women come back next time.
Well, what do you have to say about the team's performance so far today?
Look, it's been quite challenging. We've been only practicing since June of this year. And look, we understand that we're going up against people that have been racing for years, so our level of experience is not very high. But we've put in a lot of effort, and regardless of where we end up today, we're going to be proud of the girls regardless. It was quite hot. We were expecting a rainy day, but who knows? There's still some time. But regardless, I'm proud of the girls.
And lastly, what do you have to say to Speedbay and the Sri Lanka karting circuit for giving you all the opportunity to have a race like this?
Look, a massive shout out to Speedbay and our manager Ishan Pierce. He has been nothing but supportive from the very beginning, and likewise for Speedbay. It's fantastic to have an FIA approved track in Sri Lanka, and it's so convenient for us to come here and practice or just have fun. So a huge shout out to all the staff here, and thank you so much for organising this.
And that was Jordan from Team Iron Maidens here at the 2024 Speedbay Endurance Championship.
Right. Okay, so my counterpart was just talking to Jordi from the Iron Maidens team. Fun fact about the Iron Maidens, they're an all-female team. As the owner of the team, Ishan Piris was saying that he wants to increase the awareness about women in motorsports, not only men. He wants to show that women are as capable as men in this sport. And he said they've been having a bit of a rough start, but he hopes that they can reach the top 10 and maybe in future races push forward to win races to get pole position.
Yes, to add on to that, the Iron Maidens are not actually from Sri Lanka, they're actually an Australian team, and to see overseas competitors also participating in this Speedbay race is very happy to see as a Sri Lankan. Joshua, thoughts do you have on the racers saying that it was supposed to rain but it actually didn't? What do you think? How much impact would that have had on the race?
I think the rain would have had the weather conditions. If it got worse, if it started raining, it would have had severe effects on the race on a track. The race would have become much harder, much slower paced, and much more difficult for the drivers in general. Because when it starts raining, the track is much more deadlier. It's much easier to get into accidents, infractions. So I think all of us are glad it didn't rain today, and we're all glad that it's sunny so we can have a good clean race. So how have you been enjoying the day so far?
It's actually been pretty good considering that the weather hasn't been changing and it has actually been a sunny day. As a person who's new to racing, like myself, it's actually made me more interested in this race, and I'm planning on watching more F1 races and karting races in the future. And adding more onto this, people who have never watched karting or racing or any form of motorsport, watching this and actually participate in this would encourage them to participate in such motorsports, and it actually helps the karting community as a whole. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, definitely. It has big effect.
As we approach the 716th lap, to touch up upon the leaderboards, Aerial Flash Squad is still in first place, whereas St. Thomas's College has actually gone from third to second place, and they are 28 seconds behind of Aerial Flash Squad. Spark Racing is close on third, while Mach 1 Racing is on fourth and Noctane on 5.
This aerial shot really does show the beauty of this area and the park and the track in general, doesn't it?
It really does. And to see people, coming all this way to watch a karting race, and to see the support that it gains from sponsors and the people who are participating, it's actually a very big deal for the karting community, considering that this is the first 12-hour race of Sri Lanka.
It really excites me for the future of karting and motorsports in Sri Lanka in general, doesn't it?
It really does. And to see schools like St. Thomas's College also participating in these events against people who are much more experienced and with way more financial gain. It's really happy to see schools and youngsters participating in karting. Joshua, what do you think about the track?
I think it's very dependent, like the racers, it's a very good track for overtaking in general. The races aren't dependent on having straights, and I think go-karts in general are built for the overtaking in the turns because they can't really go fast in straights. So I think this track has a lot of straights. I think it has about 8 turns, 8 corners. So it makes it really exciting compared to some Formula 1 tracks that have a lot of straights with less chances for overtaking. So I think this track in general will really help motorsports in Sri Lanka. As you can see, a lot of drivers are avoiding going too fast. From my point of view, it looks like they're trying to conserve their tires to reduce tire burn, because they would want to save the tires for the last couple of laps, the last couple of minutes, to try and push. Because if they have to go in for a pit stop, it takes away a lot of time from them. It takes away teams' advantages. So I think they should really try, and I think they are trying to conserve their tires.
Seems to be that St. Thomas's College and driver Asha Iftika is on a tight competition for second place, and it has really been exciting because they have actually been exchanging their positions from second to third, and it hasn't actually been a stalemate, and they seem to have equal experience and equal speed compared to their karts, and it really adds some light towards the race. What do you think, Joshua?
Yeah, I think like if you look at the middle order, Sachin Fernando actually just overtook the racer from Octane Racing to claim 4th place. That was a beautiful move on the inside by Sachin. And it looks like Mohammad Shan has overtaken Sachin Fernando again. Beautiful move, but short-lived. I think for the top order, the top 5 racing teams, I think they should focus a lot on attacking. Rather defending. And the bottom order should try and focus a lot on attacking, because they want to get their positions. They want to prove they deserve to be here.
But you think it's worth the risk?
They have nothing to lose at this point in the bottom order, while the top order has everything to lose. Right?
What do you think they should do to go to the top spots?
So they have to keep attacking, right? Because if they try to defend the position they have, they'll stay in the same place, but they'll never move forward. So their goal should be to try and move forward, to try and overtake a couple of drivers. That's what the bottom order should focus on. While teams like Aerial Flash Squad should definitely focus on defense. And St. Thomas College, Mark 1 teams like that should focus a lot on defense and attack as well.
How do you think they should do it?
I think they should conserve their tires for as long as they can, and then in the last 20 laps start pushing their tires when it's nearing the end, because that's their best shot at either getting pole position or getting a podium.
So to a person who's new to karting, how big of an impact would changing tires be to this race?
It would depends, right? So some pit stops are fast. It takes a couple of minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes. But if the pit stop goes south, it can take as long as 30 minutes, which can really push a team in the front to the back.
Yeah, but wouldn't changing tires actually be better in the long run?
Yeah,
and
but
would
then
they be able to catch up?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, like, say, Aerial Flash Squad takes a pit stop right now. It goes well, it's fine. But if it goes south, it takes, say, 20-25 minutes. And they move into about 7th position, right? They have to overtake 7 people to come back to where they were, which can be a hassle. And because we are more than halfway through the race, they would want to try and conserve their tires, instead of going for a pit stop and going through all that hassle to come back to where they were.
That's
and
really
that's if they can come back to where they were.
Yeah.
Looks like the Iron Maiden's team is desperately trying to overtake number 2, because the team wants to move up positions, but looks like Shahid Sabri is defending very well. But I think Iron Maidens will keep pushing, because they want to prove they deserve to be here.
Joshua, could you elaborate more on the differences these races have compared to, let's say, a short-term race like F1? Do endurance races have a big difference compared to them, or are they quite the same?
See, I think Formula 1 races are more volatile compared to, say, endurance races like go-karts. I think rather than comparing it to Formula 1, it's better to compare this race to something like 24 Hours of Le Mans, because it has more similarities.
Could you explain to me what that race is?
So that's a 24-hour straight race where a couple of drivers have from different teams race for 24 hours straight. Actually, quite a few movies have been made about it as well. For example, Gran Turismo or Ford vs Ferrari. Those really elevated 24 Hours of Le Mans to a new level.
Hopefully we get to see a 24-hour endurance race in Sri Lanka as well in the soon future.
I think this is a great start, and I definitely think this will catch on and we'll have many more endurance races to come.
I mean, as far as I can see, Spark Racing held their lead for quite some time now. Joshua, why do you think that is?
Well, I think that's because they had advantage anyway from the start after they overtook St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia, because in the morning sessions, as you know, St. Thomas College Mount Lavinia was leading from pole itself for I think the first 2 to 3 hours. So after that, they started defending well. So I think that's why.
What are your predictions on the race?
I mean, you really can't say. Like, St. Thomas College was leading from start for 3 hours, and suddenly out of nowhere, they were overtaken, right? So, like, I think you can't really tell who's going to win this race until the very end, until that checkered flag is waved. Right, we're about to head into a commercial break. We'll see you back after.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන්. මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர்ஸ் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන්. මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர்ஸ் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියක් කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියක් කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire, මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire, අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. යන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி எம்ஆர்எஃப் டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire, මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire, අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Thank you. Welcome back everyone to the Speedbay Endurance Championship 2024 at the Speedbay, brought to you by Speedbay at the
Sri Lanka karting circuit here in Bandaragama. Alongside me, I have Akash. Akash, how are things going now?
Hassan, it has been an extremely exciting result and turnout. Spark Racing is in first, Azrael Flash Squad is in second, and St. Thomas's College going strong in third.
Akash, we have a big name in 10th place for Totachi Racing, one of Sri Lanka's racing legends, Dilantha Malagamo.
Yes, Hassan, I was just speaking with the chairman of Totachi Racing, Mr. Sunil Vetasinghe. He's extremely happy about the turnout, and he is excited for the seasons to come, and he is also happy with the performance of his experienced team, and he's hoping for a win. As I said, and as I always say, anything can happen, and we have roughly about 2.5 hours left in this race, and anything can happen.
Yeah, hopefully for Totachi Racing, Dilantha Malagamo can roll back the years and show the other racers what he's made of and climb up the leaderboard. I think, Akash, it's worth mentioning that in our break we got to walk through the pits and got to see what the teams and all are going through and the process of how everything works. What are your thoughts on it?
Hassan, walking down those pits really opened my mind onto the process and everything that goes into this. There's so much strategy involved with these karts. There are about 5 to 6 racers per team, and basically, since these karts engines aren't that powerful, weight has a huge plays a huge role in the speed of these karts, right? So at different times they have to put in the heavier person in their team, and then when they want to get ahead, they'll put a lighter person who would do much better in the team. As each team has to have an average weight of 70 kilograms. If they do not meet that average weight, they have to get a weighted plate added on to their cart, which is what has happened to, for example, the St. Thomas's College karting team has an average weight of 65. So they have to add a 5 kilogram plate onto their cart to bring it up to the average weight of 70. So, but because of this, Amitesh Sendit Kumaran, who is actually overweight for the cart, when he is put on, because of the 5 kilogram plate, his cart makes it much heavier. So then he has to try harder. This is the case for many teams, and yeah, there's a lot of strategy involved, and it's just really interesting to see, and it opens your mind when you see it in the pits, especially. Hassan, do you have anything to add to that?
Interesting thoughts, actually, Akash. Actually going through the pits and walking through each dock, it really was an eye-opening experience, because what we see on TV every day is actually just the drivers racing on the track. Whereas behind the scenes, in the pits, in the paddocks, it's a completely different game inside there. And the level of experience, the level of technical ability that each team's engineers should be having is really, really high.
It's not just that, Hassan. I also feel like the pits themselves make a great impact. I saw in the pits that whenever karts came in, they, instead of switching to a completely new set of tires, they would switch the right side tires to the left side, as there are more right turns. There are more turns, so then one side of the kart's tires are worn out more. So instead of switching to a completely new set, they just switch sides, which I feel is quite interesting, and also a good way to conserve tires rather than just wasting them. It was also interesting to see, compared to Formula 1, where a pit stop would be a maximum of 10 seconds. In karting a maximum. In go-karting, it's about sometimes it can be about 30 seconds, but most pit stops I saw down in the pits were about 2 minutes, at least just less than 3 minutes. So yeah, it's interesting to see.
Interesting thoughts, Akash. What do you think about the change of scenery actually when the sun goes down and the lights come on?
Yes,
How do you think it affects the drivers' mindset and rather the teams? What do you think the message is?
I'm pretty
coming out to
sure.
the drivers?
I'm pretty sure the teams, they've been racing from morning, right? They've woken up at the break of dawn, getting ready for this. They were really fresh, ready to come onto the track, and now all of them, I'm pretty sure, are very exhausted, as we saw when we were going through the paddock, through the pits. Most drivers are resting in rooms. Some teams are in their team buses, team vans, all resting and recuperating. All of them are at their limits and they're pushing through. They're all very dehydrated, as you would know, Hassan, and as we all know, karting, any motorsports, they are very dehydrating. Generally, even in F1 races, racers lose about 2 liters or 2 kilograms worth of water per race, and I'm pretty sure it's no different here. If anything, it's much more, since it's a 12-hour endurance race and it's just 5 races taking shifts throughout, so they are extremely exhausted and they're just pushing through with this, and I just feel like that's getting into her head. And right now, Hassan, it's just a mental game, right? Pushing through, it's less about skill and who's more mentally strong and who has a good mental fortitude.
Yes, Akash, indeed is up to the driver's mental battle now, coming to the last 2.5 hours of this 12-hour endurance championship. I think it's also worth mentioning that one of the teams that we have in the race today, the team Iron Maidens, that they have brought up a very new concept of having all 4 drivers as female drivers. It's not something you see every day, not just in Sri Lanka, but also even in the global game. I was talking to one of their drivers, Jordan, and she was very grateful to their team manager and to Speedbay for giving them the opportunity to bring out such a concept, especially in a country like Sri Lanka.
Yes, of course, Hassan, as much as we love to see the improvement of motorsport in our country, bring it out into the world and being recognized as a country that can engage in motorsports, it is also nice to see that we are inclusive and have and it's even better to see an all-women's team competing in this race. It really brings home the message that our country and a motorsport in this country is developed as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth putting a shout out to their team manager of Team Iron Maidens, Mr. Ishan Pires, for providing such a platform for these female drivers to show their skills to the world.
Yes, Hassan, we love to see it.
Back to the race. St. Thomas's College seems to have fallen back into 5th place.
RHC Racing taking 4th, Mark 1 Racing 3rd, Spark Racing with Jeffrey Salihin at 2nd, and Shakti Gunasekar, one of the most experienced racers on the track, in 1st with his team, Israel Flash Squad. Octane Racing also doing pretty good there, holding their line in the middle.
Speaking about experience, Akash, Dilantha Malagamu in 9th place. You think he can give a fight to bring Totachi Racing a bit higher up the leaderboard?
Well, as I said before, this is a mind game, Hassan. So, for mental strength, I'm pretty sure experience plays a major part in this. So, I'm pretty sure his experience could pay off now. If it could pay off any time, now would be the time. And yeah, we'll hope to see some exciting performance from him. But for now, the youngsters, and everyone else seems to be holding strong. And
to the right of your screen, you can get a look into the paddock, which is the restaurant here at the Speedbay Endurance Championship 2024. A look behind the scenes at the fans, and a place where they can get their hearts filled with food. And
Yes, yes.
provides a certain amount of break time for the drivers as well, and for the team.
yes, ladies and gentlemen, because everything that you're seeing on the track right now actually happens behind the scenes, in the paddock, in the recovery rooms, everything. All the people here, these are the ones that are working tirelessly with the statistics of their team, making sure their drivers are fit and ready to come onto the grid and give their all.
Shakti Gunasekara really showing out his experience here in the karting game. Spark Racing seems to be behind 4 laps. Do you think, Akash, that that's a gap that could be caught up with in the last 2.5 hours?
Of course, Hassan, as every hour the racers switch with each other. As I said before, the pit stop times vary from like 2 to 3 minutes. So these times are pretty crucial, and they will probably allow teams to move up in position or move down in position. So anything is possible until it comes the last few minutes of the race, Hassan.
The track really is a sight to see in the night, isn't it? With the lights on and looking from an aerial view.
Yeah, Hassan, it really is a sight to see the carts racing down on the straights, especially after they've come through the corners. It is truly impressive to see them pushing hard back to back. Cisco Racing there, holding strong, followed by the number 1 kart, Octane Racing.
There you have it right there, ladies and gentlemen. The aerial view of the Sri Lanka karting circuit here in Bandaragama.
The first FIA permitted karting track in the country. And might I add, the best.
As we approach lap number 796, Shakti Gunasekara in the lead for Azrael Flash Squad, with Jeffrey Salihin in second for Spark Racing, and in third place we have Mark 1 Racing. With Slivan Charles as their driver now.
One more thing I'd like to add from my experience at the pits, all teams seem to be using mediums, which is an interesting choice instead of the slicks. I feel it's most likely due to the fact that mediums would last longer on the track. What do you think, Hassan?
Yes, using the mediums is of course the usage of the types of tires is based off the strategies of the teams, and based on what their current need is, they change it accordingly. But As of right now, I think most of the teams, or rather all of the teams, are using mediums, which is something we see even in the global game in Formula One, where unless the team really wants to push their limits, where they will go for a soft, or if they want to control the game a bit more, they'll go to a hard tire. But in the average game, I think the usage of the medium tires is the most appropriate. Akash, are you missing the rain a bit? You wanted it to rain?
Yes, Hassan, I am missing the rain. I really did hope it would rain, and yes, I'm pretty sad. There's the number 3 car there, Real Flash Squad, Shakti Gunasekara, going into the pits now. He seems to be very happy with his performance now. We are yet to see who will replace him.
You might be happy, but I really don't think the drivers are unhappy.
Yes, Hassan. Well, we wouldn't know, would we? We haven't really asked them about the rain.
True indeed. As we see Dilanta Malagamo of Totachi Racing there in cart number 6 coming down the straight into the corner. Really, it was a blessing to Sri Lanka in terms of their development for motorsports in the country, wasn't it, Akash?
Yes, Hassan, I do believe that the pioneers like this are the reason we have come to the stage that we are in now. It is really nice to see, and especially the fact that we have this 12-hour endurance race, and personally I would hope to see more like this, so that eventually we might eventually host some international races.
It really is the beauty of the sport, isn't it? Where you have experienced drivers such as Dilanta Malagamo racing against schoolboys and schoolgirls on the same track in the same competition. At the end of the day, it is a 12-hour endurance competition, so it's not about who is the best or who has more experience. It's rather about who can handle it, which team rather can handle it, because each team doesn't have just one driver. There's a team of drivers, and all of them have to work together towards a common goal. You can't just have one really good driver throughout the entire race. Tinuka Vijayaratna has come in place of Shakti Gunasekara for Australia Flash Squad. The leaderboard seems to have come to a standstill as of right now. With not much of disturbance happening to it right now. As we approach lap number 799 and now 800.
There's a Cartman cart there, ladies and gentlemen, number 11. There's RHC Racing, followed by Totachi Racing, going through the corners. Once again, RHC Racing, followed by Totachi Racing, followed by Octane Racing. All in the straights, they are battling it out back to back.
We see Mark 1 Racing coming to second place ahead of Ashrael Flash Squad. Akash, what are your thoughts on the team's option as to when the teams decide to take a pit stop? What do you think the process behind it is?
Well, I feel one is obviously when the car, the racer is obviously at his limits, and then secondly, it's probably to change the tires and make the kart fast, obviously. There's Ryan Gunawardena in the number 5 kart, closely following who seems to be Totachi Racing.
Tinunga Vijayaratne seems to have his work cut out for him, falling into third place after that pit stop by Azrael Flash Squad. See, that's what I'm talking about, Akash. Like, the moment you go to a pit stop, it takes...
Oh, here's the number 1 kart, Cisco Racing, all neck to neck. Ryan Gunawardena following behind. We will now
we will now be handing over the mic to our crew down at the pits.
Today I'm with a very special guest, Madhuranga Caldera. He's a world famous motorsport racer. So, hello sir, how are you?
Hi, good evening.
So I hear your son is performing today. Are you happy with his performance?
Yes, of course. Actually, today I'm very happy to see this very well organized event. Heads off to CMSC who organized the event, and special thanks goes to David Pierce also, because it was very well organized. I'm very happy to see this also.
How has the atmosphere been here today, sir?
Yeah, that's what the atmosphere is. You get a F1 race feel here, because I've been to many other countries for racing, but especially first time I come to a karting race, because I'm into motorbike racing, so it's nice to see. It's very well organized.
How has your experience been here today, sir?
Yeah, throughout, up to now, it was so amazing. I don't know why not we have it almost once a month, this kind of race.
Sir, what do you think about the future of motorsports in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, if it continues this way, we have a very bright future, and I think the young generation, my son is only 13 years old and he's performing a rail today. So likewise, all the young generation will have a very bright future if the racing continues in this manner.
Any message for the young generation, sir?
Yeah, please keep on trying. Come to the racetrack. Don't try to race on the public road. So if you come to a racetrack, you are very well disciplined. You have to have your gear, and you will be riding under various conditions. So this is a good opportunity even for the parents, I have to say. If your son or daughter is, you think if they are capable, why don't you try? So you might have a better future in your son's or daughter's life.
Thank you very much, sir.
That was Madhuranga Caldera, everybody. World-renowned motorsport racer with Joshua Sheikh on the phone. We are approaching almost the 10-hour mark here at the Speedbay 12-hour Endurance Championship 2024. Going in to lap number 808, or rather 809. Jeffrey Salihin of Spark Racing holding on to that top spot with Slivan Charles and Thinuka Wijeratna not far behind. Dilanda Madagam was slowly but surely making his way back up the leaderboard. Now he has brought Totachi Racing into 8th place, just behind Max and Mesh.
There's Octane Racing following the Cartman cart. And RHC Racing following closely behind. Israel Flash Squad with Thinuka seem to be coming back and fighting for what they were, for the position that they held for so long. Jeffrey Salihin of Spark Racing obviously isn't ready to give it up yet, but we will see how this unfolds. The Iron Maidens there with Yasasi have made a good overtake there and got to 12th. Sorry, 11th.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us now, you are currently watching the Speedbay Endurance Championship 2024, organized by the Motor Racing Association in conjunction with Ceylon Motorsports Club and promoted by Speedbay. RC Racing seems to have overtaken Mark 1 Racing into 3rd place.
Octane Racing there also with a beautiful overtake over the Cartman cart.
Saurika Livindu of RHC Racing giving a fight up there to Azrael Flash Squad and Spark Racing.
There seems to be quite the fight at the back of the grid with Team LME and Iron Maidens fighting it out. Ryan Gunawardana there with a beautiful overtake to put his team into 4th place. Mark 1 now in 5th. There's a danger man there, Ryan Gunawardana. Holding strong.
As we approach the last 2 hours of this Endurance Championship, Akash, it really comes down to who can push through the last 2 hours. And currently, Jeffrey Salihin, Thinuka Wijeratna and Saurika Livindu, alongside Ryan Gunawardana, who doesn't seem to be giving up just yet. That top spot really is open right now.
Yes, Hassan, I also feel that, especially since it is the last 2 hours and the fact that the teams have put in so much effort for the past 10 hours, I don't think that anyone is ready to back down just yet and let their efforts go to waste. So they will all be fighting very hard to get that coveted trophy. There's Ashriel Flash Squad there, followed by Mark 1 Racing.
$816 laps, Akash, and still more to come.
We've come a long way, haven't we, Hassan? When we started off with roughly 400. We started off when the race was just at 500 laps, and I feel we will witness many more. It has been truly exhilarating and a good experience for me personally. What about you, Hassan?
Yes, Akash, it really has been a really good experience. And especially it being the first time in Sri Lanka that this is happening, and we got to be part of the experience.
Yes, of course, Hassan.
We are very thankful to Speedbay and the Ceylon Motorsports Association for giving us this opportunity. As we see Cisco Labs, card number 4. Ganim Lakshan in the driver's seat.
We will now stop for a short commercial break.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF ටයර් අපිට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF ටයර් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා මම නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட் இருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයරකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF ටයර් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියක් කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF ටයර් මට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF ටයර් ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර් ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපකල MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරය සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. ඩේවිඩ් පීරිස් මෝටර් කම්පැනි ප්‍රයිවට් ලිමිටඩ් වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදාවත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර් ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපකල MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩிடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tyre මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩிடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපතල MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted. In rain or sun, Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tyre මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tyre අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tyre, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tyre. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපතල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire, මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire, අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපතල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire, මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire, අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire, perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩிடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තේ. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියක් කළා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final stretch of the 12-hour Speedbay karting endurance race. It has been quite an exciting turnout so far. And the commentators for now are Hassan and myself, Akash. Hassan,
Yes.
what do you think about the turnout so far?
I mean, there are 870 laps into the race and approaching the last 1.5 hours. It's been quite a ride, hasn't it?
Yes, Hassan, it certainly has. During this commercial break, actually, when we went out to watch the race in person instead of through the screen, and ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you, with what I saw, this is definitely a mental game, especially considering the fact that the track is so short, and the fact that these racers have to go round and round many times for even within 1 minute. It is definitely a strain on anyone's mental state. So I feel that everyone would be relieved for it to finally be over. But for now, everyone, as we can see here, is battling it out and giving everything they've got. Tinuka Vijayaratna is in the lead, Dimal Subasinghe second, Damiru Karunaratna third with Mark 1 Racing, and Adam Junaid in the St. Thomas's College kart is fourth and catching up. Octane Racing is also doing well with Sachit Fernando, bringing his team to the top. First is third, third is ninth. Cover the first. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be a confusion in the technicalities. Dimal Subasinghe of Spark Racing is first, Mark 1 Racing is second, and St. Thomas's College is third, despite what the leaderboard says. Israel Racing with Tinuka Vijayaratna is actually in ninth. Sorry, third. and Damilu Karunaratne is in 9th. That just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, anything is possible in this, and I'm pretty sure we will see much more exciting results in the next 1.5 hours to come.
It's not just about anything being possible in this case, Akash. It's more of a case of, it's more of a matter of when it's going to happen, because you never actually know when something is going to happen to your car. Anything can happen in the split of a second.
Yes, there's a Totachi kart there, followed closely by RHC Race. Sorry, not RHC Racing. Followed closely by Spark Racing. Cartman holding it strong there. Cartman have been pretty strong and average, keeping an average pace, don't you think, Hassan?
Yes, I agree very much with you, Akash. So the race, they've been quite consistent with where they've been in the leaderboard.
Yes, they have been very consistent compared to other teams, even though they haven't been overtaking or losing positions compared to the other teams. They have been holding strong and holding their ground.
Seems to be that Shakti Gunasekara is back on for Azrael Flash Squad Racing, and Dimal Subhasingha seems to be continuing for Spark Racing.
Spark. We will now see what Shakti will pull off, and we'll see if he can get his team ahead and get them the W that they desire. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be switching with our colleagues Chainaka and Joshua Sheik. I now hand the mic over to them.
You don't have my number, no? Just say it, bro. Hello, everyone. Joshua, what do you think about the atmosphere of the race now that we're getting close to 900 laps?
Now that the lights are on, it's pretty interesting. All the drivers they have to switch on because they're not used to this condition in the night most of the time, because this has been quite a long race. So I bet everyone's tired and waiting for this to be finished and excited to see what they can do as well.
What impact do you think the change in day has on the race? What impact do you think the change in day has?
I think the main impact will probably be the eyesight. So drivers' visibility will be reduced, and it's a bit riskier right now, so the chances of an incident are quite high compared to the morning. Other than that, I don't think there's anything major.
To give you all an update on the leaderboard, Spark Racing has gone to second place, where St. Thomas's College has dropped from third to fourth place. Mach 1 is continue to be on third place, whereas Shakti Gunasekara is continuing his lead.
What do you think Spark Racing's chances to get pole position today?
Again, it's just so hard to predict what's going to happen on the race because obviously so we have like 2 more hours of the race and anything could happen. There could be crashes, there could be faults in the pit stop, there could be tire faults, there could be driver faults. There could be a lot of variations and it's really hard for me to predict who's going to win and what Spark will do in the long run. But honestly, looking at the match and watching it for quite a while now, I really think that their team is very consistent and their pit stops and their drivers have really been working really hard, and I really hope they get a podium position because they absolutely deserve it.
On that point, I think a lot of teams have struggled with pit stops today, and that's why they're in the position they are right now. Teams like St. Thomas College have really gone back just due to pit stop errors, nothing to do with the drivers. Same to do with teams like Octane Racing. They were quite high. They've actually pushed back quite well.
Yes,
and I think some of the higher teams like Spark Racing have done really well in their pit stops, and that's why they're here today.
Yes, adding on the driver's part, St. Thomas College, Adam and Ryan has been really working really hard and it's really showing off because they haven't dropped down from the first 5 in like proper while, and they started off first, but yes, they have gone to 4th, but their consistency and their passion towards this has really gotten them this far, and I really hope they get like a 3rd position and into the podium. Joshua, what are your thoughts on the lower order? Joshua?
I think, they've been trying their best, but, I think this all comes back to qualifying and pit stops. I think this all comes down to their qualifying form and their pit stops. So I think, just due to pit stop errors and bad qualifying form, that's why they're there right now. And I mean, they've done their best. We can see that they've been pushing, but due to some errors, conditions, and drivers, that's the low order.
And yeah, speaking on that, I really think we should appreciate the pit stoppers, don't we? Because they really play a crucial part in this race. If without them, I don't think this race could be possible for any team.
Definitely, it's not just the drivers, it's everyone back there, working behind the scenes, where you can't see. They've been pushing, they've been working hard, they've been making strategies, planning and fixing the car, pit stops, tires, everything.
Yes, and to add on to that, the pain and the suffering the drivers and the pit stoppers have gone through today. Obviously, driving for over 12 hours is not only hard for them, but for even the best racers in the world. And to keep on driving when their mind tells them to stop is really impressive, and it really makes me appreciate their efforts even more. What are your thoughts on it, Joshua?
Yeah, again, I think, yes, definitely, yeah. When it comes to this, I think it's the team, the word team that matters the most. It's not just the couple of drivers. It's not one driver, it's a couple of drivers. It's the crew, it's the strategist, it's the coach. Yeah.
What's this? Hey, what did he send the message on?
Looks like number 12 just made a beautiful overtake. Ooh, the race is currently really volatile, as you can see in the screen in that sector.
I mean, you gotta appreciate this view, shouldn't we? It looks so amazing.
Especially at this time with all the lights flashing.
I really want to know what's going on in the drivers' minds, driving from 9 a.m. in the morning to this point on. Probably must be really tiring, but also it's probably like a really good challenge for them, and this probably might help them in short-term races, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Again, coming to the name, endurance. So this will definitely help them with shorter races.
I feel like it's more about it's more of what goes on in your mind, isn't it?
Yeah.
So now if you've never done an endurance race before, it's hard for you to control your mind. it's hard for you to control your mind when it tells you to stop, and I feel like this really will improve them as a racer. I feel like this race would improve their normal performance as well as their long-term performance, because it's all in the mind, isn't it?
Definitely, it all comes down to mentality, because if their head's not in the game, they can't perform. If they can't perform, they can't, go down the line, they can't win the race. So I think it definitely comes down to the driver's head, the way he thinks, and his mentality especially. Because all the drivers have to come here with that mentality that they are going to win. Doesn't matter where you are in the leaderboard, your goal should be to push to win. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I do agree with you. And it's not just that. I feel like being in the same, so like in this endurance race, as you can see, not a lot of change is happening. And to deal with that, obviously without change, you kind of get bored of doing the same thing. And when you don't get a certain result instantly, your mind tells you to stop and to keep going and to hunt down on that person above you is really what defies them from normal racers. And I feel like that really puts them apart from the other athletes as well as other racers who do short-term distances. And adding on to that, a good example would be Arden Junaid. He has been driving for so long now on behalf of St. Thomas's, and the mind, the mentality he probably has is amazing compared to the rest of the drivers, because he's been on the track for so long now. I've been watching the race for quite some time now, and every time I look at the screen, it's always Arden Junaid.
Yeah, definitely.
And also, I would like to appreciate the supporters who are still in the podium watching the match, clapping along as their drivers pass the finish line 889 times, and I feel like that also plays a major role. Obviously, when you see supporters, the drivers tend to do better, because when someone's watching you, obviously you try to do better, and the morale you get from them supporting you through every lap, even though it's been 889 of the same thing going on, the supporters going back on them and supporting them really helps the drivers. And yes, I would like to update you on the leaderboard. Ashriel Flash Squad is on first, while Spark Racing is on second. St. Thomas's College has actually gone from 5th place to 3rd place, and Arden Junaid has done a great job at securing their position in the podium for now.
It's a really good comeback after that.
Yes.
And I'm glad to see that throughout the day there have been very few infractions, incidents to speak about. It's been a really clean race with clean overtakes. Hats off to the drivers.
What do you think about the lower end of the drivers? For example, Mukita and Shard. Why do you think they can't get over the 5th position? Why do you think they're always stuck on the lower end?
I mean, I don't want to be harsh, but it comes down to two things: the car and the drivers' mentalities. All their drivers' mentalities. I mean, they haven't been bad. They've been moving up the ranks and coming down. I think the main problem is the consistency of the drivers. If you look at a higher teams like Estriel, Flash Squad, all their drivers have been consistent in their performance, and that's why they're there right now. So that's what all the teams need to work on for future races. They need to work on their consistency.
I really do agree on that.
I heard there's going to be a 24-hour endurance race next week. What do you think about that?
Honestly, I just don't know how the drivers would get through that, considering it's double 12 hours. And watching the race has made me exhausting. I don't know how much of a mental battle it's going to be for the racers to go in a 24-hour long race. Honestly, hats off to the drivers, because if I were them, I would be really happy that I completed the 12-hour race, let alone the 24-hour race.
Yeah, definitely.
What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I agree with all the comments you made. I think, that's about it for that.
And also, I would like to give a round of applause for the camera crew who's been showing us the race for almost as long as the drivers. I mean, they put an equal amount of effort, and I think we should really appreciate their efforts, don't we?
Yeah, especially the support staff. We have to appreciate all they've been doing, organizing this. Not organizing. They've been cleaning the track, preparing this property for this race, preparing Pearl Bay. So hats off to the support staff for their excellent work, the excellent job, rather. As we're nearing the last hour, things are starting to get real spicy. All the drivers are starting to push their limits. What do you think about that?
Honestly, at this point, it's time they do it, because this race, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's been at quite a bit of a stalemate. Not the top order, but the lower order, and I really hope that the lower order really give it their best and make this an exciting race for not just them, but for the people who are watching at home.
I feel like most of the drivers have been holding back to conserve tires to protect the go-kart.
Yes, it's going to be quite an entertaining race as we're approaching the 900th lap of the same racetrack. It's quite impressive now that I look at it. 800 of anything is quite impressive. And to go around the same route 900 times is pretty damn impressive, isn't it?
Very.
So, Joshua, as a proper F1 fan, what do you think of the tracks compared to F1 tracks in overseas, Since this is the first, proper track in Sri Lanka, what do you think?
So, compared to F1 tracks, it's a lot shorter in length, and there's a lot less room compared to most F1 tracks. But I think it's a pretty good first step to making go-karts and motorsports in general popular in Sri Lanka, and to give our young Sri Lankans a chance to prove themselves and to chase their dreams.
What about you? Has this race changed your opinion on karting? Because I feel like that's the main objective of any community sport, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It's to improve the people's mentality about the sport and to encourage them to participate. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, definitely. This has really changed my mind. It's proved to me how enjoyable watching karting is compared to F1. Normally people think if there's no point watching karting races because F1 is so good. But when you really look at it, it's really exciting.
As a MotoGP fan, I feel like it's very similar to MotoGP, because in F1, it's really hard. It's the overtaking only takes place in the start of the game, whereas in the middle game, it's mostly quite stale because how big the cars are. Whereas in karting and biking mainly, it's quite easy to overtake people, and it makes for a more entertaining game. What are your thoughts on that?
So I think it definitely comes down to the track. Some tracks are built for overtaking, and some tracks are just built to go fast on the straights, less turns, less corners.
What is this track built for?
I think definitely corners. So it's definitely overtaking track.
Interesting.
But I definitely think what limits this from going to another level is definitely the speed of the karts. I think from what I heard, they'd go about 42 kilometers an hour, which is not that fast.
It's still pretty impressive,
It's pretty fast, considering the size of the
40
vehicle.
kilometers an hour for 9 hours straight, for now
definitely.
is pretty impressive.
Very impressive, and especially considering the age of all the drivers.
Just one more lap for 900 laps.
This is definitely a big milestone in today's race.
Coming back into the leaderboards, Azriel Flash Squad is still in first place. They are really holding on to that first place for quite some time now. I really hope the low order or the middle order gets their mentality up and fight for their position and give Azriel a proper fight. Coming in at number 2 is Spark Racing with 1 lap behind of Azriel. St. Thomas's College is also in the same pace as Spark Racing, actually giving the proper fight. They're really Spark Racing is really defending St. Thomas's while they're trying to overtake. Mach 1 is at 4th, while Octane Racing is at 5. Looking at the lower order, at last place is Iron Maidens, and 11th place is Team LME. 10th place is Hitachi Racing, who is actually one of the main sponsors in this race. Without them, this event couldn't be possible, and we would like to appreciate their sponsorship. Coming in at number 9 is Psycho Labs with Cartman at 8th place. What do you think about the 5th, 6th and 7th positions of the race? I feel like we haven't touched up upon them. I feel like they've been shadowed. I'm sorry about that. What are your thoughts on the 5th, 6th and 7th place of the match? I feel like we haven't touched up upon that, Joshua.
Yeah, we've sort of neglected the middle order today. But I think they've been doing quite well. And I think with carts like this, they've done a really good job. They've been pushing the limits of the cart today, definitely for sure. They've been conserving the cart at all times. And they've been really pushing. So I think they have a good chance, and there's still time for them to get into the top 3. So I think teams like Octane really still have a chance. You can't rule them out yet. So Chenaka, out of all these races, who do you think has the most potential to reach, say, Formula 1 in the future?
Oh, definitely Ryan Gunawardena from St. Thomas College. He is actually an international driver himself. He was in Singapore and Malaysia. He won 2nd place in the Singapore karting championship. And I mean, that's pretty impressive considering that it's not only the Singaporeans, it's actually people coming from all over the globe. And to come 2nd place in that as a 17-year-old, when compared to way more experienced drivers, is actually really impressive. And I really hope his talent goes forward and he goes to F1 and makes our country proud and makes his school proud.
I mean, even drivers like Dimal Subasinghe have great potential. So what do you think about that? Do you think he has a shot?
Yes, definitely. Not just Ryan. Every driver in this race has an equal opportunity if they put their mind into it. Honestly, driving in 12-hour race is really impressive. Not everyone can do it. I don't think the people watching at home or us can do a 12-hour drive on the same day, and that sounds like such a big show. And for them to do it without any complaints, doing it with the same mentality is really impressive. And I feel like if they continue this, they continue their hard work, they keep putting in their hours to this, I feel like everyone here has an equal opportunity of going international and going pro in karting. And not just in karting, in F1 as well, or in any motorsport that exists in the world.
And it's definitely clear the love these drivers have to race for go-karting, for their future. It's definitely great. And I think that's the reason they're here, their love for the sport at the end of the day.
As we pass the 905th lap, the leaderboard has been quite the same actually. St. Thomas College still on 3rd, whereas Azriel is still on 1st, whereas Spark is a close 2nd.
And we definitely want to thank UD Productions for doing this 12-hour, the first ever live 12-hour go-kart race in Sri Lanka. All their workers and members have been really helpful, and they've been doing the great job I think
it's really impressive.
It's really impressive.
Yes.
First 12-hour live stream of go-karts in Sri Lanka.
And these drone shots and the camera shots are really impressive. This just gives off Formula 1 vibes, you know. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
really impressive.
Shout out to UD Productions.
Yes. So I would like to encourage the viewers who are actually watching this karting race to come to Speedbay and to try give karting a try. Maybe that's your hidden talent, you know, you never know. And to support the karting community, maybe you would go international as well, like just like these drivers. Maybe you'll be driving the next year. So just give it a try and see. I feel like it'll really touch you, you know. As the end of the race is approaching, I really hope that these drivers are going to be careful, considering that they are going to be pushing their carts and being a bit more reckless compared to the middle hours. They're going to be going very fast, and obviously when you're going faster and when you're thinking, you know, when you're trying to get that position, you kind of neglect the safety. And I really hope that they give their minds into it and they actually focus on the safety part as well. And they keep this race as safe as possible for not only the drivers but also the viewers. What are your thoughts on that, Joshua?
Yeah, definitely. So now if you pay your attention to the team in 10th place, Totati Racing, you'll notice we have a special driver currently in the kart, Dilantha Maligamuwa. He's a world famous racer and he's a Sri Lankan. He has many wins in different tournaments, and he's definitely the man pushing motorsports in Sri Lanka. I bet all these drivers racing today look up to him, and to be racing with him, racing against him rather, it's a rather amazing sight to see. Don't you think?
Oh, definitely. I mean, racing with your role model is quite a deafening experience in my opinion. Obviously, when you look up to the person and you get the chance to compete with him, I feel like a person in any sport would really be happy and really be honored to take that chance when a lot of people doing that sport dreams of it. And that's the thing. So like these races, they give an opportunity for not only the youngsters but also for the more experienced people to get a touch of what their young lives of karting look like, and that serves a really good, it's for a good cause, isn't it, Joshua?
Yeah, definitely.
And tell me what the name of the team. What do you think about the weather today? I feel like it's been quite kind to the drivers today, hasn't it?
Very kind. The drivers are probably very pleased with the weather here today.
A bit of an insight for your viewers. Number 3, 5 and 9 are the main competitors of the race for now. Keep in mind for now, because you never know what happens in these kind of races. But for now it's 3, 5 and 9. When I was talking to the drivers, they were all saying that they chose medium tires, planning that it'll rain. What are your thoughts on that, Joshua?
I mean, yeah, it's always better to be prepared. So I think it's a good thing that they went on the mediums.
For the viewers who don't know what it means, what's the difference between soft, medium and hard tires, Joshua?
So in Formula 1 we have soft, medium and hards. But today for go-karts we have mainly mediums and hards. So basically hard tires are more thicker and they can go for longer periods of time. That means it takes more time to burn off the tire, and mediums burn sooner than hards. That's basically the only difference.
So then why do people tend to choose a medium when it's going to be rainy?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to how many times they want to do a pit stop. Most of the time the weather doesn't really matter. So yeah, that's it. So what are your thoughts on Shakti Gunasekara?
Oh, honestly, he's been quite an impressive driver, hasn't he? He's been holding on to that first position for his team Azrael Flash Squad for a proper while now. Almost close to 2 hours, honestly. I've been watching this race since 2 o'clock today, and I've never seen their team go down first place, and that's quite impressive, I mean, starting in the lower order, coming to the top and holding that position for this long without any obstacles is quite impressive. And we have to appreciate the drivers as well, shouldn't we? I mean, they've been doing a fantastic job, not just in the other teams, especially in the first place. The pressure you might be feeling when you're going in first place and you see no one in front of you, and there's going to be 11 more teams eyeing you down, hoping that you crash or hoping you do one single mistake for them to push you back down into the lower order. I mean, that's quite impressive. Compared to the other drivers, their mentality must be amazing. Shouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We've had a couple of interviews today with some big names in the sport, in motorsports in general.
Wasn't the owner of Speedbay also got interviewed?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So most of these professional racers gave some good advice to the young ones, the younger generations. And the main advice that the similar characteristics in everything today was to not stop racing and to avoid racing on the street and come to the tracks where you put on gear and you actually race professionally instead of risking your life on the roads. So to all the young listeners out there, don't lose hope of your dream and try to practice as much as possible and come to the track, not the roads. Don't hit the roads, come to the track and do some racing.
Actually, adding on to your point, I quite disagree on the fact that you should only race on proper racetracks. I feel like anyone who do any sport starts off doing it unprofessionally, won't they? So, for example, a person who starts cricket would start playing in maybe a road or maybe in their house, and I feel like that sets the foundation for you to go into a professional track and train. I don't really agree with you, but at the same time I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, so according to these professional racers, it's not worth risking your life on the streets. So they feel it's better that you come and do it on a track rather than risk your life.
That is true, but it's not like people always listen, won't they? It's very hard to get people to listen to you. Even though it's safer to drive in the track, I feel like the adrenaline rush you gain from racing in a normal road, risking everyone's lives, is quite appealing to some people. But I really hope that they listen to Joshua and they come to a proper track and practice and hopefully get good at it.
So right now Shakti Gunasekara has the fastest lap time at 42 seconds, 0.0545. Spark Racing by Mega Solo is actually only one lap behind Shakti Gunasekara. What do you think about that? Do they have a chance to overtake? Will they get a chance on this track?
Honestly, by how well Shakti Gunasekara has been performing, we'll go for a short commercial break and get on with yours shortly. Thank you for watching.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ මැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ මැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර්ය ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකකින් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited වෙතින්.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැක්මෑන් ලකුණු තිබෙදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. ගන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්වට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට ගන්න වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කරා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF Tire සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක ගන්න කාලෙත් වික්කේ මැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. ගන්න කාලේ ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
හල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැන් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබෙයිදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்டிடமிருந்து.
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර් කලර් MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්වටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර් ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Totachi. The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
பாதுகாப்பான பயணத்துக்கு ஸ்கூட்டருக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது MRF டயர் தான்.
உலகின் முன்னணி MRF டயர் டேவிட் பீரிஸ் மோட்டார் கம்பெனி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெඩිடமிருந்து
ලෝකෙන් පිළිගත් MRF ටයර් අපේ රටේ ඕන පාරකට ඔට්ටුයි. MRF ටයර් එකෙන් වැඩිම දුරක් දුවන්නත් පුළුවන් නේ.
ලෝක සුපර්කල MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
මාත් පොඩි කාලේ මේ දැල්ලටත් එක්ක ඔය විදිහටම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියලා අපේ තාත්තා ඒ දවස්වල කියනවා. මම වයසට ගියාට මැක්සන් දැල්ලට නම් වයසට ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Atlas, coming from Thailand, can take on any road, gravel, sand or carpeted, in rain or sun. Atlas, giving you the highest mileage and smoothest ride, always.
The iconic Atlas tire. Perfect for the road, comfort for the journey.
වැටක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ ආවට ගියාට කරන වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. පරම්පරා ගානක් පවතින්නත් ඕන. ආරක්ෂාව හොඳටම තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසායි මම ඒ කාලේ නැක්සන්ම තෝරාගත්තා. ඒනම් අලුත් වැඩියා කළා. ඒ නැක්සන් දැල්වැටට අත්ත තිබ්බේ නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandara Gama.
MRF Tire මට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි.
MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
Feel the rush of go-karting at Speedbay, Port City, Colombo.
පාර ෂුවර් නැතත් ගමන ෂුවර්. ඉහළම තත්ත්වයේ DPMC MRF ටයරේ සමග සුරක්ෂිත ගමනක්. David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
MRF Tire අපිට කවදත් විශ්වාසයි. MRF Tire, David Pierce Motor Company Private Limited within.
අපේ තාත්තා හાર્ඩ්වෙයාර් එක කරන කාලෙත් වික්කේ නැක්සන් දැන් මාත් එහෙමයි. අන්න කාර් ඉඳලා තියෙන නිසා බය නැතුව කස්ටමර්ස්ලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. කිසිම කම්ප්ලේන් එකක් තාත්තට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ මට ඇවිල්ලත් නැහැ.
කල් පැවැත්ම සනාථ කළ මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ මැක්සන් දැල් විශ්වාසී තහවුරුයි. මැට්මෑන් ලකුණ තිබීදයි බලන්න.
Chanaka and Joshua, I welcome you back to the race. Nothing has quite changed, and the race is quite stale, even though it's approaching the last few hours. Joshua said that there's this new racer who has actually won a F3 race. Joshua, can you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, so in other racing news, Yevan David has won his debut race, Formula 3 race in Monza, which is a great achievement, especially in Monza. Such a big track, such big hype around the track. So that's a great step to taking Sri Lanka to Formula 1 eventually.
Yes, and there's going to be a 24-hour race happening quite soon actually, and I encourage all the viewers who are watching at home to come and support the team, support the racers, and support the track, support the people who are organizing it, and to come and, I don't know, maybe participate as well. You never know, you actually might win. What are your thoughts on it,
Yeah,
Joshua?
definitely. කලින් එක දාන්නද?
Looking at the stats, Shakti Gunasekara has had one of his fastest laps actually, 41.995. Avishka Premadasa, 42.617, and Ryan Gunawardena, who is the best racer of St. Thomas College, and arguably the best racer in the track when compared to his age, has had a 41.8 second lap. I mean, that's quite impressive for just a 17-year-old compared to everyone else who are above 20. What are your thoughts on that, Joshua?
I think Ryan needs to start pushing now. St. Thomas is trailing by 5 laps. But I think Spark Racing with Avishka Premadasa is really doing well. They've been consistently giving good lap times, and they've actually been closing in on Shakti Gunasekara.
St. Thomas's have actually changed their strategy. I'm pretty sure they put Ryan in to catch up on that 5 laps they are behind of. What do you think of that, Joshua?
Yeah, I think definitely, but we can't underestimate Kevin Rajapaksha in 4th place, because as we've said many times today, you can't say what will happen in this game, in this sport.
That is quite true. I mean, Ryan is actually a pretty good driver, and compared to the rest of the team, he's actually the best, and I really hope that he gets back into the proper lens and, gives the top 2 a proper fight. And even Kavin, I feel like he's also only a bit behind with just one lap short, and I really hope Octane Racing gets the game up and gives St. Thomas's College a tight fight, and obviously that's going to make the race in training for both the riders, the viewers, and the people watching at home.
Yeah, we can't underestimate Kevin Rajapaksha and Sylvan Charles. Kevin Rajapaksha, sorry. Looks like the corners are getting really intense. What do you think about that?
We just approached the 948 lap. That's quite impressive in my opinion. I mean, going around the same track for 948 times without breaks.
And they're going to do it for half an hour more today.
Keep in mind, he did it without breaks. There was no stopping for the whole team. The cart was always on the road. And the cart is probably really hot right now, considering they've been racing for 11 hours. I mean, that's quite impressive for any driver and any vehicle, for example. I mean, not everything can go for 11 hours of constant working, I mean, that's quite impressive. Hats off to the engineers who design the carts and who are managing it in the pit stop.
And again, a big thanks to Speedbay. Without them, this race could never happen.
And also the main communication sponsor, the UG Productions. Without their help, I don't think we could ever pull off this live stream. Keep in mind, this is a live stream. It's happening right now. What you're seeing is happening in real time, and that's quite impressive in their side,
Especially for 12 hours. Looks like Mark 1 Racing is really closing in on Octane. What do you think about that? Do you think they have a shot right now?
Honestly, I mean, it's pretty tight now, isn't it? People are actually pushing their cars to the max, considering this is only the last 30 minutes of the race. I mean, they
But
gotta
Sylvain
get their
Charles
game
is
up.
only 0.148 seconds behind.
I mean, in the racing world, that's a pretty big time, you know. I mean, obviously, every 1 second could make an entire difference. And keep in mind, viewers, the penalties have not yet been added, and and at the end of the race, that could make all the difference. For example, if Spark Racing had quite a big penalty, it wouldn't show here. They would only inform it at the end of the race, and that could mean of them losing their podium spot or even second place. And that could make all the difference. So keep in mind that penalties also play a huge role in this race.
Yeah, definitely. Wow, look at this aerial view of Pearl Base racetrack.
This really gives off F1 vibes, doesn't it?
Definitely.
It's really impressive to see this in Sri Lanka. I mean, we're not that able as a country, but still to see such a good track and such a well-developed technology advanced track is quite impressive, and I'm quite proud as a Sri Lanka to say that we own this track in Sri Lanka. And like the racer from Iron Maiden said, to see a track like this in Sri Lanka and to see the encouragement of people, you know, for karting and for every other sport that are quite popular in the other countries, but not as popular in other third world countries, to see Sri Lankans giving their best and, you know, having these kind of tracks to facilitate that is quite impressive, and we should really be proud as Sri Lankans to see this.
Yeah, definitely. Big thanks to Sean Pires for this racetrack.
I would like to hand it over to my fellow companions, Hassan Rashid and Akash Desaiman, to take over the mic.
Hi, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in the last stretch of this 12-hour endurance race. It has been a long 11 and a half hours, and I'm happy to say that it's just about to finish. The karters and the teams have been working tirelessly to gain their positions and get to where they are. Ishan Munavira, Avishka Premadasa and Ryan Gunawardana are your podium for this amazing race so far. Octane Racing close following with Mark 1 in 4th and 5th. It is truly an exciting experience and a thrilling race.
Yes, Akash, 955 laps in as we just passed the 11th hour and 30th minute of this 12-hour endurance race.
It really has been a ride, hasn't it, Hassan?
Yes, and in third place, as you can see, is St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia, the only school out of the 12 teams, just a bunch of schoolboys who have been put together into one team and on the verge of attaining a podium place in this championship.
Ryan Gunawardena, Mitesh Sentit Kumaran, Adam Junaid, Kevin Baranage and Chahil Sali have made a valiant effort, especially being a school team supported by school management compared to all the other teams. They have really showed what they are made of.
Ishan Munavira and Avishka Premadas of Azrael Flash Squad and Spark Racing respectively seem to be holding on tight to the top two spots as we approach the final few minutes of the race.
And what better racer for Spark Racing to end with Avishka Premadasa being experienced rallycross driver. Prior to this, he is probably the best that their team could put out for the last stretch. Ryan Gunawardena too, one of the strongest drivers from St. Thomas's College, will be fighting for the all-important first place.
It's the final few minutes, final half an hour, around the final half an hour. Akash, you think Ishan Munavira and Avishka Premadas, as well as Ryan Gunawardena, you think they can hold on to those top three spots?
I personally feel there's still room for anything to happen, Hassan, as there's still 30 more minutes. Anything can happen. Any track incident, any accident, anything can happen, Hassan. I still believe there is time for an exciting turnout. It is truly an experience to see these cars passing through us right now as we watch outside the window and on the screen especially.
It's a nice view, isn't it, Akash?
Yes, Hassan. Even despite the fact that these engines are maybe a maximum of like 8 horsepower, the carts are extremely light, so the engine is quite sufficient for them to go at extremely high speeds. As we can see right now, Hassan, they are zooming past us at a rate. It's quite mesmerizing actually just watching them going past like this, especially watching them through the aerial view. They're just constantly going round and round. It's just so nice to watch.
Yeah, actually shout out to Speedbay and the Ceylon Motorsports Association for giving our drivers and the spectators and for all motorsports fans in Sri Lanka and possibly even around the world, for giving them this opportunity to have such a competition in our very own country.
Ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be a problem with the leaderboard. Varuna in number 9 of the Cartman are in first place, and St. Thomas's College, driven by Ryan Gunawardena, are in second. Ishan Munavira and Avishka Premadasa are following.
It's going to be a really tight and good competition, Akash. In these last 20 minutes or so, it's all about who can push themselves the furthest for this last bit.
Just to remind you folks, the name of this event is the Speedbay Endurance Championship 2024, the 12 hours. organized by the Motor Racing Association in conjunction with the Ceylon Motor Sports Club, and it truly has lived up to its name, and is, if anything, it is a good stepping stone of what is yet to come in terms of endurance races and endurance karting races in the country.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of schools, hopefully St. Thomas's College won't be the only school in this competition rather in the next few years.
Yes, of course, Hassan, since St. Thomas's College has set the example, I would love to see more schools, other leading schools in Colombo, maybe starting their very own karting teams, especially considering the fact that we already have school children taking part in some of the other teams, especially in Octane Racing. We have Dhiran Gunasekara, who himself is a royalist, so it would be lovely to see a royal karting team going against the St. Thomas's karting team one day.
Maybe one day, Akash.
There's Ezreal Flashcott there, following Ryan Gunawardena very closely, aiming for that all-important position. There goes Tutachi. Here's Spark Racing.
How much of a platform do you think this will be for the younger generation, for the motorsports fans of Sri Lanka who see motorsports races happening all over the world, but just being able to watch it only on TV, and now seeing something like this happen in their own country?
Well,
What sort of
Hassan,
inspiration do you think it will be for them?
Well, Hassan, especially considering the fact that go-karting is the stepping stone into getting into Formula 1. All the greats, Lewis Hamilton, all of them started off with go-karting and moving on to Formula 4, Formula 3, Formula 2, and then finally the prestigious Formula 1. It is definitely extremely, karting as a sport is definitely extremely important, and it is great to see that we have it so well done in this country. And I feel the way everything's going now, everything is pretty set for the future generations to come in, have bigger karting tracks, have more karts taking part in these kind of events and making this a spectacular show.
Yeah, I mean, having experienced veterans such as Dylan Malagamo racing for Totachi Racing, being present or rather racing at an event like this alongside much younger people from our country, from our very own country. It's really nice to see something like that happening and seeing the opportunity being provided for the youngsters, for the young motorsport racers of our country.
Yes, Hassan, it truly does make me proud to see how far our country is coming in terms of all these different areas and aspects of sport and motor sport especially. There's number 7 card and number 10 card battling it out. RHC Racing and Max and Mesh. Max and Mesh is ahead. Going into the corner tight there, nice and clean. Followed very closely by RHC Racing. RHC Racing on the inside. Headed by Totachi Racing. RHC Racing going in for the overtake. And it's RHC Racing going in the outside. Still following closely.
Honestly, Akash, I think it has to be mentioned. The amount of effort, the work, the commitment and the dedication put in by all the teams over these last few weeks in preparation for the 12-hour Endurance Championship. It wouldn't have been an easy job and not something to have been taken lightly. I mean...
Apart from that note, Hassan, there's a truly exciting battle going on here with Totachi Racing, RHC Racing and Max and Mesh. All their Max and Mesh goes in front. RHC Racing has a small collision with Max and Mesh. They seem to be fighting. Max and Mesh has decided that RHC Racing can take the lead. They're still fighting neck and neck. Totachi has moved to the back. It's truly exhilarating, ladies and gentlemen. Max and Mesh following closely behind RHC Racing. Totachi at the back. There's Cisco Labs. Chenuga Caldera.
Akash, I need your predictions here. Honestly, I have two questions to ask. First one, you think we'll cross 1,000 laps?
Well, at the rate they're going and seeing as how they aren't holding back and putting out everything they've got, Hassan, I feel like in 15 minutes we might actually cross 1,000 laps, which I would like to see. And I do feel like this is actually really exciting and makes me happy to watch, because they are truly pouring their hearts out onto this track and showing us what they've got.
And my next question, top 3?
Well, as I always say, Hassan, if there's even 1 minute, anything can happen. So for now, of course, it's Ishan Munavira, Avishka Premadas and Ryan Gunawardana in top 3, holding strong. We are yet to see what will happen in the final 15 minutes of this extremely exciting 12-hour endurance race. There's Spark Racing there, holding strong, going steadily. They've been quite consistent throughout the race, just like Cartman. What do you think, Hassan? Speed or consistency?
It has to be a combination of both, because it's no point being consistent